Countless cultivators and young god venerables felt their hearts stirred, their gazes instinctively turning to the great sun within the astral world, as well as the 10 suns suspended in the heavens. What was unfolding within the gate of myriad principles was a mystery to all. Only by relying on astral projections could they glean the outcome of the battle. True Origin Venerable stood in the void, surrounded by a host of young gods, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he spoke coldly. This 10-sun Venerable is far too arrogant, completely ignorant of the terror of a supreme. This time, the greatest artifact in the immortal world shall belong to Taihuang Palace. The surrounding powerhouses reacted differently to his words, some were filled with worry, while others appeared contemplative. Within the Council of Supreme Truth, if we had known he possessed the gate of myriad principles, we would have offered assistance. Now, the great sun will simply gain it. With the great sun's power, bolstered by the gate of myriad principles, these 6 heavens, this 10-sun Venerable's lack of wisdom is astounding. Attempting to outwit such power is futile, for no scheme holds sway before a supreme. Being supremes themselves, they understood the strength and terror of such power. A supreme was beyond the comprehension of even the strongest great supreme truth cultivators. The 2 supremes fell into thought, contemplating what might come once the great sun returned. In the sky of azure blades, an old man dressed in a rain cloak looked every bit like a tiny elder. It seems that victory belongs to the one and only Hall. In White Dragon Abyss Lord's expression was complex. No wonder he didn't wish to bear my child. So, he had the gate of myriad principles. She gazed up toward the stars in the astral world, a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Many young god venerables assumed that a great battle must be unfolding within the gate of myriad principles. The victor would undoubtedly be the great sun. But, in truth, they were gravely mistaken. Inside the gate of myriad principles, silence reigned, devoid of any battle. Or, one might say, a king cannot meet another king. The vast expanse of space was breathtakingly beautiful. Stars glimmered like pearls, strung upon threads of color, appearing like a reversed Milky Way. It was magnificent and boundless. Qi Yuan stood within the cosmic vastness, his expression complicated. He shouted into the vast universe, "Great Sun, your father's calling you home for dinner." Even in the vacuum, Qi Yuan's voice carried for millions of miles. No echo returned. Within the expanse, it didn't even stir a ripple. Qi Yuan shrugged. As expected, this universe is too vast. Who knows where the great sun got transported? Qi Yuan was well aware of the power disparity between him and the great sun. In a straight fight, he'd likely lose. So he'd chosen to use his sharp mind instead. Rather than engaging in a head-on clash, Qi Yuan devised a ruse. Appearing as though he'd reached his breaking point under Taihuang Palace's oppression, he produced the gate of myriad principles to force the great sun into a one-on-one exchange. But once the great sun entered the gate of myriad principles, Qi Yuan immediately sent the gate into a universe where his stellar golden core resided. Then, he swiftly withdrew the gate. So, when the great sun stepped through, it wasn't the gate of myriad principles he encountered but rather a vast universe. The universe was so immense, even greater than the 6 heavens. Now, the great sun was stranded within it, cut off from the 6 heavens. Powerful beings of the 6 heavens perish instantly if they step into other universes, Qi Yuan muttered to himself. This was knowledge he had gained in the 6 heavens. Living beings from the 6 heavens could not survive passing into other universes through mystical lands, they would perish immediately. Similarly, beings from other universes could not return to their original realms after entering the 6 heavens, they, too, would perish. But, I have a faint feeling that the great sun won't be so easily killed. According to arrangements he'd left in the 6 heavens, a nascent soul from the Buddha realm informed him that the great sun's astral projection still remained. Could this be a fake universe? Or, is there another reason? Or maybe, this universe has no ruling will. Qi Yuan pondered. Perhaps, lacking a ruling will, the great sun supreme had not perished upon entry. At that moment, space shimmered. A figure in a black dress, Ning Dao, appeared with Canary, dressed in a flowing orange-yellow skirt, small, exquisite, and brimming with charm. Without hesitation, one of the figures threw herself into Qi Yuan's embrace, clinging to him like a koala. Showers of kisses fell upon him as the young woman's soft lips claimed him, unrestrained. "I missed you so much." Canary's eyes sparkled with a deep, longing affection, boldly expressing her emotions. Qi Yuan supported her thighs with one hand, holding her by the hips, his eyes softening. In contrast to Canary's boldness, Ning Dao appeared colder and more reserved. The black dress accentuated her fair skin, giving her a pallor as pale as jade. Standing there, slender, with an air of detachment, a hint of a smile graced her face. The stellar golden core has shown no sign of the great sun's presence. He's likely in another region. Seems he was transported into a different void, Qi Yuan mused. The universe was so vast that even a young god Venerable might never explore it fully in their lifetime. If only he got tossed into a black hole. I wonder if a black hole could kill him. Qi Yuan thought aloud. With that, he stretched out a hand to grasp Ning Dao's cold, small hand. Ning Dao didn't pull away, though a serious look appeared on her face. Husband, after you return, a single day there could mean 100 years here. He might gain strength quickly. Without the will of the immortal path limiting him, he could thrive. Qi Yuan seemed unfazed. Strength doesn't grow that easily. This universe, it's not suitable for 6 heavens cultivators, either. In his grand plan, he had considered unexpected occurrences. This universe was strange and almost devoid of immortal spiritual energy. In fact, it was even less rich than the lower realms of the 6 heavens. If the great sun could merely maintain his current cultivation here, he'd be fortunate. Gaining strength would be incredibly difficult. If the great sun were to stumble upon some miraculous treasure that boosted his power in this universe, well, that'd be quite the lucky coincidence. In that case, he might as well assume the great sun would find some miracle within the 6 heavens that would transform him into a reincarnated Dao ancestor. Still, you both need to be cautious. Even if the chances of encountering the great sun are 1 in a billion, be prepared to return to the 6 heavens immediately if you see him, Qi Yuan warned. Humph, husband, you underestimate me, Ning Dao replied coolly. I've been working hard to grow stronger, too. With a wave of her slender hand, a terrifying force swept outward. The stars around them quivered momentarily. Qi Yuan felt time and space around them freeze for an instant. A great supreme truth, Qi Yuan blinked, surprised. Ning Dao's power in that moment, while perhaps not yet that of a great supreme truth, was certainly close. She looked pleased with herself. With every stellar golden core I refine, my power grows considerably. If that great sun dares to appear here, just lend me a stellar golden core, and you'll have no way back. For every stellar golden core Qi Yuan refined, his strength grew noticeably, and Ning Dao, as the alchemist, also grew stronger alongside him. Moreover, in this universe, his golden cores were actual stars, rather than the astral projections used in the 6 heavens. The power of his stellar golden cores was now truly fearsome. Ning Dao, exuding her confidence, hugged Qi Yuan tightly, while Canary nestled close, clinging to him every moment. Then, Ning Dao's brow furrowed slightly. Husband, you have another woman sent on you. Canary stopped, sniffing delicately from where she was curled up. It's quite fragrant. It's Jinli, Qi Yuan admitted openly. Back on the constellation, Ning Dao and Canary had already been made aware of Jinli's existence. Oh, Jinli is a younger sister then. Oh, so she's the elder sister Jinli. The two spoke at the same time, with differing titles for her. Ning Dao, gripping her clothes, cast a glance toward the distant stars. Despite a trace of reluctance in her eyes, she said firmly, Husband, you should hurry back. Even though the great sun is out of sight, Taihuang Palace remains a threat. Qi Yuan nodded, picking Ning Dao up in his other arm. Ning Dao's expression quickly shifted to one of slight panic. After all, her usual persona had a slightly aloof quality, like that of a refined woman. What kind of refined woman lets herself be held like a doll? Once her husband was gone, Canary was certain to tease her about this. Qi Yuan kissed both Ning Dao and Canary on the cheek, wasting no words. I'll head back first. At that moment, his form vanished. In the empty cosmos, only Ning Dao and Canary's small figures remained. Ha, with all your modesty, you lost out. Today, I kissed him 13,000 times more than you did. Canary boasted, as though she were showing off. Humph, if you refined golden cores as quickly as you kiss, husband would already be invincible. Jealous, are we? Your possessiveness could ruin your health. You're so icy, yet on the bed, you. Within the 6 heavens, countless eyes remained fixated outside the heaven and earth mystical land. Jinli felt her heart tighten, a glint of worry flickering in her eyes. Fortunately, however, the lunar mark did not indicate that Qi Yuan had been seriously injured, which was a relief. True Origin Venerable closed his eyes, hiding his lack of confidence beneath a stoic expression. Though the great sun's astral projection still lingered, so did that of the 10th Venerable, implying that the great sun had yet to slay the 10th Venerable. This realization stirred doubt in his mind. Other Supremes and young God Venerables had similar thoughts. At that moment, a faint spatial ripple appeared, and a lazy voice broke the silence. Oh dear, where did the great Sun Venerable go? How did he end up losing track of me? Qi Yuan's figure appeared, standing in the void, hands spread in feigned innocence. If the great sun has gone missing, that's not on me. I'm not involved in kidnapping. For a moment, young God Venerables across the 6 heavens blinked in disbelief. You actually made it out. True Origin Venerable's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. The Great Sun Venerable and the 10th Venerable had both vanished, yet it was the 10th Venerable who reappeared. How could this be anything other than astounding? A sense of absurdity washed over them, mixed with a growing unease. This, White Dragon Abyss Lord's expression grew ever more complex. Over these recent days, her emotions had experienced more upheaval than they had in her entire life up until now. First, Blood Robe was revealed to be the 10th Venerable, someone who had comprehended not one but two supreme truths, then wielded the gate of myriad principles, and had now seemingly even outmaneuvered the Great Sun. Any one of these events was enough to shake the heavens. Yet, all of them had centered on one person within an incredibly short span of time. White Dragon Abyss seemed to grow warmer as she absorbed this revelation, almost as if she'd taken in all the air herself. Within the Council of Supreme Truth, the two Supremes felt their spirits tremble. The Great Sun Venerable, renowned for his immense strength and possibly the foremost being in the 6 heavens, had entered the gate of myriad principles only to vanish. As they looked upon Qi Yuan, their previous sense of pity transformed into one of wariness. This time, they truly began to regard Qi Yuan not as a mere junior but as a threat in his own right. Where have you hidden the Great Sun? True Origin Venerable's voice trembled, laced with fear and anger. I don't know, maybe he has a case of dementia and wandered off. Don't pin that on me, I'm not taking the blame. Qi Yuan shrugged off the responsibility, blatantly deflecting. True Origin Venerable's face grew rigid with unease. Now, Qi Yuan's gaze turned ice cold. Weren't you the one suggesting I go to Taihuang Palace and beg forgiveness? Well, Taihuang Palace, here I come. But it won't be to beg for forgiveness, I'm coming to demand it. True Origin Venerable paled, the words sending a chill through him. The Yin gods and Yang gods standing behind him suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Without the Great Sun, Taihuang Palace truly seemed on the edge of peril. For a brief moment, True Origin Venerable felt a cold sweat, but he quickly regained his composure. His expression hardened as he steadied himself. Taihuang Palace is not a place you can just waltz into. Though he put on a tough front, a flicker of apprehension danced behind his eyes. At that moment, Qi Yuan's expression shifted, as if he sensed something. He cast a glance at True Origin Venerable, his gaze sharpening. In one day, I'll bring Taihuang Palace to its knees. With that declaration, Qi Yuan's figure disappeared. And that threat left every young god in shock. It seemed, then, that the Great Sun Venerable had indeed been trapped somewhere by the 10th Venerable and was unable to free himself, at least for now. Yet, even so, Taihuang Palace's heritage and strength were still terrifying. How dare this 10th Venerable challenge it? Could it be that he held more hidden cards? Yet, before absolute power, how useful could they really be? Surely the odds didn't favor him, did they? All eyes in the 6 heavens watched in stunned silence. Stunned and incredulous, to the point of numbness. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted in the Purple Fate sky. Initially, while Purple Fate Ancestor and Saint Wuming clashed, he had been at a disadvantage but not in imminent danger. However, moments ago, Saint Wuming had unexpectedly unleashed a drop of Root Demon blood, instantly triggering Purple Fate Ancestor's Root Demon Tribulation. The Root Demon Tribulation was dreaded among cultivators of this world, especially among the Supreme Truth Young gods. The Supreme Truth realm was one of great longevity, yet nearly 2/3 of fallen Supreme Truth Young gods had perished under the Root Demon Tribulation. For this reason, many young gods, while courageous in their pursuit of power, chose to halt their progress out of a deep-seated fear of the Root Demon Tribulation. Purple Fate Ancestor, for instance, had deliberately held his cultivation back for countless years to delay the inevitable arrival of his tribulation. After all, he knew the Root Demon Tribulation would spell his end. It was common knowledge that aside from those young gods who had comprehended supreme truths, other great supreme truths, including White Dragon Abyss Lord, who who belonged to the second echelon of great supreme truths, all feared the root demon tribulation as they would a poisonous viper. The root demon tribulation was akin to a blade hanging over their heads, keeping these great supreme truths from advancing further. Were it possible to survive the root demon tribulation unscathed, these great supreme truths could continue to grow in strength, perhaps even nearing the level of a supreme. Currently, however, Purple Fate Ancestor was trapped within his root demon tribulation. Upon realizing that the 10th Son Venerable had emerged from the heaven and earth mystical land, Saint Wuming had not hesitated to flee. In the heart of Purple Fate's sky, Purple Fate Tandu paced anxiously, his expression tense. The ancestor, he's trapped within the root demon tribulation. As one of the few supreme truth cultivators within Purple Fate Heaven, he understood that the ancestor stood no chance of surviving the tribulation. If the ancestor fell, Purple Fate Heaven would lose its position within the 6 heavens, potentially facing ruin. Many of the young gods, including Purple Fate Dashui, wore expressions of deep worry. The ancestor was their anchor and their most powerful protector. Now, within the void, Purple Fate Ancestor's body appeared half-withered, half-vital, straddling the line between life and death. The root demon tribulation continued to devour his physical form and soul. Occasionally, his eyes would briefly regain clarity amidst a fog of confusion. "Sigh, this is my tribulation. There is no need to grieve for me," Purple Fate Ancestor said, his voice tinged with sorrow. He could feel the end drawing near. There wasn't much time left for him. "At least, I was fortunate enough to see Blood Robe emerge from the gate of myriad principles before the end," he murmured, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Seeing that before my death is enough." Yet, he sighed again. That Blood Robe rascal was bound to mock him if he saw his sorry state. The young gods and prodigies of Purple Fate Heaven looked on, eyes filled with grief. Just then, a calm voice cut through the solemn silence. "Why all the sadness? I almost thought you were all preparing for a banquet." Everyone turned to see the figure of Qi Yuan, and a flash of shock swept across their faces. Blood Robe. The ancestor's gaze also turned toward Blood Robe, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "Even at the end, you still won't give me a moment's peace." "End? What end?" Qi Yuan replied, feigning confusion as he looked at the ancestor. "You're not dying on my watch. As long as I'm here, there's no way you're dying." The ancestor blinked in surprise. Then, with a sigh, he admitted, "I doubt I'll last through the root demon tribulation." The root demon tribulation and the linear transformation were the 2 great hurdles for cultivators in this realm. "It's a small issue, I know medicine. I'll fix you up," Qi Yuan said with a lazy smile. He seemed calm, unperturbed by the tense atmosphere surrounding him. "All it is a little kidney deficiency causing your root demon tribulation." For a moment, the grief of those gathered around eased, faint traces of amusement breaking through their sadness. The ancestor glared at Qi Yuan, "You insufferable brat, not even at my death will you spare me any dignity. I've got the kidneys of 1,000 men. Elders must accept their age. If your kidneys are failing, just admit it." Qi Yuan stifled a yawn. Of course, he knew nothing of medicine. But he figured simply blaming it on kidney deficiency was enough. "Come, let me enter your root demon tribulation and help you fix your kidneys." With that, Qi Yuan moved toward the ancestor's tribulation. The ancestor was surprised, feeling a strange warmth. "Kid, there's no one who can help with the root demon tribulation. But I appreciate the thought." Then, with a solemn tone, he added, "Do not go to Taihuang Palace without first condensing your great supreme truth mark. Though you may have thrown the great sun somewhere, his astral body still remains in the astral world, capable of unleashing terrifying power." Root demon tribulation, bah! It's nothing. I've seen the root demon see itself. Old man, watch closely as I sort this out for you. Without further words, Qi Yuan plunged into the root demon tribulation amidst the shock and horror of the young gods and prodigies. Blood Robe. He's gone into the root demon tribulation. Is he seeking death? The ancestor, too, was stunned. He never expected Qi Yuan to enter the root demon tribulation without a moment's hesitation. "Kid, get out of there. The root demon tribulation is no joke. It involves..." The ancestor's voice faded, his eyes widening in disbelief. Within the tribulation, the dark and twisted world surged with colors and lines. The entire scene resembled a mass of tangled threads, its outstretched strands writhing like tentacles. Dark and sinister, each strand represented an evil essence, dripping with greed and bloodlust. They clung to the ancestor, gnawing away at his body and soul. But Qi Yuan's entry had transformed the tribulation entirely. The once ferocious root demons now behaved more like obedient threads of yarn, harmlessly yielding as he strode through them. For the ancestor, this sight was beyond comprehension. Kid, how is this even possible? Are the root demons your relatives? He could make no sense of it. Blood Robe's lineage was rooted in Black Demon Abyss, a bloodline unrelated to root demons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to suffer the agony of this root demon tribulation. They're not my relatives, though I suppose they resemble my original divine power, Qi Yuan remarked, summoning the Void Dominator's heart demon guidance. At once, a strange aura of demonic power began to emanate from Qi Yuan. It was the force of greed, lust, gluttony, all manner of vices bound to mortal nature. The scent was eerily similar to that of the human sovereign hall envoy from their encounter outside the heaven and earth mystical land. Yet the ancestor realized, to his shock, that this aura was also closely related to the root demons. This is your original divine power. The ancestor looked incredulous. Original divine powers were a rarity, exclusive to high-ranking Purple Mansion cultivators. Swallow them whole. The crimson sword extended as Qi Yuan brandished it. His ability, granted by the foodless Saint Mother, flared to life. Instantly, a gaping maw opened on the blood-red blade, dark and foreboding. With terrifying ease, the yawning mouth devoured the once menacing root demons as though they were as harmless as rice noodles. It left the ancestor speechless. The root demons' disappearance was no illusion, their dark presence truly vanished, and his energy stabilized, his vitality returning. Watching Qi Yuan, the ancestor felt a newfound reverence and awe. At this point, if you told me you were the Heavenly Will's father, I'd believe you. Nothing about Blood Robe was ever ordinary. Despite his countless years as a great supreme truth, despite witnessing every kind of wonder, this was new. The root demon tribulation now cleansed, Qi Yuan reabsorbed his blood-red sword, which now bore new lines resembling the root demons themselves. See, top-notch medical skills. You're cured. Qi Yuan smirked as the crimson blade merged back into his form. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Purple Fate Ancestor looked at Qi Yuan, still in disbelief, as if trapped in a dream. This was the root demon tribulation. The terrifying root demon tribulation had been effortlessly resolved by Qi Yuan. The implications of this were beyond profound. Didn't this mean that, for the great supreme truths of the sixth heaven, barring the supremes, no one dared to face the root demon tribulation, viewing it as a venomous scorpion? And if word spread that Qi Yuan could handle it, it was unimaginable what chaos that would cause. How did you even accomplish it? Purple Fate Ancestor asked, hiding genuine concern for Qi Yuan. He feared Qi Yuan had paid a steep price, particularly, swallowing the root demon. That was terrifying. According to ancient records, the root demon was a horrendous entity. It didn't exist solely in this world but extended into other universes. Even the supremes would appear insignificant to the root demon. Qi Yuan shrugged. I just pulled out my sword, invoked my original divine skill, and swallowed it directly, he replied. Relax, there's no risk. Qi Yuan never acted recklessly. His brow had the power to foretell fortune and avoid disaster. When he consumed the root demon, his right eyebrow hadn't twitched. Given other considerations, he'd felt it was safe. He'd taken similar precautions when crafting his grand scheme to banish the Great Sun into an unclaimed universe, exercising his unique ability to ensure there would be no catastrophe. He would never put Canary or Ningdao in danger. As for the idea that Great Sun might find an opportunity in that universe, wishful thinking. Purple Fate Ancestor gazed deeply at Qi Yuan, pondering. He finally spoke. Now that you've exposed the gate of myriad principles, you'll need to be careful with those supremes. Purple Fate Ancestor's concern was well-founded. The gate of myriad principles was enough to make the supremes covet it. So long as they lived, they had desire. If one of the supremes made a move, could Qi Yuan withstand it? They may hesitate to act just yet, though, since they still don't know exactly what happened with Great Sun. Whatever you did to Great Sun, tell no one, not even me. The supremes' powers are too uncanny. Any information in this world that spills over could very well be detected by them. With the root demon tribulation behind him, Purple Fate Ancestor had grown even stronger. And with greater strength came a greater understanding of the Supreme's fearsome nature. The celestial realm's sixth heaven held no future. The two levels of the Yang God were the limit here, but this wasn't the Supreme's limit. The Supreme's limitation to the second level of the Yang God was due to the restrictions of the sixth heaven. Only if the upper realm expanded to the 7th or even the 9th heaven could the Supremes break through their confines and reach the 3rd level of the Yang God. Otherwise, there was no way. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Qi Yuan shrugged, knowing full well that the Supremes of the 6th heaven might be silently watching him, waiting for the right moment to strike with a crushing blow. But Great Sun's mysterious disappearance kept them at bay, instilling both fear and hesitation. Looking serene, Qi Yuan remarked, "The Abyss Lord dared to use root demon blood against you, to provoke someone under my protection. It seems he's forgotten his place." Purple Fate Ancestor sighed, "He's gone to Taihuang Palace." Upon learning Qi Yuan had emerged from the Gate of Myriad Principles, Saint Wuming had immediately fled to the Taihuang Palace without even relocating the Black Demon Abyss. To Saint Wuming, the Black Demon Abyss was insignificant, less than a speck compared to his own worth. Taihuang Palace. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, a glint of resolve shining through. Perfect timing, it's time to settle some old accounts. You're going to Taihuang Palace? Purple Fate Ancestor paused, silent for a moment. Before today, he might have tried to dissuade Qi Yuan. Even if Great Sun's physical form was missing, his star projection still lingered within the astral world. Taihuang Palace held enough power to make even the Supremes wary. But after witnessing Qi Yuan's display, he realized he wasn't qualified to advise Qi Yuan anymore. Much like parents from humble backgrounds advising their genius child, who's already been recruited by a national science program before graduating high school, to stay on course to finish senior year. Everyone has their area of expertise. And in the realm of cultivation, this parental advice would seem laughable to their child's learned peers. Purple Fate Ancestor chose not to give such advice. Instead, he laid out the Taihuang Palace's strength before Qi Yuan, advising him to be cautious. Within the Council of Truth, two mysterious figures lay in wait, their faces obscured. A strange, unnameable pattern twisted across their bodies, giving them an eerie, monstrous appearance. "He has gone to Taihuang Palace," one of the Supremes intoned, his extended hand brushing against the twisted lines on his body, causing them to fragment into pieces. Strange, how did Purple Fate Ancestor manage to overcome the root demon tribulation? Mused another Supreme, standing before a mountain too vast to comprehend. This mountain had witnessed the burial of great supreme truths and even the fall of true stars, their corpses lodged deep within its valleys. He's shrouded in too many mysteries, could he really be from beyond this realm? The elder muttered, seeming deep in thought as countless threads of information streamed into his mind. If he's a foreigner, going to challenge Taihuang Palace is suicide. His true opponent is not Taihuang Palace but Heaven's will itself. The Supreme's voice sounded like it had traveled through eternity. In this world, if the great supreme truths were the chess pieces, then the Supremes who had comprehended ultimate truths were the players. They had long since fused with Heaven's will in profound ways. Ten-Sun Venerable lacked the great supreme truth mark and was thus an outsider to this world. Too many clouds obscure this battle, the outcome is unknowable. His trump card, his hidden hand, what could it be? On this day, the 6th heaven was abuzz with countless gazes fixed upon Purple Fate Heaven and the single figure within it. They wanted to see the outcome of this battle and to gauge the true strength of the Ten-Sun Venerable. If he was weak, in front of countless watching eyes, a towering figure cloaked in blood-red armor streaked across the 6th heaven, finally stopping before the majestic, radiant Taihuang Palace. One hand gripped the Emperor's banner, summoning countless spirits from across the ages. This banner was old and worn, stained with ominous blood, as though it had witnessed eras and endured the wars of world's end. In the other hand, he held a demonic blood sword. Its color was sinister, like a dark repository of sins gathered from the hearts of countless beings across time. The blood sword sliced through the void, its light illuminating the heavens. Bathed in a golden glow, Taihuang Palace appeared as though it had been drenched in blood, casting a menacing and terrifying aura. Its ancient and indomitable presence seemed to tremble, leaving even the Yang gods quaking in fear. "He has arrived," an elder muttered, his teeth chattering. "He's finally here." Another youthful cultivator's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Within Taihuang Palace, countless dormant beings stirred awake. From all worlds, innumerable gazes converged on this impending battle. Qi Yuan, garbed in blood-red armor, took a step forward, causing the heavens to quake and the clouds to scatter as if he had stepped across ages. "Today, Taihuang Palace will fall." His voice was sharp as a blade, veiled in the iron edge of his conviction. It was as if he had come from the depths of hell itself, summoning the souls of countless departed beings. 10 Sun Venerable, if you retreat now, you may have a sliver of hope for survival, a weathered elder spoke, revealing himself to be the banner master. Qi Yuan shook the emperor's banner in his grip, calling forth a myriad of vengeful spirits. Banner master, it's time for you to return to your home. These words were laced with a hatred so deep it could corrode iron and were, at the same time, an open, unfiltered insult. The banner master's gaze flashed with humiliation. Next to him, Saint Wuming watched Qi Yuan with grim seriousness, clearly unprepared for the root demon tribulation's resolution. The root demon was a force perhaps even more terrifying than heaven's will itself. It didn't just exist within the sixth heaven, other universes told tales of its terror. Why bother? A voice sighed, laden with sorrow and regret. A figure materialized within Taihuang Palace, a second-tier great supreme truth known as Boundless Heaven Venerable, his form ethereal, as if removed from this realm. 3 great supreme truths possessing offensive creation artifacts. No, 2, Qi Yuan's voice was cold, with a trace of disdain. Everyone within Taihuang Palace who heard these words, young gods and cultivators alike, grew furious. Insolence. The audacity. Within the sixth heaven, many young gods looked on, bewildered, wondering where Qi Yuan drew his confidence from. In Moon God Palace, Moon Radiance Venerable's expression grew somber, victory or defeat, both are calamities. Meanwhile, in White Dragon Abyss, the Abyss Lord's eyes glistened with greed. I'd love to bear his child and grow old by his side. Qi Yuan stood before Taihuang Palace, blocking its entrance alone with his blood-red armor, banner in one hand, sword in the other. This moment was worthy of the annals of history. It seems there's no avoiding this battle. Within Taihuang Palace, the only one to have comprehended ultimate truth, True Sun Venerable, appeared, his aura only at its peak among the great supreme truths. Yet with each step he took, his aura rose abruptly, expanding wildly. With my power, I will forge a great sun. Boundless Heaven Venerable bellowed, with radiant 5-colored lights flowing from his body, channeling into True Sun Venerable. The Banner Master, Abyss Lord, and True Origin Venerable, all the great supreme truths, roared in unison, pouring their celestial energy into Great Sun Venerable. Are they trying to artificially create a supreme? They can't create one, not even close, but with this, his power will be nearly unmatched beneath the supremes. This is 4 great supreme truths working together, and not just any ordinary ones. One streak after another of celestial energy descended from the heavens like radiant rainbows, pouring into True Sun Venerable. His already massive physique grew even more towering. He seemed reborn, his expression transformed into a cold, unfeeling mask, his aura radiating a vast, singularly blazing sun. True Sun Venerable's energy surged to a terrifying level, each movement capable of instilling dread in the great supreme truth's second echelon. His strength was enough to capture the attention of the supremes. Even Qi Yuan felt the intense threat radiating from him. At that moment, True Sun appeared to be a completely new being. From his bones to his soul, everything about him had transformed, as if a foreign life force had reanimated his body. This scene stunned several young gods and even made the supremes ponder. Majestic Sun, forge my true body. The reborn True Sun Venerable's voice thundered. At that moment, the astral realm shuddered, and an immense, radiant image of a sun descended from above, merging into True Sun Venerable's form. True Sun Venerable's aura intensified again, surpassing even the energy the 4 great supreme truths had poured into him. Great Sun has merged with him, he's a vessel. One of the great supreme truths murmured, astonished. He's actually a vessel cultivated by Great Sun Supreme. Gasped another great supreme truth. It was known that only the original owner could fuse with the celestial star projection of the astral realm. For True Sun Venerable to seamlessly integrate with Great Sun Supreme's star projection, it could only mean one thing: he was a vessel intentionally crafted by the Great Sun himself. A vessel that had achieved the comprehension of ultimate truth. How could that not shock anyone? 10 Sun Venerable is done for, one great supreme truth concluded. In his current form, True Sun Venerable is nearing the power of the supremes. Perhaps, he could even rival a supreme. Lacking the great supreme truth mark, 10 Sun Venerable is undoubtedly doomed. A supreme's contingencies are indeed formidable, added another. This time, there's no doubt 10 Sun Venerable will lose. Yet the majority of great supreme truths, along with the supremes, stayed silent, watching to see how this battle would unfold. With the celestial power of the Great Sun coursing through him, True Sun Venerable's aura soared to terrifying new heights. He stepped out from Taihuang Palace, his presence like that of a true deity. The radiant energy from his form illuminated the heavens, making it visible to all beings across the sixth heaven. Ten Son Venerable, how do you intend to fight me? True Son Venerable spoke coldly, unleashing an aura so overpowering it seemed to tear through the void, leaving streaks of radiant energy in its wake, each streak capable of obliterating even a young god. Qi Yuan, his expression steady, braced himself against the pressure. He slashed forward, unleashing the Emperor's banner, which stretched wide in all its terrifying glory. Drawing on his full strength, Qi Yuan faced Great Sun's strike head-on. But this attack was overwhelmingly dominant, an all-encompassing force too brutal to withstand. For the first time, Qi Yuan faced an opponent of such magnitude, a force that overwhelmed all. It was as if the whole world were now centered on the blazing sun. The Emperor's banner trembled, and the blood-red sword in his hand emitted a fierce cry. Even at his full strength, Qi Yuan felt his body beginning to fracture under the impact of this blow. So this is the power of a supreme. Qi Yuan's expression was calm, though blood trickled from his lips. It had been a long time since he'd last suffered an injury. But in this collision with True Son Venerable, he was wounded in the very first clash. If he were facing Great Sun himself, what would the difference between them have been? When facing the likes of the Banner Master, he could easily gain the upper hand, pushing his opponent back step by step. But here, against True Sun, he sustained an injury after a single strike. A firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon. True Son Venerable sneered, his voice icily disdainful. Do you understand the magnitude of the being that stands before you? Having taken on a new soul, True Sun's tone had also become sharper and more unfeeling. You're not simply facing a great supreme truth, you're facing heaven's will itself. He declared, voice resonating with an unfathomable weight. You are not fighting me, you are battling the manifestation of heaven's will through the sixth heaven. A mere cultivator, daring to defy the heavens. To challenge heaven's will. This fight, you cannot win. If ordinary great supreme truths were unknowing conduits of heaven's will, building upon the great supreme truth mark, the supremes were different. They actively fused with heaven's will, gaining the power to draw from its strength. At that moment, True Son Venerable's aura radiated endlessly, a divine energy spanning past and future, existing as the one true Sun. All young gods present were shaken, their hearts trembling. They had seen Qi Yuan confront the Banner Master and suppress him. But now, Qi Yuan seemed like a mere shadow of his former self before True Sun. Was this truly the strength of a supreme? Where did you find the courage to challenge Taihuang Palace? Was it the 4,000 young gods of the 3,000 realms? Or perhaps the 10 star projections when 10 suns crossed the sky? The 10 suns crossed the heavens, stirring up all realms in chaos, a grand display. But don't you understand that the heavens permit only one sun? Your 10 suns are nothing compared to the true great sun. Only the one great sun is supreme, numbers are irrelevant. True Son Venerable's voice was sharp, contemptuous. He looked at Qi Yuan as if at a dead man. Against a second-tier great supreme truth, Qi Yuan could have used his abilities to teleport into the depths of the heaven and earth mystical lands to escape. But in a fight of this magnitude, no such escape was possible. Death, it seemed, was inevitable. The surrounding great supreme truths seemed to reach the same conclusion. Purple Fate Ancestor's face reflected his concern. He knew Qi Yuan was capable of miracles, but in the face of such absolute power, could there still be room for a miracle? In the distant Purple Fate heaven, Purple Fate Shui watched her father's image in the shattered sky with worry etched across her face. If he could really slay True Sun, her sister had vowed to become his concubine. But as Qi Yuan gazed at True Son Venerable, a quiet smile played on his lips despite the one-sided battle. So this is the power of a supreme, he muttered, or rather, the power nearing a supreme. Indeed, it is fearsome. For a lowly cultivator from the Purple Mansion like me, defeating it would be no easy feat. But I am not merely a Purple Mansion cultivator, I am also a Golden Core cultivator with a stellar golden core. 10 suns aren't enough, he declared, his voice slicing through the heavens. What about 100, 1,000, 10,000 suns? The cold, piercing voice resounded across the realm. For reasons unknown, every cultivator who heard Qi Yuan felt their hearts shudder. It was as if a monumental event was about to unfold. In the Council of Truth, the two hidden supremes shifted uneasily, as though sensing something amiss. Purple Fate Ancestor, his eyes narrowed, gazed towards the astral realm, towards those 10 suns. At the Black Demon Abyss, Ice Sword looked on, confused. Why does it suddenly feel warmer? Is it just a lack of cold from the ice eggs below? At that very moment, as Qi Yuan's voice faded, countless eyes turned to the astral realm. The astral realm, vast and profound, shone with stars scattered across the heavens. The astral realm was the pinnacle of the sixth heaven, transcending even the ninth heaven. There was a legend: if the ninth heaven were ever created, a cultivator standing there could grasp the star projections within the astral realm, transforming illusion into reality and gazing upon the future. In that moment, the serene and majestic astral realm trembled as if an overwhelming horror were brewing within. Even the soul-projected yin gods, myth-yin gods, felt their spirits quake, as their celestial projections began to tremble. True Son Venerable's indifferent expression faltered as shock crept across his face. The scene felt familiar to those watching. Years ago, when the 10 sons rose to prominence and proclaimed their dominance, the astral realm had trembled, and every young god had felt its resonance. Today, the astral realm trembled once more. But the intensity this time, was it 10 times, 100 times stronger than before? I feel as though a great sun is rising, gasped one of the great supreme truths, visibly trembling. No, my celestial projection, it feels insignificant. Could it be that the 10 Son Venerable has even more celestial projections? Could 10 suns not be his limit? Maybe 12, 20, a young god guessed boldly. Each additional projection would enhance the 10 Son Venerable's power. If he had 10 more suns in store for this battle. But before they could speculate further, a sight that stunned all the heavens and realms materialized before them. Is that really light, endless light? A crimson glow filled the darkness, as countless star projections in the astral realm turned blood red. A colossal, indescribable star projection emerged from the boundless astral realm, magnificent and awe-inspiring, making every young god present tremble. How can there be such a massive star projection? Someone exclaimed, their voice shaking. Is this even a star? All who watched were stricken with disbelief. This blood-red star projection was so immense that ordinary projections, in comparison, looked like mere fireflies. Even beings as powerful as great supreme truths, who could easily consume entire realms, were overwhelmed by the sheer enormity of this star. Supremes could hold stars in their hands and scatter dozens with a flick. But this blood-red star was simply too vast, too intimidating. This is my most powerful stellar golden core. The crimson light spilled across Qi Yuan's figure, casting an otherworldly glow upon him. I call it the super red giant. This super red giant, with a mass only dozens of times greater than the blue planet's sun, had a volume a billion times larger. It had consumed thousands of divine techniques, captured by Ning Dao and Canary, and finally condensed into a golden core. True Son Venerable's expression hardened. Size doesn't dictate everything. Despite the intimidating presence of this star projection, True Son remained calm. The super red giant was formidable, yet still within his tolerances. Do you believe that this colossal star projection is the only one I possess? Qi Yuan's voice was calm, but his words sounded like a thunderclap to the young gods present. Could it be he had more of these? The gathered young gods felt a chill wash over them. Such a projection was already beyond comprehension. Could he truly have more? Sorry to disappoint, but yes, I only have one like this. Super red giants were rare. Qi Yuan had only managed to obtain one and condense it into a stellar golden core. Upon hearing this, the other young gods let out a sigh of relief. One was already terrifying, any more would be unimaginable. If Qi Yuan survived this battle, and such an enormous projection lingered in the astral realm, it would haunt the minds of young gods everywhere. But their relief was premature. This size, indeed, is unique, but as for smaller ones, I have plenty. Come forth, stellar golden cores. Illuminate the heavens. With Qi Yuan's command, the vast astral realm was plunged into darkness, as though every star's light had been stolen. The young gods shivered, their fear intensifying. This sensation was even more terrifying than when the super red giant had appeared. They gazed up at the darkened astral realm, the endless blackness devoid of a single glimmer. Suddenly, the sky lit up again. Countless stars began to rise, an overwhelming, boundless brightness. It was no mere single sun, nor 2, nor even 100 or 1,000. 1,000 radiant disks rose in brilliance, the astral realm's glow eclipsing the heavens and earth. In that moment, countless stars spanned the sky. Looking across them, there was no end in sight. Tens of thousands of star projections filled the heavens. Is this sufficient? If there can be no 2 super red giant suns, what about 10,000? Clad in his blood-red armor, Qi Yuan seemed to bear the weight of the astral realm, tens of thousands of blazing star projections illuminating the vast expanse. He looked like a true deity, each projection a mere adornment upon his armor. Before this expanse of stellar golden cores, the other star projections faded into insignificance, mere shadows against the immensity of Qi Yuan's stars. Gathering all this celestial light, Qi Yuan exuded an unmatched, overwhelming power. This was a true upheaval of the realms. Countless eyes fixed upon Qi Yuan, their gazes filled with awe and disbelief. What 10-Sun Venerable? He's a 10,000 Sun Supreme. The title, 10-Sun, was appropriate for a mere celestial being, but for someone who commanded tens of thousands of suns, this was an entirely different level. Even the Supremes couldn't fathom that all these star projections belonged to a single individual. It was beyond belief, more astonishing than the appearance of the gate of supreme truth itself. Stars of the heavens, gather upon me. Brilliant radiance, illuminate all 9 heavens. At Qi Yuan's declaration, the endless star projections fell upon him, each descending ray of light merging into his body. In an instant, Qi Yuan's energy surged to unimaginable levels. Vast, boundless, and indescribably profound. Now, do I qualify to claim the title of Great Sun? He roared, his voice thunderous. Large as beauty, and multitude as power. Behold my stellar golden cores, come forth, and claim what's yours. As Qi Yuan's shout echoed, a monstrous hand of immense power stretched towards True Sun. Within the astral realm, tens of thousands of stellar golden cores aligned like celestial warriors, each charging toward the great sun's star projection. Kill. This blow held no concept of supreme truth. This was pure, unbridled force, a showcase of the true beauty of power. No rule or supreme truth could withstand this relentless might, which tore through all in its path. The monstrous form of True Sun, equal in strength to the Supremes, appeared minuscule under this attack. Crack. Within the astral realm, fractures appeared across the great sun's star. Light burst forth from True Sun Venerable's body. In this 6th heaven, I am the only true great sun. Boom. The great sun projection shattered. The title of the singular great sun vanished, only to be rekindled in Qi Yuan. True Sun's body fractured, his once cold expression replaced with a look of bewildered shock. How can this be? He muttered in a daze. Die. Qi Yuan struck again, this time directly targeting the Banner Master. The Banner Master's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling, his face turning ashen. I bear the supreme truth mark. I cannot die, he cried out. But that strike disregarded any notion of reason, its sheer force was so absolute that even the Banner Master's mark, fused with heaven's will, began to show cracks. With a single strike, the Banner Master fell. All realms fell silent in shock. This was a second-tier great supreme truth, protected by the supreme truth mark. Under the operation of heaven's will, even the Supremes couldn't easily kill him. And yet, Qi Yuan had slain him with ease. The other great supreme truths looked at Qi Yuan, their eyes filled with newfound dread. Even the Supremes' eyes now held a hint of caution. This was no ordinary second-tier great supreme truth. Even without his powerful artifacts, he was still a dominant force within the 6th heaven. Yet Qi Yuan didn't give them time to think. His gaze fell upon Saint Wuming. Years ago, Purple Fate Ancestor begged you 3 times on my behalf. Today, I shall strike you down with 3 blows. The towering figure radiated an aura of unmatched brilliance as he prepared to strike. The first blow, to shatter your body. With a single palm strike, Saint Wuming's body was obliterated. The second blow, to extinguish your soul. Another palm, and Saint Wuming's soul was annihilated. The third blow, to break your supreme truth mark. The third blow struck, shattering the supreme truth mark embedded in heaven's will itself. The heavens were utterly silent in shock. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. 2 second-tier great supreme truths, whom even a supreme would struggle to kill, were merely reduced to ruin. Yet, under the overwhelming assault of Qi Yuan with the power of 10,000 suns, they were crushed in an instant. Such mighty force left the young gods who were observing the battle stunned, in awe, and confused. Absolute power, with unparalleled destructive capability, could this also be a kind of supreme truth? Even the supreme truth mark, engraved in heaven's will, shattered in an instant under this force. The many young gods gasped, shaken by Qi Yuan's recent strike. This was absolute strength, without embellishment and void of any truth within it. Only pure power. Within Taihuang Palace, True Origin Venerable's expression darkened, and his heart filled with dread. Even with the Great Sun's title, the true Sun Venerable had lost. The Banner Master and Abyss Lord were no match for the 10 Sun Venerable, no, the 10,000 Sun Venerable, even in a single confrontation. You've stolen the Supreme's title, how is that possible? True Origin Venerable was less disturbed by the deaths of the Banner Master and Abyss Lord than he was by the fact that the Great Sun title had been taken. This meant that even if the Great Sun Supreme returned to the 6th heaven, his title would be gone. What this meant, True Origin Venerable couldn't even begin to fathom. You are guilty. The words that greeted True Origin Venerable were Qi Yuan's judgment. Outside the heaven and earth mystical lands, you, supposedly a great supreme truth young god, acted without an ounce of dignity, spouting obscenities. 7 or 8 curses in one sentence. You bear responsibility for the decay of moral conduct in the cultivation world. It's time to restore the virtue of the cultivation world, starting with you. With this, Qi Yuan struck with an overpowering fist toward True Origin Venerable. In an instant, stars filled the sky, and radiant light shone in all directions. True Origin Venerable's face contorted with terror as he let out a desperate scream. Save me. However, as if under a mysterious restraint, he could only manage to voice, save me, without any other words before it. Naturally, there was no response. A terrifying punch fell upon True Origin Venerable's body. His celestial energy surged madly, unleashing the supreme truth, causing space to twist and overlap. Under the influence of the supreme truth, the spatial distance between him and Qi Yuan appeared to be millions of miles. This was the power of supreme truth. Ordinary young gods couldn't even approach True Origin Venerable's form. Yet despite all this, that punch remained merciless. The vast expanse of space collapsed like glass, crushed by sheer power into a single mass. With space shattered, the matchless fist struck True Origin Venerable's body. This overwhelming strength, this unimaginable pain, this obliteration, there was no resisting it. In an instant, True Origin Venerable's body and soul shattered. One punch, and the supreme truth fell. True Origin Venerable's dissipated body was swept by Qi Yuan into his sleeve, stored in the underworld as fertilizer. At this moment, he turned his gaze toward the remaining members of Taihuang Palace, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, he was terrifyingly strong. But he knew that this strength would not last long. His body was, after all, only that of the Purple Mansion, and though it was significantly boosted by his allies' support, it was still incredibly taxing to withstand the full power of tens of thousands of stellar golden cores. Sigh, I'm still too kind-hearted, Qi Yuan thought to himself. The reason he bore the power of thousands of stars wasn't just for style, but out of mercy. Otherwise, he would have simply summoned the star projections and smashed them down. The impact of such a move would have been even greater. However, such an attack would be uncontrollable and could easily harm the innocent. As a lawful and compassionate man, Qi Yuan naturally refused to let the aftermath of his battle impact ordinary people. Thus, he chose to bear the stars upon himself. Now, he radiated with red and blinding white light, towering like a deity. Kill. Another mighty punch descended with unstoppable force. Qi Yuan showed no mercy toward the young god venerables of Taihuang Palace. Inside the palace, the remaining young god venerables were horrified, sensing the threat of death. The true Sun Venerable, observing Qi Yuan's towering form, felt a trace of relief. Falling now, or later, made no difference. However, at that moment, a sudden, violent tremor arose within Taihuang Palace. A vast and righteous aura seemed to descend from the 7th heaven. It enveloped Taihuang Palace entirely. A voice boomed loudly. One sovereign for all heavens, eternally united. Shield Taihuang. In Taihuang Palace, a remaining great supreme truth shouted. He was the second highest great supreme truth in Taihuang Palace, after the Great Sun. A token appeared on him. Engraved on it were the characters, only, and, 1. This is, the soul token. One great supreme truth exclaimed. It's actually the soul token. No wonder Taihuang Palace received Soul Hall's support and became the host of the linear transformation. The soul token radiated an intense, terrifying aura, stronger than even an aggressive creation artifact. This is the soul token. Qi Yuan, could it be that you dare to defy Soul Hall and oppose the heaven's will? The great supreme truth's voice resounded through the 6th heaven. The soul token, as Soul Hall's insignia, represented Soul Hall's supreme authority and will. Even a supreme would have to treat it with utmost respect. The young gods of Taihuang Palace seemed to regain their confidence. Taihuang Palace was the host of the linear transformation, protected by Soul Hall, No matter how powerful Qi Yuan was, could he truly defy Soul Hall? Was this a rebellion against heaven itself? Break. Yet Qi Yuan did not retreat, nor did he show any fear of the soul token. A strike of absolute power collided with the light emanating from the soul token. Boom! The forceful strike shattered the surrounding space. Taihuang Palace shook violently. The great supreme truth wielding the soul token bled from his mouth, his form unsteady, on the verge of breaking. You dare! He was stunned, unable to believe Qi Yuan had dared to attack the soul token. Anyone who stands in my way is my enemy, Qi Yuan said slowly. He, too, was slightly surprised. The soul token was formidable, enough to deflect half of his attack. Are you saying you intend to defy Soul Hall and oppose the linear transformation? The great supreme truth sneered. Though shielded by the soul token, Qi Yuan's blow was too overpowering, wounding him. Don't try to intimidate me with Soul Hall or the linear transformation, Qi Yuan said firmly. He, a mere purple mansion cultivator, had nothing to do with the linear transformation. Unmoved by threats, he struck again with another powerful blow. The great supreme truth within Taihuang Palace looked grim. Even with the soul token's protection, he couldn't hold out much longer and would soon be crushed. Young gods and supremes across the heavens, will you simply watch as this outsider overturns Taihuang Palace? The great supreme truth shouted. Yet no one responded, everyone remained silent. Seeing this, the great supreme truth was left despondent and sorrowful. At last, he cast a hateful glare at Qi Yuan. As the linear transformation host, I beseech Soul Hall to open the seventh heaven to avert this calamity. With his shout, a vast, majestic aura descended from above. The young gods and disciples in Taihuang Palace began to look grim and resistant. This great supreme truth was using the soul token to send Taihuang Palace to the seventh heaven for refuge. The seventh heaven contained only Soul Hall and the unique entities formed after the linear transformation. That heaven was uninhabitable for cultivators, lacking both celestial energy and spiritual power. After entering the seventh heaven, they would be unable to cultivate and would rarely be able to use spells, as their energy couldn't be replenished. In short, the seventh heaven was nothing more than barren land, inferior even to the lower realms. In the seventh heaven, every moment held the potential for a cultivator's death. If they couldn't resolve the issue with Qi Yuan before the linear transformation ended, upon returning to the sixth heaven, they would all perish and become unique entities. This was a slow, inevitable death. But they had no choice. For if they didn't ascend to the seventh heaven, facing Qi Yuan, they had no chance of survival. A chaotic and deathly silence descended from above. The entire Taihuang Palace was shrouded by this aura. Soul Hall descends. Taihuang Palace is ascending to the seventh heaven, are they seeking death? Even for a great supreme truth, 1,000 years in the seventh heaven would be certain death. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked up, his gaze fixed on the sky. What he saw was darkness. A sinister, deathly silence filled the air. The sky was dark as ink, deep and boundless, silent as death. But then, Qi Yuan suddenly saw countless eyes opening in the pitch-black sky, glowing eerily. These eyes stared quietly at Qi Yuan, emotionless. They hung silently, like bats in a cave. This gaze chilled one's spine. It was the first time Qi Yuan had felt such a presence. At this moment, the aura of the seventh heaven leaked as the soul token enveloped Taihuang Palace. The entire palace, larger than a world, plunged into the seventh heaven. Qi Yuan suddenly noticed that, as Taihuang Palace vanished, a glint of greed flashed in those indifferent eyes. These eyes had awareness. This discovery surprised Qi Yuan. According to his prior knowledge, the spirits of Soul Hall were supposed to be remnants of young gods from the sixth heaven who perished in the linear transformation without consciousness or emotion. Their sole function was to maintain the seventh heaven. But now, Qi Yuan had seen greed in their gaze. This was different from the records. Then again, how did that matter to Qi Yuan? Standing outside Taihuang Palace, he mused, so, have I flattened Taihuang Palace? The space before him was barren, with no trace of Taihuang Palace. He looked up at the seventh heaven, shouting, hey, harboring criminals is also a crime. Soul Hall, are you planning to break the law? But the heavens were silent. The eyes, too, vanished once the seventh heaven sealed shut. Don't think fleeing overseas will shield you from justice. I have authority to enforce the law across borders. Whether or not he actually did, Qi Yuan felt the need to issue a warning. Alas, still no response. This left Qi Yuan mildly disappointed. Don't think hiding in the seventh heaven allows you to speak ill of me, I can hear even through this barrier. Qi Yuan suspected the people of Taihuang Palace would certainly mutter about him behind his back. After all, he was in the sixth heaven now. Thinking about it, he activated his super hearing ability. If he concentrated, he could pick up special sounds, even thoughts on rare occasions. He directed his attention toward Taihuang Palace's location in the seventh heaven and began to listen. Immediately, his expression turned strange. A faint sound like mice gnawing or a cat chewing plastic could be heard. Who's gnawing on bones? Qi Yuan muttered in surprise. Then, suddenly, a desperate voice came through. He. The voice was hurried and abruptly cut off, as though it had never been there. Qi Yuan clearly recognized it. The speaker was the true Sun Venerable, now in the seventh heaven. It seemed something terrifying was happening in the seventh heaven. Qi Yuan looked up at the astral realm. True Sun Venerable's star was still alight. This meant, he was still alive. Did I mishear? Qi Yuan mused thoughtfully. On the sixth heaven, news of the 10 Sun Venerable, who had ascended to the throne of divine power, gaining the strength of 10,000 suns to obliterate Taihuang Palace, seize the Great Sun title, and force the entire palace to retreat into the seventh heaven, spread across the land, causing widespread shock and awe. Countless cultivators were either stunned or deeply troubled. Such events were unprecedented throughout history. The 10 suns in the sky were enough to shake the sixth heaven. But tens of thousands of stars shining at once. There were no words to describe the tremors that image sent through the realm. At that moment, in the Purple Fate heaven, Purple Fate Little Lu swallowed nervously. Senior Brother Blood Robe is enormous. The tens of thousands of stars merging within his body had magnified Qi Yuan's form to an overwhelming extent. Even standing outside Taihuang Palace, his majestic figure could be seen from countless realms away, towering over the Purple Fate heaven. The sheer magnitude was indescribable, beyond what anyone could have comprehended. See, I told you Senior Brother Blood Robe is the greatest prodigy of the Black Demon Abyss. He even struck down the Abyss Lord with 3 hits. Little Lu looked triumphantly at Anzun Lu, unable to resist showing off. She wondered how Anzun Lu would refute her this time. This level of strength rivaled that of the Supreme himself. It might take tens of thousands of years for Senior Brother Black Sword to achieve this kind of power. Anzun Lu took a deep breath. You're right, for now, the Black Demon Abyss has Blood Robe as its supreme. But what? Little Lu pressed with obvious displeasure. But your chest is small. With that, Anzun Lu strutted away, flaunting her own more impressive physique. Little Lu's face instantly flushed red, and she stomped her feet in frustration. Was her fellow disciple really stooping to personal insults about her physique just because she couldn't win an argument? In Purple Fate Heaven, many prodigies were left both stunned and thrilled. With a powerhouse like Blood Robe, what fear could they have in the linear transformation? Purple Fate Heaven was destined to flourish. Just look, hadn't Taihuang Palace been forced to retreat to the seventh heaven? Elsewhere, Purple Fate Ancestor gazed into the void, his heart stirred with a hint of gratitude. This guy went all the way, directly killing the Abyss Lord. The void trembled, and Qi Yuan's form appeared. Gone was the dominance and killing intent he'd displayed outside Taihuang Palace. Now dressed in a simple black robe, his aura exuded a hint of indolence, like a sunlit, reclusive youth. Didn't I tell you I had you covered, old man? Naturally, I meant it. You truly surprised me today. I fear, even the Supremes must be wary of you now. Purple Fate Ancestor sighed. He hadn't expected Qi Yuan to be this formidable. All those stars, I'm envious. He looked up at the stars in the astral realm, his eyes filled with admiration. Sigh, but I'm still too weak. Against a Supreme, I still have no certainty of victory, Qi Yuan admitted. This was a fact. The difference between Supremes and Great Supreme Truths was vast, almost like entirely different realms. They have no certainty against you, either. Purple Fate Ancestor looked at Qi Yuan. You can summon up to 30,000 stars, who's to say how many more you possess? To answer that question, well, let's keep them guessing, Qi Yuan said with a sly smile. This time, he hadn't summoned every star projection he had. He'd kept a few hidden, just in case. You rascal, Purple Fate Ancestor chuckled, visibly relieved. The stronger Qi Yuan grew, the more secure he felt. But you need to be cautious of Soul Hall. Although it lacks actual cultivators, its spirit entities, they're formidable adversaries. They can't descend to our realm, but with Taihuang Palace still overseeing the linear transformation, who knows what schemes they may try against you. As he spoke of Soul Hall, Purple Fate Ancestor's gaze turned wary. Qi Yuan's eyes also darkened. Old man, how much do you know about Soul Hall? He was puzzled by the unsettling feeling he'd had when he saw Taihuang Palace's ascension to the seventh heaven, as if every one of its young gods was doomed. Their stars are still shining in the astral realm, so how could they be dead? Purple Fate Ancestor seemed baffled. Though if they remain in the seventh heaven after the linear transformation ends, they may truly perish. Forcing an entire sect like Taihuang Palace to retreat, that's unheard of. Purple Fate Ancestor mused before adding, if you want to learn more about Soul Hall, you may need to meet with a few Supremes who likely know. To meet the Supremes, is it? Qi Yuan thought. Yes, it's time I sought them out. He also wanted to meet Moon God Ancestor to uncover the truth about his master. Time was running out in the stage he had loaded for his game. Old man, I need as much Black Demon Ancestor blood as you can get, Qi Yuan said. Despite the tens of thousands of stars hanging above, Qi Yuan felt he still lacked the sense of security he desired. The ancestor blood would allow him to advance in his ancestral blood art, which could in turn enhance his 10,000 Tao martial god cultivation. Currently, ancestral blood art was capped at the 13th level, only equaling the strength of a great supreme truth. The ancestral blood art had much more potential to unlock. After all, he couldn't throw stellar golden cores at every opponent he encountered. Bearing the power of stellar golden cores required substantial physical endurance. For that, he had to advance in 10,000 Tao martial god, to strengthen his physical form. Otherwise, with a million stars weighing on him, he'd end up with spiritual exhaustion. Not to worry, I'll go talk to Black Sword right away, Purple Fate Ancestor said earnestly. Then, he added, with Taihuang Palace moving into the seventh heaven, you must be on guard, the linear transformation, it's exceedingly dangerous. Taihuang Palace could exploit the linear transformation to use countless esoteric techniques. Relax. With the great sun settled, there's no immediate threat. My own cultivation is still low, the linear transformation has nothing to do with me, right? Qi Yuan shrugged. Not having the great sun around really makes things peaceful. Now, having taken the great sun's title, do you think he still has supreme power? Qi Yuan mused aloud. Purple Fate Ancestor shook his head. When it comes to the Supremes, I'm not sure. If you really want to know, you'll have to speak with them. Alright, one more thing, be cautious around the Council of Truth. They have two Supremes. And one last matter, before the Council of Truth's founding, the sixth heaven had no Supremes at all. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Before the Council of Truth, are the sixth heaven's sovereigns truly supreme? Qi Yuan murmured silently, his thoughts a whirlwind of contemplation. Old man, I'm heading to the Council of Truth to meet those Supremes, he said. With that, his figure vanished, disappearing without a trace. Within Purple Fate Heaven, the Purple Fate Ancestor looked unsettled, his expression reflecting deep hesitation. He recalled the words the Abyssal Lord had once spoken to him. What of the bloodline's origin? Once one enters this universe, the future is no more. For him to arrive in this realm, perhaps it was a mistake. The Purple Fate Ancestor let out a faint, melancholic sigh. Meanwhile, the Council of Truth was teeming with activity. Countless talented cultivators were replaying the scenes of the recent battle, their eyes filled with excitement. If one were to name a faction within the sixth heaven that despised the Taihuang Palace the most, it would have to be the Council of Truth, second only to the Moon God Palace. For ages, the Council of Truth had reigned as the sixth heaven's foremost power. However, with the rise of True Origin Venerable and the hosting of the linear transformation by Taihuang Palace, the palace was beginning to overshadow the council, threatening to become the foremost power in the immortal realm. As members of the Council of Truth, they naturally could not tolerate such a scenario. Now, seeing Qi Yuan's domineering display, sweeping through Taihuang Palace and forcing them to retreat to the seventh heaven, they could only describe the feeling with one word: exhilaration. Ha! The mighty Taihuang Palace, forced to flee to the seventh heaven. What face did they have left to return to the sixth heaven? Losing the Great Sun title, can they even call themselves Supremes anymore? Between the 10,000 Suns Supreme and the two Great Supremes of the Council, who do you think is stronger? At this question, the crowd fell silent. The Great Supremes have presided over the sixth heaven, anchoring the Council of Truth as its unshakable foundation. Even during the Solar Sovereign's prime, he had to show them deference. While the 10,000 Suns Supreme is formidable, compared to the Great Supremes, he's still far behind. He may not compare now, but with his comprehension of two ultimate truths and possession of the immortal realm's foremost miraculous treasure, the gate of myriad principles, his future, he will undoubtedly become the greatest in the sixth heaven. Forget that. Just look at those 30,000 stars under his control. Who could possibly contend with that? And who knows if that's even his limit? It's absurd. How did he cultivate such power? The discussions among the cultivators grew livelier. Even young god sovereigns couldn't help but glance over in curiosity. At that moment, a grand voice echoed through the Council of Truth. Qi Yuan requests an audience with the two supremes of the council. As the voice fell, all heads instinctively turned skyward. The once clear blue sky now shimmered faintly with golden and crimson hues intertwined. The talented cultivators instinctively bowed their heads, overcome with awe and fear, unable to look directly at the sky. In truth, Qi Yuan had come lightly equipped, exuding no aura of power. But his recent feat, overturning Taihuang Palace, had left an indelible mark. The mere memory of it made these cultivators unwilling to meet his gaze. Out of consideration, Qi Yuan ensured his voice was only loud enough to reach the core members of the Council of Truth. He avoided disturbing the ordinary folk. After all, causing unnecessary commotion among mortals was inappropriate. The sixth heaven had many mortals living within its vast expanse. Unlike certain individuals who boomed their voices across the heavens and disrupted the peace, Qi Yuan despised such behavior. Of course, his destruction of Taihuang Palace had caused a large-scale disturbance, a rare exception. Still, in his heart, he had apologized for it. Although, as the saying went, if apologies worked, what would be the need for law enforcement? Luckily, this world had no law enforcement. For now, Qi Yuan could only apologize silently in his mind. When Qi Yuan arrived at the Council of Truth, silence fell instantly. Even the young god sovereigns and the most talented cultivators lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. At that moment, a figure emerged from the void. It was the unsanctified sovereign, who bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful. "Greetings, 10,000 Suns Supreme," he said. The unsanctified sovereign, a being at the level of great supreme truth, was a senior figure within the council. During the last truth assembly, he had encountered Qi Yuan, then in his demonic form, and had even considered recruiting him. However, Qi Yuan had declined the offer. "Supreme, please allow me to guide you inside for a discussion," the unsanctified sovereign said, gesturing toward the council's inner sanctum. "Oh," Qi Yuan nodded and followed without hesitation. The two soon arrived at a vast, empty hall. Within the hall were numerous bookshelves, lined with books and jade scrolls. At the deepest point of the hall stood an unusual mirror. Within the mirror, faint, firefly-like entities seemed to flit about. These were no illusions but real, tangible beings. "Where are the Supremes?" Qi Yuan asked. He couldn't sense their presence within the hall. "The Supremes have said they dare not meet you. They fear that their greed may overcome them, compelling them to attack and attempt to seize your gate of myriad principles," the unsanctified sovereign admitted candidly. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. "It seems your Supremes have a long way to go in refining their inner cultivation. They can't even suppress the demons within their hearts." His tone was high and polished, his words carrying subtle wit. The unsanctified sovereign felt a twitch in his heart but maintained a smile. 10,000 Suns Supreme, in truth, the Supremes of the sixth heaven have never met each other in person, the unsanctified sovereign revealed, sharing a hidden truth. Oh, Qi Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Is it a case of, kings avoid kings, or? He trailed off, pondering the possibilities. When I destroyed Taihuang Palace, didn't your Supremes witness my form? Does that mean I've suffered a great loss? Qi Yuan said lightly. But then he remembered that, at the time, he had only projected his primordial palace form, fully clothed and armored. There had been no actual exposure. Cough, cough, the unsanctified sovereign cleared his throat awkwardly. The unsanctified sovereign decided to keep this moment in his memory. One of his favorite activities within the Council of Truth was chronicling major events in the sixth heaven. Having met Qi Yuan today, he was already planning the title for his next entry. The 10,000 Suns Supreme rebukes the Council of Truth for peeping. Of course, this was merely an idea. He wouldn't dare write it down until Qi Yuan had long departed. Even then, it would likely remain hidden in a secret realm for future generations to discover. Since I cannot meet your Supremes, may I at least ask you some questions on their behalf? Qi Yuan said, getting straight to the point. His primary purpose in coming here was to gather information about the Soul Hall. The Supremes have stated that any question the 10,000 Suns Supreme wishes to ask may be directed to me, replied the unsanctified sovereign. You know everything. The unsanctified sovereign chuckled and shook his head. Not I, but it does. He gestured toward the mirror at the far end of the hall. Qi Yuan turned his gaze toward it. The mirror of myriad reflections. Observes all living phenomena, gathers forbidden knowledge, and accumulates dispersed information. This mirror is intriguing, Qi Yuan remarked, looking back at the unsanctified sovereign. I want to know more about the Soul Hall. Hearing this, the unsanctified sovereign closed his eyes and walked toward the mirror. Stretching out his hand, he touched its surface. Strangely, the mirror rippled like water, allowing his hand to sink into it. At that moment, countless firefly-like lights flowed from within the mirror into the unsanctified sovereign's body. His aura shifted, his calm demeanor transforming into one that felt cold and detached. His voice, once warm, now carried an icy indifference. Several epochs ago, the immortal realm consisted of 9 heavens, the unsanctified sovereign began. During that era, a peerless figure emerged, a being so extraordinary that no one before or after could rival him. His name was Ming, known to the world as Sovereign Ming. He was the greatest figure in the countless epochs of the immortal realm. For reasons unknown, Sovereign Ming stood atop the 9th heaven and, with a single sword, severed the future of the immortal realm. From that moment onward, the immortal realm ceased to have a future. No cultivator could surpass the second layer of the Yang God realm. Qi Yuan frowned slightly, absorbing the implications. This Sovereign Ming, his strength is terrifying. A single sword capable of severing the future of the entire immortal realm. What kind of power is that? To Qi Yuan, the concept of severing the future was incomprehensible. What was the future? How could it be cut? Such an act was far beyond his current understanding. This must be the power of someone at the 3rd Yang God layer, or even higher, he muttered to himself. The unsanctified sovereign continued. With no future, the immortal realm fell into stagnation. The strongest beings could only reach the 2nd Yang God layer, unable to advance further. This limitation gave rise to countless efforts to restore or bypass the future, but Sovereign Ming's sword was too absolute. No one could even comprehend what had been severed, let alone find a way to repair it. Gradually, attempts to restore the future faded, and the focus of cultivation shifted toward unlocking greater power within the constraints of the 2nd Yang God layer. During this time, secret organizations emerged, among which the Council of Truth and the Soul Hall became the most prominent. At this, Qi Yuan's attention sharpened. This was what he had come for. The Council of Truth sought breakthroughs through the study of truths. The 6th heaven originally lacked concepts such as ultimate truths or supreme beings. Over countless epochs, the Council synthesized the wisdom of many cultivators, attempting to shatter the limitations of the 2nd Yang God layer. They first created offensive treasures to augment the combat power of those at the Great Supreme Truth stage. However, offensive treasures had limits. This path ultimately proved insufficient. Later, the Council pioneered the concept of ultimate truths, leading to the birth of supreme beings. Qi Yuan nodded slightly, gaining a clearer understanding. In the normal course of cultivation, the 2nd Yang God layer would culminate in the Great Supreme Truth stage, like the Purple Fate ancestor. The Council of Truth, however, had developed offensive treasures to bolster the strength of great truth cultivators. Later, they established the path of ultimate truths, giving rise to a higher tier of power, the supreme beings. The unsanctified sovereign shifted the discussion to the Soul Hall. While the Council of Truth was founded by those devoted to calculation and rationality, the Soul Hall was the creation of a figure named Dark. Both sought to break the limitations of the 2nd Yang God layer, but their methods diverged entirely. The Soul Hall, under Dark's leadership, pursued a path of transformation. Through the Soul Hall, cultivators at the 2nd Yang God layer could be converted into unique entities known as heroic spirits or abnormal spirits. These entities transcended the limitations of the 2nd Yang God layer. With this power, the Soul Hall opened the 7th heaven and began probing into the 8th and 9th heavens. Qi Yuan's brows furrowed in thought. The Soul Hall, does that mean they've surpassed the Council of Truth? The unsanctified sovereign's response was unequivocal. In terms of raw combat power, the Soul Hall far surpasses the Council of Truth. However, heroic spirits are no longer living beings. While they possess immense strength, they lack self-awareness. This inherent flaw caused the heroic spirit method to be widely rejected by the cultivators of the sixth heaven. Thus, the soul hall's influence remains confined to the seventh heaven. Still, they initiated the linear transformation as a means to further their goals. Hearing this, Qi Yuan finally understood. The linear transformation was not a simple trial, it was the soul hall's attempt to fulfill their ultimate ambition, to sacrifice the entirety of the sixth heaven, transforming all living beings into heroic spirits. Through this apocalyptic plan, they hoped to break the immortal realm's constraints and restore its future. Qi Yuan's thoughts turned to Taihuang Palace. They fled to the seventh heaven, he murmured. What will happen to them? The unsanctified sovereign's reply was cold and emotionless. Those below the yin god level may survive. Those at the yang god level and above will find no path to survival. A chill ran through Qi Yuan's heart. The soul hall's heroic spirits did not merely kill yang god cultivators, they transformed them into heroic spirits. Given the countless epochs during which the linear transformation had been conducted, the number of heroic spirits must be unimaginably vast. Their ambition is monstrous, Qi Yuan muttered. He finally understood why the yang god sovereigns of the sixth heaven so vehemently opposed the linear transformation. To lose one's self-awareness was no different from death. Still, Qi Yuan didn't feel overly concerned, for now. If the sky fell, taller figures would bear the weight. For him, a mere cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, these schemes were distant. But there was one matter he could not ignore, Taihuang Palace. They had committed countless crimes, and their young god elders deserved death. As for their lower-ranked disciples, many were guilty of lesser offenses and required only imprisonment. Now, however, the Soul Hall had shielded them. Qi Yuan resolved to bring those criminals to justice. Can I send a message to the seventh heaven? Qi Yuan asked suddenly. The unsanctified sovereign hesitated briefly. Firefly-like lights within the mirror of myriad reflections began whirling rapidly, as if enacting some sort of ritual. After about 30 breaths, the unsanctified sovereign opened his eyes. Anything you say next will be transmitted to the seventh heaven. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. In the seventh heaven, within Taihuang Palace. Panic and despair gripped the air. The young woman Taiyu clenched her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. After the defeat at Qi Yuan's hands, Taihuang Palace had fled to the seventh heaven using the command token, seeking refuge with the Soul Hall. At first, Taiyu had been relieved. She thought they could at least find temporary respite and perhaps rebuild alongside her brother, True Origin Venerable. But the horrors began almost immediately. Every young god-level elder of Taihuang Palace had their souls stripped away. Only lifeless husks remained. Even True Origin Venerable, a prodigy with the potential to master ultimate truths, had been devoured. Taiyu trembled, grief and fear overwhelming her. What kind of shelter is this? She whispered. The Soul Hall's heroic spirits, they're monsters. Suddenly, a vast voice boomed across the seventh heaven. Confess your crimes, and your punishment will be light. Taihuang Palace, you are guilty. I order you to surrender immediately and return to the sixth heaven. If you surrender within 3 days, you will serve a mere 1,000 years of labor in Purple Fate Heaven. Your sentence will be complete, and justice will be served. But if you fail to surrender within 3 days, I will ascend to the seventh heaven myself to apprehend you. Then your sentence will be 3,000 years. The message reverberated throughout the seventh heaven. Taihuang Palace's disciples were initially stunned but soon became frantic. 10,000 Suns Supreme, I confess. Please take me back to the sixth heaven. I'll surrender. Mining for 1,000 years is nothing compared to this nightmare. Desperation filled their cries as they clung to the hope Qi Yuan had offered. Back in the Council of Truth, Qi Yuan smirked slightly. None of them confessed. It seems Taihuang Palace still has some backbone. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the seventh heaven myself. But he knew he wasn't ready yet. His strength would need to improve first. The unsanctified sovereign remained composed as Qi Yuan contemplated his next steps. Other than the Soul Hall, I also want information about the Moon God ancestor and my master, Ruan Yishi. She should be from the Moon God Palace, right? Qi Yuan asked. He laid out everything he knew, hoping to glean more details from the unsanctified sovereign, or rather, from the mirror of myriad reflections. The unsanctified sovereign closed his eyes briefly, then responded. All sovereigns gather and condense the information surrounding them. They leave no informational particles to drift into the world. If you want to know about the Moon God ancestor, you must go to the Moon God Palace and meet her in person. As for Ruan Yishi, the name does not correspond to any identifiable information. It may be just one of her many aliases. Qi Yuan sighed softly, his disappointment evident. So, I'll have to go to the Moon God Palace, he muttered to himself. Considering that he had claimed the Great Sun title, his relationship with the Moon God Palace was already strained, if not outright hostile. Visiting them was unlikely to be a warm affair. Still, if the answers he sought lay there, he had no choice but to take the risk. The unsanctified sovereign observed Qi Yuan's contemplative silence, then asked, "Other than the sovereigns, is there any other information you seek?" The mirror of myriad reflections encompasses the truths of all existence. Qi Yuan chuckled, his interest piqued. The mirror seemed nearly omniscient, but he decided to test its limits. "Can it tell me how to make a 3 nanometers chip?" he asked. The unsanctified sovereign froze momentarily, and the mirror of myriad reflections rippled faintly as if struggling to process the question. But no answer came. Qi Yuan smiled, somewhat amused. "Then, can it tell me how to help the national football team win a World Cup?" The unsanctified sovereign's expression remained neutral, but the mirror flickered briefly, as though baffled by the question. Quote. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. So, it seems you don't know everything after all. Seeing the unsanctified sovereign's silence, Qi Yuan shrugged. "I happen to be short of a mirror for my house. Interested in hanging on my wall?" Qi Yuan gazed at the mirror of myriad reflections, speaking slowly. At this moment, the unsanctified sovereign, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened them. His own consciousness returned, and his demeanor resumed its usual warmth. 10,000 Suns Supreme, you must be joking, the unsanctified sovereign replied with a small smile. "How do you know I'm joking?" Qi Yuan retorted with a faint smirk. If the unsanctified sovereign had agreed, he would have accepted the mirror graciously. If refused, he could simply dismiss it as a jest, classic double-edged humor. "Thank you for helping with the questions I asked. Consider it a favor I owe to you and the Council of Truth," Qi Yuan said seriously. He had always been someone who repaid both kindness and grudges in full. The unsanctified sovereign stood by his side and added with a solemn tone, "Although Taihuang Palace has fled to the 7th heaven, the 10,000 Suns Supreme must still exercise caution with the linear transformation. This time, it's possible that even Supremes may fall." It was rumored that Taihuang Palace had assured the Soul Hall that this iteration of the linear transformation would claim the life of a Supreme. However, considering Taihuang Palace's power alone, it seemed unlikely they could orchestrate such a feat. Thus, the Council of Truth suspected that the Soul Hall might intervene directly in this linear transformation. Otherwise, they could not fathom how a Supreme might fall. The unsanctified sovereign shared these speculations with Qi Yuan. Hearing this, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. "If they descend, all the better. I need to ask them why they're sheltering Taihuang Palace." The unsanctified sovereign's heart jolted at this bold declaration. He couldn't help but admire Qi Yuan's audacity. To the Council of Truth, even its 2 Supremes treated the Soul Hall with utmost caution, avoiding unnecessary entanglements. Yet here was the 10,000 Suns Supreme, boldly talking about confronting them. The young god sovereigns of the 6th heaven, even Supremes, may never have seen the heroic spirits of the Soul Hall. Their strength is unknown. Please proceed with care, 10,000 Suns Supreme, the unsanctified sovereign advised. A prince and a commoner must face the same law. If they're strong, does that mean they get to break the rules? Such a thing is absurd, Qi Yuan said dismissively. He resolved that once his cultivation reached its peak, he would go to the 7th heaven and personally apprehend the criminals of Taihuang Palace. Seeing Qi Yuan's determination, the unsanctified sovereign wisely chose to drop the topic. 10,000 Suns Supreme, when the linear transformation begins, we hope that the Council of Truth and Purple Fate Heaven can cooperate to weather the storm together, the unsanctified sovereign said. "No problem," Qi Yuan replied casually, showing no particular concern for the matter. At this moment, the unsanctified sovereign seemed to recall something. With a wave of his hand, he produced a small white jade vial and spoke in a low voice, 10,000 Suns Supreme, this is a collection of black demon ancestors' blood. I heard you needed it, so I've brought it as an offering. Please, accept it." The unsanctified sovereign made it clear that this gift was a personal gesture and did not represent the Council of Truth. "Oh, not bad. What is it you're after?" "Go ahead and say it," Qi Yuan said as he accepted the vial. He knew full well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. If the unsanctified sovereign was giving him the black demon ancestors' blood, there had to be a reason. The thought even crossed his mind, could this solemn old man have fallen for me? The unsanctified sovereign's eyes gleamed with joy as he said cautiously, I've heard that not long ago, Saint Wu Ming used root demon blood to push the purple fate ancestor into a root demon tribulation. In the end, it was the 10,000 Suns Supreme who helped him overcome it. Is this true? The unsanctified sovereign looked at Qi Yuan nervously, though his gaze held a faint glimmer of expectation. Yes, Qi Yuan confirmed calmly. The unsanctified sovereign was overjoyed at this answer, though he maintained a composed exterior. It was true, the 10,000 Suns Supreme could resolve a root demon tribulation. The unsanctified sovereign understood what this meant. If word spread, the supreme truth cultivators and great supreme truth cultivators of the sixth heaven would go mad with excitement. Root demon tribulation was the bane of all truth cultivators, a sword hanging perpetually over their heads. It impeded their progress and could send them plummeting into the abyss with the slightest misstep. Within the next 10,000 years, I, too, may face my root demon tribulation. Would the 10,000 Suns Supreme be willing to assist me when the time comes? The unsanctified sovereign's tone was humble, his demeanor deferential. My only concern is the timing of your tribulation, Qi Yuan said, a hint of hesitation in his voice. The unsanctified sovereign misunderstood, thinking that Qi Yuan had limits to how often he could resolve tribulations. He quickly said, I can delay it, up to 5,000 years if necessary. No need to delay, I was just saying that in 10,000 years, the root demons might be working as chefs for me, Qi Yuan quipped casually. The unsanctified sovereign froze. Root demons, working as chefs. This 10,000 Suns Supreme truly spoke without restraint. To others, root demons were incomprehensible entities, colossal even on a cosmic scale. They were beings even Supremes could not fathom. Still, he dared not question Qi Yuan's words and tentatively asked, so, no delay, then? The sooner, the better, Qi Yuan replied. Understood, the unsanctified sovereign said, his heart settling at last. Farewell, Qi Yuan said with a wave, glancing deeply at the Council of Truth before vanishing. Deep within the Council of Truth, two voices echoed in the hidden recesses. What do you think? I can't discern him. Do we stand a chance? No chance. With the gate of myriad principles in his hands, he will inevitably see through us one day. Sigh, knowing this, why did he still come to the council? Could it be, he's baiting us to act? I can't discern him, I can't discern him. The murmurs gradually faded into silence. Time passed. Qi Yuan opened his eyes. A terrifying energy surged around him. I've finally reached the 14th layer, he murmured, glancing at his arm. His gaze carried a sharp edge. Since returning from the Council of Truth, Qi Yuan had used the Black Demon Ancestor's blood provided by the Purple Fate Ancestor and the Unsanctified Sovereign to cultivate the ancestral blood scripture. Now, the scripture had reached its 14th layer. No one has ever achieved the 14th layer in the Black Demon Abyss. Of course, Qi Yuan's version of the ancestral blood scripture had been optimized, making it vastly different, and far more powerful, than the standard version. With the strength of my body now, bolstered by the 10,000 paths martial god, it should be comparable to an offensive supreme treasure, Qi Yuan mused. Still, he sighed, I'm too weak. The Soul Hall's heroic spirits terrify even supremes. Am I truly their match? And then there's Sovereign Ming, he's clearly a ruthless figure. If even they couldn't win, how could freedom, truth possibly survive alongside me? These thoughts whirled through Qi Yuan's mind. Luckily, the game is about to begin. Qi Yuan stretched lazily. The timing was almost right. But before that, he had one place to visit, the Moon God Palace. I wonder, will they try to stop me? Qi Yuan emerged from his secluded training area. He had decided to visit the Moon God Palace, but before departing, the Purple Fate Ancestor appeared with a small vial in hand. I've gathered more Black Demon Ancestor's blood, here, take it, the Purple Fate Ancestor said, offering the vial. Qi Yuan examined the contents and frowned. This isn't enough, he muttered. The final layer of the ancestral blood scripture required an astronomical amount of Black Demon Ancestor's blood, and what the Purple Fate Ancestor brought him barely made a dent. The Purple Fate Ancestor coughed awkwardly. Indeed, it's not much. However, there's been no shortage of other treasures. Recently, forces like the Council of Truth, Bai Luo Heaven, and White Dragon Abyss have been showering you with gifts. You've become the most famous figure in the sixth heaven. His face lit with undisguised joy. As a great supreme truth cultivator, the Purple Fate Ancestor had rarely basked in such glory. Though respected, he had never been the center of attention. Now, those who once viewed him with disdain greeted him warmly, their attitudes transformed by his association with Qi Yuan. Are they all trying to overcome root demon tribulations? Qi Yuan asked, his tone casual. Qi Yuan's success in helping the Purple Fate ancestor through his tribulation had drawn the attention of countless supreme truth cultivators in the sixth heaven. Many of the gifts were attempts to curry favor in hopes that he would help them survive their tribulations. Likely so, the Purple Fate ancestor replied gravely. If they want my help, they can't be my enemies, and I'll need to clean up the atmosphere in the cultivation world while I'm at it, Qi Yuan said lazily. For now, though, he wasn't in a rush to resolve these matters. I'm heading to the Moon God Palace first. Once I return, I'll fully dive into my plans. Based on Qi Yuan's calculations, the timing for his game would coincide with his return. He was eager to see how his earlier contributions to the game's development had shaped its current state. I wonder, how is the silent voice doing these days? He mused. Since he infused his blood into the game last time, he hadn't heard the silent voice again. The Purple Fate ancestor's expression turned serious. Be careful, the Moon God Palace is not like the Council of Truth. Now that you hold the Great Sun title, you are inherently at odds with them, he cautioned. Don't worry, if I can't win, I'll run, Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. With a flicker, Qi Yuan's figure vanished. At the Moon God Palace. Unlike his last visit, Qi Yuan immediately noticed the tense atmosphere upon his arrival. The Moon God Palace seemed on high alert. Standing at the forefront was Yuehu, a heavenly sovereign, one of the palace's two great supreme truth cultivators. She carried an offensive treasure and stared coldly at Qi Yuan. 10,000 Suns Supreme, what brings you to the Moon God Palace? She demanded, her tone hostile. The rivalry between the Great Sun and the Moon had existed for countless epochs. Now that Qi Yuan had claimed the Great Sun title, conflict was inevitable. I've come to meet the Moon God Sovereign, Qi Yuan said calmly. The Moon God Sovereign is unavailable, Yuehu, a heavenly sovereign retorted sharply, her sleeves flicking as her demeanor turned icy. Unbeknownst to Qi Yuan, the Moon God Sovereign was gravely injured. Yuehu, a heavenly sovereign, would never allow Qi Yuan to meet her in such a vulnerable state. Relax, I have no ill intentions, Qi Yuan said seriously. In a way, the Moon God Palace was tied to Jin Li, making them somewhat related. He had no desire for needless hostility. HMPH. Intentions don't matter when it comes to a struggle of paths, Yuehu, a heavenly sovereign, declared flatly. At their level, goodwill and hostility held little weight. In a world driven by Taoist ambitions, even the faintest opportunity could spark conflict. Just as Yuehu, a heavenly sovereign, was about to refuse him again, a soft, ethereal voice resonated from the depths of the Moon God Palace. Let him in. Yuehu, a heavenly sovereign's expression shifted drastically. Biting her lip, she hesitated before finally saying, 10,000 Suns Supreme, this way. It was clear the voice belonged to none other than the Moon God Sovereign herself. A beam of moonlight shimmered in the distance, transforming into a blue bird that circled around Qi Yuan. Carrying threads of moonlight in its beak, the bird began to lead the way deeper into the palace. Qi Yuan followed, venturing into the inner sanctum of the Moon God Palace. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. It wasn't just cold, it was a penetrating, bone-chilling frost. Frost hung in the air, and even his breath seemed to crystallize into ice. Before long, Qi Yuan found himself surrounded by glaciers and frost-covered landscapes. Every creation was encased in ice, frozen in an eerie stillness. The air was utterly still, devoid of any breeze, suffused with an oppressive, dry cold. Even Qi Yuan, despite his immense cultivation, felt his thoughts slow momentarily, as though frozen by the environment. Ahead of him lay a bed of pure ice. On the bed sat a woman, no, a being that resembled a woman. Her form was transcendent, otherworldly. She seemed carved from ice, with jade-like clarity in her body, snow-like skin, and a radiance that shone with the purity of untouched frost. Her dress, too, seemed woven from the essence of ice and snow, draping over her ethereal form. Her eyes were crystal clear, reflecting a brilliance that felt utterly untainted. The sight left an odd impression on Qi Yuan. Even if she went to the bathroom, it probably wouldn't be yellow, it'd be transparent, clear water, he thought idly. Are you the Moon God Sovereign? Qi Yuan asked, studying the ice-born entity before him. Yes, and no, the icy figure replied. They call me the Moon God Sovereign, but in truth, I am Ice Moon. Ice Moon, the Moon God Palace's strongest offensive supreme treasure. Among all offensive supreme treasures, Ice Moon ranked first. It was said that the Moon God Sovereign had relied on Ice Moon to defend the Moon God Palace against the overwhelming power of Taihuang Palace. Without it, she would have been unable to resist their might. You seek information about your master, Ruan Yishi? Ice Moon asked, her voice clear and tinged with frost. Yes, Qi Yuan nodded. There is no such person in the Moon God Palace, Ice Moon said calmly. Even among the previous generations of Moon God maidens, there was no one by that name. Then Qi Yuan trailed off, lost in thought. If she is truly from the Moon God Palace and shrouded in such mystery, then there are only two possibilities. The first is that she is so powerful that she can avoid even my detection, Ice Moon explained. Hearing this, Qi Yuan nodded. He could understand this reasoning. If he returned to his sect pretending to be a lowly disciple, even the sect master wouldn't recognize him. And the second possibility, she is the Moon God Sovereign herself. Ice Moon continued, the Moon God Palace is small. How could there be two equally mysterious figures within it? So, it is highly likely that Ruan Yishi and the Moon God Sovereign are one and the same. Qi Yuan showed no surprise at this deduction. He had long suspected this possibility. It didn't matter whether she was the Moon God Sovereign or not. What mattered was that she was still his master, and his wife. Where is she now? Qi Yuan asked. Ice Moon's expression turned complicated. She could be in the past, or in the future. But she is not in the present. In the past, or the future. Qi Yuan's thoughts churned as he processed this revelation. The stronger I grow, the more incomprehensible the world becomes, he thought bitterly. Whether it was Sovereign Ming, who had severed the sixth heaven's future, or his master, who existed outside the present, the mysteries only deepened. How can I find her? He asked. It is said that a cultivator at the fifth layer of the Yang God realm can gather all timelines of existence. If you reach the fifth layer, you may traverse time itself, return to the past or visit the future to see her, Ice Moon said softly. She studied Qi Yuan for a moment before adding, perhaps, you've already met her in the past without realizing it. Qi Yuan fell silent, countless memories flashed through his mind, but he could recall nothing concrete about Ruan Yishi's origins. However, no matter how hard Qi Yuan searched through his memories, he couldn't recall anything more about Ruan Yishi. Perhaps, like a flower quietly blooming along the roadside, her presence had once graced his journey, but he had walked past without stopping to admire it. Seems like my strength is still far too inadequate, Qi Yuan said with a self-deprecating smile. It was true, he was still at the Purple Mansion stage. Even against Supremes, he wasn't entirely confident of victory, let alone against beings from the Soul Hall or other unknown existences. Yang God Realm's fifth layer can unite all timelines. What about the third and fourth layers? What do they represent? Qi Yuan asked, curious about the greater truths of cultivation. Ice Moon shook her head gently. Such realms are beyond my understanding as a mere supreme treasure. However, I've heard whispers about the fourth layer, it represents chaos and disorder. You've seen it before. Who? Qi Yuan asked, a suspicion already forming in his mind. Root demons, Ice Moon replied solemnly. Those beings, scattered across countless universes and appearing only during root demon tribulations, are said to embody the grandeur of the fourth layer of the Yang God realm. Her voice carried a deep reverence, tinged with fear. To a cultivator at the second layer, the fourth layer is as unattainable as the heavens above. It's like a mayfly gazing at the vast sky or a frog peering out from a well at the sun and moon. Though both are considered Yang God cultivators, they are utterly different kinds of existence. Ice Moon's gaze grew distant, filled with awe and trepidation. Root demons, Qi Yuan murmured, reflecting on the beings Ice Moon described. Her explanation aligned with his earlier conjectures about these enigmatic entities. You've resolved a root demon tribulation before. I don't know how, but, Ice Moon paused briefly before continuing. You should avoid doing so too often. Though the fourth layer of the Yang God realm represents chaos and disorder, that doesn't mean the root demons will remain dormant forever. If one of them were to awaken and notice a small being like you interfering with their affairs. Her tone was serious, but there was a faint hint of amusement in her eyes, as if she found the idea both absurd and strangely entertaining. Hey, I'm not small. Qi Yuan protested, indignant. Purple Fate Ancestor had once been so awestruck that he'd stammered, big, 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 upon seeing Qi Yuan's strength. How could anyone call him small? Is there anything else you want to know? My knowledge rivals that of the mirror of myriad reflections, but I'll need to rest soon, Ice Moon said. A touch of weariness began to show on her frosty, jade-like face. How powerful are the heroic spirits of the Soul Hall? Qi Yuan asked, pressing the question that weighed on his mind. The Soul Hall, Ice Moon's eyes darkened, filled with deep unease. You've been to the heaven and earth's secret land. You should have encountered the remnant cloak soul. Yes, Qi Yuan confirmed. I suspect that in life, the remnant cloak soul was a being of the third layer of the Yang God realm, Ice Moon said. Furthermore, it bore traces of tainted blood, the blood of misfortune. That blood once attempted to invade the immortal realm but was eradicated by the Soul Hall. At the mention of this, Ice Moon's tone grew heavier, her reverence toward the Soul Hall undeniable. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression grew serious. The Soul Hall's heroic spirits weren't ordinary foes. Even if the remnant cloak soul was merely a remnant of a third-layer Yang God, its power was undeniable. And if the blood of misfortune was even stronger than that, the Soul Hall's ability to confront and eradicate such an entity spoke volumes about their terrifying strength. From what you've said, the Soul Hall is indeed powerful. Right now, I'm no match for them, Qi Yuan said frankly. At his current level, he doubted he could even contend with the remnant cloak soul, let alone the forces of the Soul Hall. If I were you, I'd enter the gate of myriad principles right away, Ice Moon suggested. That treasure isn't just the greatest supreme treasure in the immortal realm, it's also considered the purest sanctuary. Supremes are said to be as eternal as heaven and earth, their lifespans limitless. Yet throughout countless epochs, the number of Supremes who have survived within the sixth heaven can be counted on one hand. If you stay within the gate of myriad principles, you might achieve immortality, Ice Moon said with a hint of envy. We who tread the Tao seek only freedom, yet in this world, where can one find true freedom? She lamented. To us, the sixth heaven is but a cage. It's a cage we cannot escape, for to escape is to die. I've met beings from beyond this realm, they've all said that the outer universes are rife with strife and chaos. Compared to them, the sixth heaven is a sheltered paradise. But the moment our existence is discovered by beings from other universes, war is inevitable. Countless epochs ago, the immortal realm's sixth heaven was invaded and conquered by outsiders. To be strong is to face catastrophe. To be weak is to invite calamity. Ignorance is a blessing, unawareness brings peace. The more powerful one becomes, the more one realizes their insignificance. The more one understands, the more they see the futility of the immortal path, Ice Moon said, her tone heavy with despair. Qi Yuan remained calm, quietly processing her words. What Ice Moon described aligned with the dark forest theory. If a universe is discovered by a more advanced civilization, conflict is almost inevitable. In the end, cultivation was a path of both heart and resources. In many ways, resources and power dictated survival. And in this world, plunder was the unspoken melody of the immortal Tao. Yes, the cultivation world is full of bad actors. I know, Qi Yuan said with a sigh. After playing so many games, he had seen enough of these patterns. Even NPCs were often filled with hostility, let alone cultivators striving for supremacy. On every world he had visited, be it the Moonwatch continent, Flowing Wind Realm, Mortal Heart World, or Gongxing Star, the stories were the same. Wherever people existed, so too did conflict and strife. The scale might differ, but the essence was unchanged. Looks like I'll need to grow stronger and set the cultivation world straight. Qi Yuan suddenly declared with an air of determination. Rule number 1. No cursing during cultivation. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Ice Moon gave Qi Yuan a strange look. Can an offensive supreme treasure even get insulted like that? Qi Yuan paused for a moment, realizing the flaw in his logic. He quickly added, second rule, no other beings are allowed to insult each other either. Amusement flickered in Ice Moon's frosty gaze. She shifted her focus from Qi Yuan to the vast sky, her smile fading. You've overturned Taihuang Palace and disrupted the linear transformation plan. However, the linear transformation will continue regardless. You must be cautious of the Soul Hall. If the situation becomes untenable, you can retreat into the Gate of Myriad Principles, where you may find a slim chance of survival. Don't worry, I haven't broken any laws, so I'm not afraid of the Soul Hall. Qi Yuan declared confidently. The linear transformation and the Soul Hall were indeed pressing issues. The will of the immortal Tao, driven by the Soul Hall, would ignite endless slaughter across the immortal realm. Sometimes, stopping wasn't an option, even if you wanted to. When the murderous aura descended upon cultivators, there was no freedom, no escape from its grip. Even young god sovereigns, who pursued boundless freedom, were shackled and compelled to kill. You may not fear them, but what about the people around you? Your family, your fellow disciples. Ice Moon's frosty tone carried an edge of helplessness and melancholy. Qi Yuan's gaze became clear and resolute. Then I'll become a god, he said simply. A 3-story villa stood gleaming in the sunlight, its exterior tiled with white porcelain and its roof adorned with jade-like glazed tiles that shimmered brightly. The courtyard boasted clear spiritual waters and mist that clung to exotic flowers and plants, enhancing their vibrant hues. Still, the scenery paled in comparison to the woman in a crimson dress standing amidst it all, Jin Li. This is my place on the 7-colored peak. What do you think? Not bad, right? It's 220 square meters officially, but over 700 in actual area. There's a basement, a 50 square meter balcony, and a 130 square meter garden. It's right next to the Shengguang sect and just a few tens of thousands of miles from the Great Shang Kingdom. You could nap and still get there in no time. Top-tier location, top-tier transportation, and top-tier decor. After dealing with the Sixth Heavens matters, Qi Yuan had brought Jin Li to his villa at the Shengguang sect. The house had been built long ago. It was a cozy 3-story villa, and Qi Yuan was very pleased with it. Now, with Jin Li in his arms and his house before him, he felt like a winner in life. The only regret, it wasn't in a school district. It's quite elegant, Jin Li said, stepping inside the villa with a curious expression. Although she had seen many magnificent and luxurious buildings before, she approached Qi Yuan's home with genuine interest and patience. She touched the walls, the railings, and the bed, as if wanting to leave her own mark on this space. Senior brother, you're back. A lively voice rang out from outside. Zhang Lingsu, clad in a yellow dress with a golden sash around her waist, stood cheerfully below the villa. The outfit accentuated her ample figure, her curves particularly striking as her dress clung to her. Perhaps because she had just woken up or spent time alone in the mountains, she had dressed casually. The deep cleavage visible beneath her collarbone and the smooth, snowy expanse of her skin were particularly eye-catching. Yes, I'm back, Qi Yuan said, opening the window to look down at Zhang Lingsu. From his elevated view, he could see everything. His heart stirred with a mix of emotions. Indeed, trust still existed among people on the 7-colored peak. His junior sister hadn't taped. But as a gentleman, Qi Yuan quickly averted his gaze. If his junior sister trusted him, he would naturally trust her in return. This is Jin Li, a maiden of the Moon God Palace, and the in-game partner I mentioned before, Qi Yuan introduced Jin Li. Zhang Lingsu's gaze shifted to Jin Li, and her eyes flashed with amazement, followed by a brief moment of surprise. For some reason, she felt a strange, inexplicable bitterness in her heart, like the feeling of someone snatching away her childhood toy. She quickly suppressed the feeling and smiled brightly. Zhang Lingsu greets Sister Jin Li. You're truly a beauty that could topple nations. Although Zhang Lingsu was very confident in her own appearance, seeing Jin Li still made her feel a bit inadequate. Sister, you too have a beauty that can ruin cities, Jin Li responded, observing Zhang Lingsu with a smile. Not as much as you. To have captivated my senior brother to such a degree, your charms are truly unmatched, Zhang Lingsu said reflexively. After saying it, she regretted it, it sounded like she was being passive-aggressive. But upon reflection, she didn't mind. If it was passive-aggressive, so be it. She could live with that. Jin Li's gaze lingered on Zhang Lingsu, her smile alluring. She and Zhang Lingsu exchanged polite words, but her hand rested lightly on Qi Yuan's arm, her fingers tracing it as if silently conveying her emotions. If you wanted to, I'm sure you'd do even better than me, Jin Li replied. At this moment, there was none of the Moon God Maiden's usual aloofness. Instead, she exuded a worldly charm. Hey, why does it feel like there's so much tension between the two of you? Have you met before, or is it a case of one mountain not being able to house two tigers? Qi Yuan asked, sensing the subtle clash in their words. No, Jin Li answered calmly. Zhang Lingsu remained silent, and the two women seemed to let the matter drop. Junior sister, join us for dinner later. I'll take Jin Li to see the peak first, Qi Yuan invited Zhang Lingsu. If there was friction between the two, the best way to ease it was to spend more time together. Sure, Zhang Lingsu agreed with a bright smile, though ripples of emotion stirred faintly in her heart. Qi Yuan held Jin Li's delicate hand as they walked to the summit of the seven-colored peak. At the top, amidst the mists, stood elegant pavilions and terraces. Clouds swirled around the structures, creating an ethereal atmosphere, while a grand celestial palace lay hidden within the misty expanse. This is an ancient Kichun tree. Jin Li paused beneath the tree, her eyes brimming with nostalgia and longing. Memories of the past surged through her heart like a tide. This was transplanted here by my master. It's much smaller than the one on the Moonwatch continent, Qi Yuan said as he stood beside her, his tone steady but laced with a trace of wistfulness. Even his thoughts turned melancholy. Every game, he realized, was like a small life, a unique journey filled with victories and regrets. No matter how perfectly the game was completed, there were always lingering bittersweet emotions. Fortunately, his journey in the Moonwatch continent had ended on a high note. He had found her, and now her hand was in his. But what about the other games? And what about the journey ahead? Jin Li turned to look at Qi Yuan. Her once cool eyes now flickered with a flame of desire, as intense and vibrant as her red dress. Beloved, take me. It was as if the physical closeness and raw intimacy were the only way to temporarily soothe the longing that filled her heart. Under the ancient Kichun tree, the storm of emotions calmed, and time seemed to stand still. Chaos in the starry domain. Qingshan Realm, Ninghe County. A dimly lit room flickered with the small orange flame of a candle, barely illuminating a corner of the space. Black smoke curled from the wick, staining the lamp cover with soot. Huang Yansho sat with furrowed brows, his gaze fixed on the short, strange-looking old man across from him. "Are you sure there's no problem?" Huang Yansho asked. The old man, 5 feet tall and wearing a felt hat, looked absurdly comical. "Relax, young Master Huang. Once someone enters my madness asylum, there's no chance for that brat Qi Xiao to survive." This eccentric was Zhou Xiao, the director of the madness asylum in Ninghe County. Ninghe County was a small settlement under Jinan Prefecture in Jiangzhou, with a modest population of about 300,000. The madness asylum, despite its name, functioned similarly to an old-fashioned mental institution on Earth. Jiangzhou was plagued by strange and supernatural entities, and many townspeople, after encountering these eerie beings, lost their sanity, wandering madly and harming others. The local government had established the asylum to confine such individuals and prevent them from causing harm. However, the asylum didn't just hold the insane, it sometimes imprisoned those who were perfectly sane. Today, Huang Yansho had brought someone to Zhou Xiao, a target to be locked away in the asylum. That Qi Xiao brat has no parents or guardians, and no one cares if he lives or dies. But, he married into the Shen family last year. What if the Shen family starts asking questions? Huang Yansho hesitated. The Shen family was one of Jinan Prefecture's most prominent aristocratic clans, and their eldest daughter was a famous beauty on the 100 fragrance list. To everyone's shock, a month ago, the Shen family's eldest daughter had gotten married. Her new husband, none other than a destitute nobody from Ninghe County. He had entered the Shen family as a live-in son-in-law. Following orders from a certain powerful figure, Huang Yansho had arranged for this son-in-law to meet his end while visiting his hometown. The method was crude but effective. First, they falsely accused the man of lusting after a widow and framed him for her death when an eerie being struck. Though the son-in-law survived the incident, he was left in a dazed, mad state and was promptly sent to the madness asylum. The son-in-law's reputation had always been poor. He was seen as weak, incompetent, and lecherous. Even the allegations of impropriety against him were easy to believe. Don't worry, within a month, the madness asylum will experience an outbreak of eerie beings. He'll surely die. Even if the Shen family investigates, they'll find only a corpse, Zhou Xiao said, knocking on the table in thought. A month, that's too long, Huang Yansho said impatiently, pulling out a silver banknote and slipping it into Zhou Xiao's hands. Zhou Xiao's beady eyes lit up as he grinned greedily. Consider it done. 3 days, he won't survive past 3 days. Huang Yansho finally relaxed, though a flicker of disdain for Zhou Xiao crossed his mind. Zhou Xiao was nothing more than a corrupt old man with a penchant for greed and depravity. Rumor had it that some of the women imprisoned in the asylum had suffered abuse at Zhou Xiao's hands, their misfortune hidden from the world. By the way, Zhou Xiao said, his tone suddenly shifting. I seem to recall that Brat's parents were artifact craftsmen. Did his family leave behind any manuals or rare treasures? Greed gleamed in his eyes. Artifact craftsmen held a prestigious status in this world. They possessed extraordinary skills to forge powerful artifacts capable of suppressing supernatural beings. The tools of a talented craftsman were priceless, desired by all. The only reason Qi Xiao had managed to marry into the Shen family was because of his family's lineage. Without it, a man as pathetic as he wouldn't even qualify as a son-in-law. His parents have long been dead. They left behind nothing of value, Huang Yanshou replied quickly, though the truth was that any relics had already been handed over to a certain noble. That noble had reasons of their own for wanting the son-in-law eliminated, perhaps it was out of envy for his marriage or because of past grudges between their families. Just a useless pauper, then, Zhou Xiao muttered under his breath before his lips curled into a sleazy smile. Speaking of, we recently admitted a woman in her 30s. She's still nursing a child, plump and quite charming. Young Master Huang, are you interested? There's a certain allure in. Huang Yanshou shuddered. Though he enjoyed indulging in pleasures, he wasn't nearly as depraved as Zhou Xiao, who stooped to the level of preying on those deemed insane. No, thank you, Huang Yanshou replied curtly before hastily leaving. Lake Yushan, a vast expanse of azure waters. Lake Yushan, the largest lake in Jiangzhou, stretched endlessly, its rippling waters shimmering under the sun. Tens of thousands of fishing households relied on the lake for their livelihood. However, the waters were eerily quiet, with scarcely a fishing boat in sight. At a dock, a luxurious painted boat stood out among the humble fishing vessels. With its ornate design, it clearly belonged to a wealthy noble or official out for leisure. A bird suddenly descended onto the painted boat before vanishing into its cabin. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed inside. A pair of long, shapely legs stepped into view, tightly clad and exuding strength. The woman they belonged to carried an aura as cold as ice. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide with fury as she stormed forward. Miss, your husband, he's been accused of defiling a widow, encountered an eerie being, and has now been sent to the madness asylum. The woman standing at the cabin's center paused slightly. Her brows furrowed as she digested the words. Is his character truly this deplorable? She asked. Though she had married this man, they had never met, not even on their wedding day. All she knew of him were the rumors, a man of poor character, weak and useless. But now, to hear he had the audacity to commit such a crime. Disappointment flickered across her face. Miss, he's nothing but a hypocrite. Apart from a pleasing appearance, he has no redeeming qualities. The long-legged maid complained bitterly. When we were at the estate, I followed him in secret. Despite his title as the young master-in-law, he cowered at the steward's scolding, trembling like a leaf. Outside the estate, he kicked a starving 7-year-old girl out of his way. Such a vile man, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Her words came in hurried bursts, each sentence filled with indignation. The young woman listened, her disappointment deepening. So this is the legacy of Master Qi, a descendant so disgraceful. If he could see this from beyond, his spirit would. She trailed off, shaking her head. Master Qi had been a revered artifact craftsman, a figure of extraordinary skill and integrity. He had vanished under mysterious circumstances, later confirmed dead, a loss that still stirred admiration in the hearts of many, including this young woman. But to see his legacy tarnished by such an unworthy descendant. Go to Ninghe County and bring him back. I want to get to the bottom of this. The widow deserves justice, she ordered coldly, her voice carrying the chill of frost. Yes, miss, the maid replied quickly. However, hesitation flashed across her face as she glanced out at the vast lake. This Lake Yushan, do not worry, the young woman reassured her, her tone still icy but tinged with veiled fury. I will not act recklessly without absolute preparation. Her expression darkened, and investigate whether he was framed. If this is an attack against him due to his connection to me, then I bear responsibility. As for the widow's family, ensure they are taken care of properly. The maid nodded. Understood, miss. Ninghe County, Madness Asylum. The night sky was a deep black, dotted with faint and scattered stars. In a dimly lit room, Qi Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The darkness pressed in around him, broken only by the flickering glow of a distant candle. A shadowy figure moved near the candle, its faint outline eerie and unsettling. The game's notification chimed in his mind. Main quest. Play as the multitude, understand the multitude, create the multitude, that is the path to divinity. Activating the roleplay system. Assigned roles for this instance. Role 1. Qi Yuan, son-in-law of the Shen family. Role 2. Shen Lin, identity unknown. Role 3. A cleaver. Role 4. Locked. A flood of information surged into Qi Yuan's mind, and in an instant, he gained a deeper understanding of this new game and its mechanics. This role system, is it based on the blood I dripped into the game? He wondered. He suspected that the beings he was assigned to roleplay had originated from his own blood when it merged with this game world. The game's mission was perfectly aligned with his goal of godhood. The path to divinity lay in creation. But how could one create without first understanding? This game was designed to let him step into the lives of various beings, experience their struggles, and learn their truths. However, the thought of role-playing his own blood left Qi Yuan with mixed feelings. And one question stood out. How could my blood produce such a useless guy like this Qi Yuan? After absorbing the memories of this version of Qi Yuan, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. This iteration of him was a complete waste. Once again, it proves that everything I've achieved is through hard work. The first role he had to play was Qi Yuan, the son-in-law, a pathetic, despicable man. Acting as a scumbag, that's going to be tough, Qi Yuan muttered. But at least he could relate somewhat to the son-in-law aspect, thanks to countless over-the-top dramas on Blue Star. Washing the in-laws' feet and enduring slaps. Sure, that's doable, but there's no way I'm letting anyone slap me. He then examined the other roles. Shen Lin, who, or what, is that? While Qi Yuan had received clear memories of his first role, his second was a complete mystery. All he could recall were fragments, piles of corpses and endless heavenly lightning. Is Shen Lin a person? Or something else? He couldn't yet discern the nature of this role, but he knew the details would unlock as he progressed through the game. Finally, the third role left him utterly baffled. A cleaver. What in the world? Was he seriously supposed to roleplay as a kitchen knife? I already have a cleaver back at the 7-colored peak to guard my home. Now I'm supposed to be one. Shaking his head, Qi Yuan turned his attention to the new world he found himself in. It wasn't part of the sixth heaven. There were no reflections of the heavens in the starry sky above, and the constellations were unlike anything he'd seen before. This place feels like an ancient version of Blue Star, but with supernatural elements, he mused. This world was plagued by sinister beings known as eerie spirits, which wreaked havoc and spread terror. As a son-in-law, Qi Yuan had little direct experience with the extraordinary. This world has no spiritual energy, no cultivation, Qi Yuan realized after attempting to channel his techniques. Well then, looks like I'll have to rely on killing for experience. Qi Yuan quickly assessed his situation and surroundings. Without the ability to cultivate or draw upon spiritual energy, he would need to find alternative methods to grow stronger. But this wasn't Blue Star, this was a world where strange beings lurked, and battles for survival were fought with wit and power. He glanced toward the flickering light in the distance, which seemed to grow closer with each moment. The figure in the dim candlelight slowly came into focus, a short, pale-skinned old man with an unsettling grin stretched across his face. The man's complexion was unnaturally smooth, almost glossy, lacking the wrinkles of age. His entire appearance was ghastly, like a painted corpse brought to life. You're wondering where the man in this bed went, aren't you? The pale-faced elder said, his voice an eerie whisper that crawled into Qi Yuan's ears. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, realizing the old man was speaking of the Qi Yuan, whose identity he had taken over. Where is he? Qi Yuan asked, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the unease in the air. The elder's grin widened grotesquely. He's gone, completely devoured, by you, the old man said, his tone dripping with malice. The candlelight flickered violently, casting the old man's shadow in strange, twisted shapes against the wall. I devoured him, Qi Yuan echoed, arching a brow. He opened his mouth and tilted his head. Hey, check my teeth. Any bits stuck in there? The pale elder leaned closer, seemingly serious about inspecting Qi Yuan's mouth. His dark eyes glinted mischievously. No bits left. You're a clean eater, the elder muttered before grinning again. But now, Grandpa's belly is growling. Grandpa's hungry too. Qi Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a lunatic, he thought. The elder straightened up, his tone suddenly taking on an air of eerie solemnity. I know who you are, he said, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. Do you? Qi Yuan replied, not entirely sure whether this was the ramblings of madness or something more sinister. You're a god, a celestial being descended from the heavens to sprinkle blessings upon this wretched world. A benevolent deity who will deliver salvation. The elder's expression contorted strangely, a mix of reverence and pain, as if something inside him was battling for control. Qi Yuan's sharp eyes caught black threads snaking beneath the man's skin, coursing like veins of ink through his body. Suddenly, the elder's expression shifted again. He leaned in closer and whispered, "Let me follow you, O great God. Together, we can tear down this cruel and bitter world." Qi Yuan blinked. What? The old man's grin returned, manic and unsettling. "Grandpa's hungry. Grandpa wants to eat white steamed buns," Qi Yuan guessed dryly, cutting him off. "Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan stared at the old man, and at that moment, hidden information appeared before him. Chen Kangbao, age 67, former artisan. Physique, frail. Strength, minimal. This pale-faced old man, named Chen Kangbao, turned out to have been an artisan. Qi Yuan was surprised. "You're an artisan? Can you still forge magical implements?" Artisans generally held high status. Even if they became mentally unstable, their families would typically treat them like living relics, revered and cared for at home rather than abandoned to a madhouse. Could Chen Kangbao, like me, have been framed and sent to the madhouse unjustly? Qi Yuan speculated. The more he observed the old man, the more it seemed that his so-called madness was nothing more than eccentric behavior. If this counts as insanity, Qi Yuan mused, then what about someone like Purple Fate Shui? Divine Master, Chen Kangbao bent over as he spoke, his frail frame resembling a withered tree. "When I'm hungry, I forget things." He seemed genuinely convinced that Qi Yuan was a divine being. "I'm not a divine master," Qi Yuan refuted. At this moment, he was merely a purple mansion cultivator, far from the strength needed to claim divinity. But the old man simply chuckled, his pale face eerily glowing. "I understand. A divine one descending to the mortal world surely loses their powers and must conceal their identity. Master," he continued, "your humble servant." Chen Kangbao adjusted his tone and demeanor, earnestly stepping into the role of a devoted retainer. However, Qi Yuan noticed that veins bulged ominously on Chen Kangbao's neck, the blood vessels faintly darkened as though tainted by some unknown force. "Don't rush. Speak slowly," Qi Yuan said, watching him closely. Finally, Chen Kangbao ground his teeth and uttered through clenched jaws. "Your servant is starving." Qi Yuan sighed, his expression neutral. "You truly live up to your name, Kangbao. All right, fine. Honestly, I'm a bit hungry myself. Let's head to the kitchen and grab some food." Stretching lazily, Qi Yuan followed the old man. Now that he was in this game, he was limited to the frail body of a mere mortal. Even in a confrontation with an ordinary robust man, he would have to rely on his skills to eke out a victory. Against supernatural foes like weapon wielders or spectral beings, his chances were slim to none. "Follow me, master. I know where the kitchen is." Chen Kangbao quickly embraced his role, sneaking ahead like a seasoned thief. The madhouse at night was oppressively dark, illuminated only by a few dim red lanterns hanging along the corridors. The eerie silence added to the unsettling atmosphere. Chen Kangbao's pale complexion, lit by the crimson glow of the lanterns, was terrifying enough to make even the most iconic horror characters seem tame. As they made their way, Qi Yuan noticed several genuinely insane residents. One was hanging upside down from a tree, sleeping. Another was fishing in the dead of night, though there wasn't even water nearby. It was clear that this madhouse housed more than its fair share of eccentric individuals. Before long, Chen Kangbao led Qi Yuan to the kitchen. Qi Yuan hesitated. "Aren't we sneaking in like thieves?" "Master, the food in the madhouse is meant for us to eat. We're just eating ahead of time," Chen Kangbao argued, drooling as he spoke. It was clear the old man was truly hungry. "You have a point," Qi Yuan conceded with a nod. Although the kitchen door was locked, opening it was child's play for someone with Qi Yuan's skills. Inside, Chen Kangbao immediately pounced on the food like a starving wolf, ravenously devouring cold rice, steamed buns, and anything he could get his hands on. Qi Yuan, by contrast, sipped some porridge and ate a few buns before feeling satisfied. Meanwhile, Chen Kangbao continued to eat voraciously, as though trying to fill a bottomless pit. After about a quarter of an hour, Qi Yuan looked at him and asked calmly, "Are you full now?" Chen Kangbao's stomach was so round it looked as if he was pregnant. "Following you, master, ensures I'll never go hungry again." "Hey, about 60% full," the old man replied, letting out a loud belch before straightening his posture. "Master, now that we've eaten, it's time to get down to business." Though his words were serious, his pale face and grotesque expressions made him look more like a deranged clown than an earnest strategist. "You're right. I need to properly assume my roles as a son-in-law, a cleaver, and godly descent. Playing the roles of the son-in-law and cleaver seemed straightforward enough, but Qi Yuan still had no idea how to approach the role of godly descent. For now, his priority was to return to Jianan Prefecture. However, his current predicament, framed for defiling Lu widow and subsequently thrown into the madhouse, pointed to a larger conspiracy. What was the true agenda? Lost in thought, Qi Yuan felt his head ache. He turned to Chen Kangbao and asked nonchalantly, "Old man, are you smart?" Chen Kangbao immediately rubbed his stomach and replied, "I'm smart when I'm full." "Alright, let me test you. What's 97 times 97? 9,409. Chen Kangbao answered instantly, without even pausing to think. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. "What a talent, old man, your brainpower is impressive. A question like this would stump the average college student back on Blue Star. Give Zhuge Liang a million students like you, and he'd have conquered the North long ago. You're smarter than a college graduate. Your mind is a valuable asset. Would you like to be my strategist?" Chen Kangbao licked his lips. "I'll do it if there's food involved." "Deal," Qi Yuan agreed, relieved to have found a teammate in this strange game. As they planned, Qi Yuan couldn't help but notice Chen Kangbao's peculiar sense of humor. The old man suddenly whispered, "Master, where do you keep your bird, left or right?" "What bird?" Qi Yuan was momentarily confused. Then he noticed the old man glancing at his trousers. Realizing what Chen Kangbao was referring to, Qi Yuan sighed. "Master," Chen Kangbao explained, "I'm your strategist, and you're my lord. For the sake of appearances, your bird can't be on the same side as mine." "We don't need to worry about such things," Qi Yuan replied, exasperated. After a moment, he added, "And from now on, keep your comments more appropriate. You're my strategist, not a jester." "Yes, master." "Understood." Chen Kangbao straightened up, his demeanor becoming more serious. "Now that you've entrusted me with such a high honor, I must repay your trust. Currently, we're both trapped in this madhouse. The only way out is to kill the director. That old man is as rotten as his own festering scalp." When he mentioned the director, Chen Kangbao's tone was filled with both hatred and fear. "All right, go on, I'm listening," Qi Yuan said, ready to delegate the thinking. "As your strategist, I've devised a detailed plan." Chen Kangbao's three-step plan. Lure the dog away. Using a bone, Chen Kangbao would distract the director's fierce beast, a black and white mutated dog that had reportedly swallowed a full-grown man whole. Assassinate the director. Qi Yuan would sneak into the director's quarters, kill him, and take the beast control token. Uncover the conspiracy. Using the beast control token, they'd identify the mastermind behind the framing and exact revenge. "This plan, it's brilliant," Qi Yuan praised, impressed by the old man's ingenuity. Chen Kangbao, however, looked slightly confused. "Meow meow meow." He silently wondered if his master's true form was that of a divine feline, but wisely kept his thoughts to himself. That night, they began Qi Yuan's training regimen. Armed with a lantern, he waded into the muddy shores of the madhouse pond, where swarms of mosquitoes buzzed. Slap after slap, he smote countless insects, earning small but steady increments of experience. By dawn, Qi Yuan had leveled up to level 2, his physical strength noticeably improved. "Master, do we execute the plan now?" Chen Kangbao asked, eager to act. At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted them. "Two madmen plotting to kill me. How amusing." Qi Yuan looked up to see the director, an old man leading a massive mutated dog. The dog was enormous, standing as tall as a teenager, its black and white fur slick with filth. Its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint, and its wide, foul-smelling tongue lolled out of its mouth. This dog was a serious problem. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Zhou Xiao's small, wiry figure emerged from the shadows. He held the leash of the black and white mutated beast dog, his expression full of malice. His hair was disheveled, and his wrists bore scratches and bite marks, faint traces of blood still visible. The beast's white fur was stained with patches of blood, especially around its neck, where clumps of fur had coagulated into matted tufts. Zhou Xiao's gaze landed on Qi Yuan. "You're not really insane, are you?" Zhou Xiao looked visibly surprised. Although Huang Yanshou had claimed Qi Yuan's madness as the reason for sending him to the madhouse, Zhou Xiao knew that this madness was fabricated. But now, Qi Yuan was out in the dead of night, catching mosquitoes with Chen Kangbao. Could this be true insanity? Even worse, these two lunatics were conspiring to kill him. And loudly, no less. Did they not realize that his courtyard was just nearby? The mutated beast dog had heard everything long before Zhou Xiao arrived. I'm not insane, Qi Yuan replied, giving Zhou Xiao a glance. His heightened senses picked up faint traces of a woman's scent mixed with the pungent smell of death. Zhou Xiao scrutinized Qi Yuan with a knowing expression. With my 30 years of experience running this madhouse, I can tell at a glance whether someone is mad. And you've lost your mind from fear. Zhou Xiao furrowed his brow. Whether Qi Yuan was truly insane didn't matter. What mattered was that he needed to die, but not by Zhou Xiao's hand. After all, Qi Yuan was the son-in-law of the Shen family. If he died at the hands of a mutated beast, the Shen family could easily connect it back to Zhou Xiao. But if he died to a spectral entity, then there would be no consequences. Mad or not, you can live. But that man next to you, he must die. Zhou Xiao sneered, his malicious intent directed at Chen Kangbao. It had been an unfulfilling day, and Zhou Xiao was eager to kill again. Beside him, Chen Kangbao trembled in fear. Master, what do we do now? Qi Yuan's gaze lingered on the muscular frame of the mutated black and white dog. At his current strength, even after reaching level 2, he was no match for this beast. Today's lesson, Qi Yuan began, as if lecturing a student, is that plans never keep up with change. The world evolves every day, and you can never predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected crisis will come first. Look, before you even started implementing the first step of your plan, the enemy showed up. Qi Yuan's words flowed like water, undeterred by their predicament. Behind him, Chen Kangbao shrank back from the beast, fear written across his pale face. Still, he managed to stammer, but, what do we do now? That's simple. You'll hold the dog down while I go kill the old man, Qi Yuan replied casually. Me? Chen Kangbao's eyes widened in disbelief. His frail, thin frame hardly seemed suited to such a task. Zhou Xiao, observing their exchange, sneered. Lunatics. Both of you. Yes, you, Qi Yuan insisted earnestly. Don't be afraid. I just blessed you. You're now incredibly strong. All you have to do is pin the dog down, and I'll take care of the old man. I'm blessed. Chen Kangbao's eyes visibly brightened at the words. Yes, hold down the beast. With newfound courage, Chen Kangbao took a bold step forward. He laughed maniacally, declaring, I've been blessed. You're finished. He charged toward Zhou Xiao and the mutated beast dog with surprising vigor. Madman, absolute madman, Zhou Xiao scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. It was clear to him now, Qi Yuan was certifiably insane, spouting nonsense about blessings. And Chen Kangbao, equally unhinged, actually believing it. Little Huang, kill him. Zhou Xiao tugged on the leash. Qi Yuan was temporarily off limits, but Chen Kangbao was fair game. The black and white mutated dog launched itself at Chen Kangbao, its massive shadow enveloping him like a small black tiger. Chen Kangbao's eyes gleamed with zeal. Just a measly mutt, I've been blessed by a heavenly deity. Come, fight me. He flung himself toward the beast. Zhou Xiao remained calm, watching the scene unfold as though already envisioning the outcome. The mutated beast dog was a terror in the mountains, capable of overpowering even tigers. Its enormous size and strength were more than enough to kill any ordinary human, let alone this frail old man. Blessings from heaven, I'm invincible, Chen Kangbao roared and collided with the beast, his hands grappling with its massive form. What happened next stunned Zhou Xiao. The ferocious beast was pinned down by Chen Kangbao. Chen Kangbao's face lit up with unrestrained joy. I've got it, I've pinned it down. The blessing worked. Zhou Xiao was dumbfounded, his expression frozen in disbelief. He quickly regained his composure, clutching the beast control token tightly in his hand, trying to rally the dog. Useless creature, get up and fight. But no matter how much Zhou Xiao shouted or how furiously the beast thrashed, Chen Kangbao held it down with astonishing force. It was at this moment that Zhou Xiao realized something was terribly wrong. And then, he noticed Qi Yuan's calm, predatory gaze fixed squarely on him. A chill ran down Zhou Xiao's spine. Don't come any closer. Qi Yuan's expression softened into a gentle smile. No need to panic, I'm not here to hurt you. For reasons Zhou Xiao couldn't explain, Qi Yuan's serene demeanor momentarily put him at ease. Then Qi Yuan added, actually, I'm a kitchen knife. Zhou Xiao's jaw dropped. What kind of lunatic calls himself a kitchen knife? Zhou Xiao's confidence returned. I'm sane, how could I possibly lose to a madman? Let him go, Zhou Xiao tried bargaining. That dog won't hurt you. I can't, Qi Yuan replied. I'm a knife, and I want to chop things. With that, Qi Yuan lunged forward. Zhou Xiao was prepared for Qi Yuan's approach. Though no master, he had trained in martial arts and carried a dagger for self-defense. He believed himself more than capable of handling an unarmed lunatic. But Qi Yuan's speed was faster than Zhou Xiao anticipated. You're what's on the menu today. Qi Yuan's calm voice reached Zhou Xiao just before a sharp hand strike landed on his neck. The blow hit with precise force, leaving Zhou Xiao stunned and gasping. You. Before he could say more, his body crumpled to the ground. His lifeless eyes stared upward, unable to comprehend how this seemingly useless son-in-law had overpowered him with a single strike. You've cut through the metaphorical vegetable. Experience slightly increased. Qi Yuan shrugged at the cold, mechanical voice in his mind. This madhouse director was pitifully weak, only worth 50 mosquitoes, worth of experience. Indeed, killing Zhou Xiao barely moved Qi Yuan's experience bar, and he remained at level 2. Master, I've got the beast pinned down, but I can't hold it much longer. Chen Kangbao's face was flushed, the veins in his arms bulging as he used every ounce of strength he had. I'm giving you another blessing, Qi Yuan reassured him. Gripping the dagger he had taken from Zhou Xiao, Qi Yuan moved toward the struggling beast. The dog's wide eyes, filled with panic, met Qi Yuan's as the dagger plunged into its throat. The beast howled and thrashed, but after a few moments of violent convulsions, it fell still. You've heroically slain the mutated black and white dog. Experience increased. Qi Yuan narrated to himself in a mock mechanical tone. Level 3 achieved. Physical attributes enhanced. Level 4 achieved. Level 6 achieved. Physical attributes significantly enhanced. The experience gained from the beast was leagues beyond that of mosquitoes. Within moments, Qi Yuan had reached level 6. Now, his strength had grown considerably. Though he still couldn't overpower a beast of that size in raw power, his combat skills were more than sufficient to outmatch it. Well, that completes the first step of the plan, Qi Yuan declared. His newfound strength granted him a solid 600 pounds of raw punching force, far beyond any ordinary man. Chen Kangbao, meanwhile, was beside himself with excitement. Master, you're incredible. We've finished the first step. Now we'll move on to the second. His voice trailed off as realization dawned. Chen Kangbao froze in place, his pale face now tinged with panic. Master, we've made a critical mistake in our plan. Oh, Qi Yuan asked casually, flicking the blood off the dagger. What's the problem? Our second step requires interrogating Zhou Xiao to uncover the mastermind behind this plot. Chen Kangbao's voice cracked. But in the first step, you already killed him. How are we supposed to question a dead man? Chen Kangbao clutched his head like a grieving parent. It's all my fault. I made a mistake when planning. Seeing his strategist lamenting so dramatically, Qi Yuan chuckled. Don't worry, this wasn't your fault. Huh, it's simple, Qi Yuan explained, a wry smile on his face. Who sent me here under the guise of madness? The one who did that is obviously the mastermind. Chen Kangbao immediately understood. Master, you're brilliant. So, who was it? Huang Yanshou, the second son of the Huang family, Qi Yuan replied flatly. Flashes of memory filled Qi Yuan's mind, remnants from the original Qi Yuan of this world. While visiting Ninghe County to honor his ancestors, he'd crossed paths with Huang Yanshou. Huang had approached him with false friendliness, offering gifts of silver and women. The women, however, had been turned away by the timid Qi Yuan of this world. Not wanting to risk being found out by the Shen family, he'd rejected them outright. But Huang Yanshou hadn't given up. Under the pretense of camaraderie, he'd taken Qi Yuan to climb a wall late at night, right into the courtyard of a widowed woman. The night ended in disaster. A spectral entity had appeared, killing the widow and nearly claiming Qi Yuan as well. Left in a daze, Qi Yuan had been declared mad and sent to the madhouse. So it's the Huang family. Chen Kangbao exclaimed, his face clouded with worry. The Huang family is one of the most prominent households in Ninghe County. They've gained a lot of favor with the people through charity work, like distributing food to the poor. If we go against them, we must plan carefully. Otherwise. Chen Kangbao's voice trembled as he assessed the potential backlash. Then you'll make the plan, Qi Yuan said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Meanwhile, I'll continue farming mosquitoes for experience. You can leave it to me. Chen Kangbao's eyes sparkled with determination. His master's trust invigorated him, filling him with purpose. Master, what about these corpses? Chen Kangbao asked, looking at the lifeless bodies of Zhou Xiao and the beast. That's easy, Qi Yuan replied, gesturing toward the distant pond. See the fisherman over there? He hasn't caught anything all day. Let's toss the bodies onto his line. He shouldn't leave empty-handed. Qi Yuan smiled as he spoke, his tone brimming with mischief. Fishermen should never go home empty-handed. Chen Kangbao burst into laughter. Master, you're truly kind-hearted. He eagerly bent down, preparing to move the corpses. Bless me again, Master, Chen Kangbao said. With your power, I'll carry these to the fisherman's line without a hitch. Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Just hurry up, Chen Kangbao nodded vigorously, hauling the bodies toward the pond with newfound enthusiasm. Once you're done, go to bed, Qi Yuan instructed. I'll turn in soon, too. I still need sleep to recover my strength. Even as a former cultivator, Qi Yuan enjoyed the simple pleasure of a good night's sleep. Now, in this mundane world, rest was even more essential. By midday, the madhouse was in chaos. Lin Qinghe, the head constable, stood with his saber at his waist and a stern expression on his face. He stared down at the two corpses, his sharp eyes scanning for details. Nearby, the old fisherman clutched Zhou Xiao's body with a triumphant grin. Look at this catch. Have you ever seen a fish this big? His excitement drew the ire of the constables, who exchanged exasperated looks. Head constable, this guy's been parading Zhou Xiao's body around since morning, calling it the catch of the year, explained Zhou Hu, a young officer. He's clearly lost it. He spends all his time fishing here anyway. We won't get anything useful out of him. Lin Qinghe nodded in agreement. Mentally unwell individuals often muddied investigations with wild claims or misdirections. Crouching beside the corpses, Lin Qinghe carefully examined Zhou Xiao and the black and white dog. Zhou Xiao died from a precise side-handed strike to the throat, Lin Qinghe muttered. The force used was about 200 pounds. He paused, his brow furrowing. But how does someone with such mediocre strength manage to kill a beast like this with a knife? The constable's gaze lingered on the hulking dog, its throat slashed cleanly open. Theories swirled in his mind. Did a beastmaster hold the beast down while the killer delivered the final blow? But why involve someone else? And why wouldn't the beastmaster kill the creature themselves? The situation didn't make sense. The more Lin Qinghe scrutinized the evidence, the more perplexed he became. Have there been any unusual events at the madhouse recently? Lin Qinghe asked one of the attendants. The man hesitated, averting his eyes. No, sir. Before Lin Qinghe could press further, a junior officer approached, whispering in his ear, Head constable, we found half a woman's body in Zhou Xiao's courtyard. She's one of the widows sent here recently. Her injuries suggest she was mauled to death by the beast. Lin Qinghe's eyes darkened, his jaw tightening with anger. With a swift motion, he stomped on Zhou Xiao's lifeless body. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. A widow had died. Someone from the madhouse. If no one had reported the incident, the yamen wouldn't have bothered with it. After all, investigating meant spending their own resources. Working at the yamen as a constable was just a job for survival. No one was eager to take on extra responsibility. In this chaotic era, countless lives, treated as insignificant as weeds, vanished every day. How could the yamen possibly keep up with it all? Unless the deceased were people of status, or unless the weeds died en masse, the yamen wouldn't act. Lin Qinghe's sharp gaze landed on a servant. A faint aura of a weapon master flickered around him, though it was restrained. The servant, already hunched over, immediately collapsed to his knees in fear. These past few days, sir, yesterday, Qi Yuan of the Qi family was sent to the madhouse. Qi Yuan, Lin Qinghe frowned, the Shen family's live-in son-in-law. The news of Qi Yuan becoming the Shen family's son-in-law had caused a stir in Ninghe County just half a month ago. Lin Qinghe had met Qi Yuan a few times. His father had been a skilled artificer, ultimately dying in service. Even so, the residual prestige of his ancestors had allowed Qi Yuan to secure a minor position at the yamen. But this man was lazy and undisciplined, quitting after only half a month because he couldn't bear the hardship. Over the years, he had squandered his family's wealth. Becoming the Shen family's son-in-law had been his saving grace, otherwise, Lin Qinghe reckoned, it was only a matter of time before Qi Yuan's body was found in some back alley. Lin Qinghe's expression turned disdainful. He didn't for a second believe that Qi Yuan could be involved in what had happened at the madhouse. Leaving aside the strength of the black and white beast, Even Zhou Xiao, the madhouse's director, was more than Qi Yuan could handle. I've seen that Qi Yuan, Lin Qinghe said dismissively. He's useless. Unless. He paused briefly. Unless someone from the Shen family took action. But if that were the case, Qi Yuan would already be long gone. Or, unless the Shen family spent a fortune hiring a skilled alchemist to create a powerful elixir to improve his physical foundation. Standing nearby, Constable Zhou Hu nodded. He had worked under Lin Qinghe for years and was used to his methods. True, Zhou Hu agreed. I've heard rumors about Qi Yuan. He has no potential for this. If anything, he might be cannon fodder at best. Lin Qinghe gave a faint nod. Zhou Hu's loyalty and quick thinking were why he kept him close. After a moment's thought, Lin Qinghe spoke in a low voice. Zhou Hu, in a few days, I'll be transferred to the provincial capital. Would you like to come with me? The other constables overheard this and immediately turned green with envy. Lin Qinghe, unlike the rest of them, came from a prominent family. His time in Ninghe County was little more than a resume-building exercise. A move to the provincial capital was inevitable for someone of his background. Zhou Hu was taken aback, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Sir, I'd like to think about it for a bit, Zhou Hu replied hesitantly. About half an hour later, the Yamen's forces withdrew from the madhouse. As Zhou Hu followed Lin Qinghe, his face was tinged with worry. Sir, if you're willing to bring me to the provincial capital, I'll be forever in your debt. But typically, a constable's term lasts 3 years at minimum. Why leave now? Could it be related to Red Cloud Village? Lin Qinghe had been stationed in Ninghe County for 2.5 years. By all rights, he had only 6 months left before his promotion. Leaving prematurely was certainly unusual. And recently, villagers had been going missing in Red Cloud Village, a case Lin Qinghe had been investigating personally. Zhou Hu suspected a connection. You're correct, Lin Qinghe admitted. It's about Red Cloud Village. From his tone, it was clear he didn't care if anyone overheard. In this world, noble families didn't need to hide their actions. For the past month, the disappearances in Red Cloud Village have been caused by a specter, Lin Qinghe said gravely. This isn't just any specter, it's a yellow-rank specter, and not a weak one at that. At this, Zhou Hu's expression turned grim. In this world, specters were classified into 6 ranks: mortal, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and divine. Mortal-ranked specters were the weakest. Some merely sapped a man's vitality and caused minor injuries to a dozen victims at most. Yellow-ranked specters, however, were an entirely different matter. A single yellow-ranked specter could wreak havoc on a region, leading to the deaths of hundreds. County-level forces struggled to deal with such threats. A yellow-ranked specter. Zhou Hu's face turned pale. We need to evacuate the entire village. That's not possible, Lin Qinghe replied, his voice heavy with resignation. The specter is tied to an ancient well that connects to an underground river beneath the village. Nearly every villager has consumed water from that well. They're all tainted. They're as good as dead. What's more, he continued, the villagers are ceramists. Red Cloud Porcelain is a critical tribute for Mo Shan Nation, and the final batch will be completed in half a month. They can't leave. Zhou Hu stepped carefully through the muddy streets. The recent rain had turned the soil into a thick, red paste. His boots stuck with every step, the weight of his task bearing down on him. Over here, sir. A young boy named Li Xiaodan waved him over, his patched clothing flapping as he ran. The boy's face was dark from the kiln soot. Zhou Hu entered the humble, red clay dwelling. Inside, an old man lay motionless on the floor. He vomited water last night, the boy explained softly, then, he passed. Zhou Hu's face darkened. He stayed in the hut for some time, examining the scene before stepping back out. As he emerged, Xiaodan greeted him with a bowl of water. Sir, please have some water, the boy offered. Did this come from the ancient well? Zhou Hu asked. Yes, sir. Don't drink from it anymore, Zhou Hu warned. It's not clean. The boy nodded hesitantly but said nothing. He knew there was no other water source for the village. Inside Xiaodan's house, Zhou Hu's gaze landed on an odd figurine atop a small altar. What's that? He asked. You're worshipping a god. This, a merchant sold it to me, the boy stammered. He said it was the likeness of Shenline, the strongest divine weapon of the Central Plains. With all the deaths lately, I bought it in hopes it could protect me and my sister. Zhou Hu shook his head. He doubted its authenticity. Genuine relics imbued with power were far beyond the means of a poor boy like Xiaodan. But before he could speak, a sharp voice interrupted him. Shenline, that was Bai Kang Nation's national treasure. A cold-eyed woman dressed in the robes of a Taoist priestess strode into the room. Her presence was commanding, her tone disdainful. It was destroyed a century ago, she continued. Even if this figurine is genuine, it's useless. The weapon has perished. What good is its image? Her frosty gaze softened momentarily as she turned to Shouten. Child, sell me this figurine for 500 taels of silver. Do we have a deal? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. 500 taels. Li Shouten's eyes widened in disbelief, a mixture of astonishment, joy, and doubt flashing across his face. Zhou, on the other hand, looked at the Taoist-clad woman with a deeply apprehensive gaze. A weapon master. This was undoubtedly a weapon master, and not a low-ranking one. Her sudden arrival at Hongyun village. Could she be enlisted to help? You're wondering why, if the deity is dead and the statue has lost its divine essence, I'd offer such a high price. The woman asked. Li Shouten's expression grew more puzzled. Zhou also struggled to understand. The woman's gaze softened slightly as she seemed to recall something from the past. In the days when the Central Lands were united and the realm was at peace, a divine-level artificer named Sheng Nu traveled across mountains and rivers, gathering the essence of nature. She even ventured into realms beyond our world to collect celestial materials, and finally forged the artifact Divine Descent. With a heart as pure as a saint, Sheng Nu imbued Divine Descent with compassion and righteousness, and it became the national treasure of the Luoka Kingdom in the Central Lands. The Luoka Kingdom entered an unprecedented era of prosperity. With Divine Descent sweeping aside all external threats, and its melody of the divine path harmonizing the kingdom internally, the nation rose to unparalleled strength. Wait, could this Divine Descent be the legendary Judgment Deity? Zhou exclaimed, eyes wide with realization. At first, he hadn't made the connection, but as the woman spoke, everything clicked. The Luoka Kingdom didn't have just one divine artifact, and the deities worshipped by the people weren't limited to a single entity. However, none was as widely revered as the Judgment Deity. Zhou had often heard storytellers in taverns recount the tales of the Judgment Deity. These stories, celebrated across all social strata, were especially beloved by the common folk. Famous accounts like the oil merchant suing the magistrate and the courtesan who slew the third prince were endlessly popular. It was said that, centuries ago, the common people of the Luoka Kingdom lived prosperous lives. Even when dealing with government officials, they could stand tall. The emperor demanded submission, the Judgment Deity made the people rise. Thus, the Luoka Kingdom's citizens worshipped the deity en masse. The deity symbolized absolute fairness and justice. In contrast, Zhou's Ninghe County was a place where the idea of commoners suing officials was nearly unthinkable. To accuse an official was akin to patricide. Plaintiffs faced torturous punishments, including scorching irons, lashes, and beatings, before their cases could even be heard. But in the Luoka Kingdom, not only could commoners sue officials, there were even tales of courtesans defying royalty. One such tale, the courtesan who slew the third prince, was particularly renowned. The story tells of a humble washerwoman whose beauty caught the eye of the third prince during an outing. Bound by the laws upheld by the Judgment Deity, the prince couldn't openly seize her. Instead, he orchestrated a scheme to destroy her family, ultimately forcing her into a brothel, or, more accurately, a form of private captivity. One day, the prince inadvertently revealed his deeds while speaking in his sleep. The washerwoman, now a courtesan, overheard him and investigated. Upon discovering the truth, she exacted her revenge by killing the prince with a sword one night. Elsewhere, this would have been catastrophic, a courtesan murdering royalty. However, during her execution, a miracle occurred, snow fell in July. At the execution site, her friend declared her innocence and summoned a statue of the Judgment Deity. The deity, representing fairness and truth, intervened. The courtesan was declared innocent, and the officials who had failed her were punished. If Qi Yuan had heard this story, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "This Judgment Deity sounds just like an intelligent eye." Indeed, the Luoka Kingdom's governance bore a striking resemblance to rule by AI oversight. Yes, Divine Descent was also known as the Judgment Deity, the woman said, her voice tinged with sorrow. I heard that a century ago, the Luoka Kingdom was invaded by a powerful enemy. Divine Descent perished in battle. Zhou asked. When Zhou had first heard stories of the deity, he'd been deeply moved, like many virtuous individuals across the land. In fact, many of the downtrodden dreamed of traveling to the Central Lands to seek the deity's protection. That's correct, the woman replied, her expression turning cold. The artifact was destroyed, and the deity died. That same year, the royal court of the Luaka kingdom ordered all statues of the judgment deity to be destroyed. To possess one was punishable by exile, or death. A frosty smile crossed her face. Without divine descent, the Luaka kingdom surrendered to the Great Feng Empire 15 years ago. A nation that once dominated the world now offers tributes. Laughable, isn't it? Zhou felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps no one in the Luaka kingdom's royal court or nobility truly revered the deity. Only those who knelt in the mud, the common people, cherished its protection. This statue is really that amazing. Li Xiaodan, being young, focused on the deity's power rather than its downfall. True statues of divine descent are nearly extinct in the Luaka kingdom. My younger sister has always admired the deity. When I saw your statue, I thought to buy it for her, for 500 taels, the woman said calmly. Li Xiaodan hesitated. 500 taels was an astronomical sum. He instinctively turned to Zhou, hoping for advice. The woman sighed. Forget it. This statue crossed paths with you, it belongs with you. I won't buy it. Though divine descent was a relic of the past, she felt no need to burden herself, or her sister, with such memories. Li Xiaodan's eyes widened in disappointment but quickly found solace. Well, if the deity is so powerful, it'll surely protect me and my sister. He either missed or ignored her earlier words about the deity's demise. Zhou smiled faintly at the boy's optimism. As the woman walked away, Zhou hurried after her. Excuse me, are you really a weapon master? Yes, she replied curtly. Why have you come to Hongyun village? Zhou asked cautiously. That is none of your concern, she said, her icy demeanor silencing him. Zhou felt a chilling pressure. This weapon master was far from ordinary. My apologies, but as a constable of Ninghe County, I must warn you. Recently, Hongyun village has seen strange deaths, possibly linked to specters. Please, exercise caution. Be careful of the water and food here. She interrupted, a faint smile playing on her lips. You already know, Zhou gasped, his hope rekindled. Could she be the village's salvation? Do not pin your hopes on me. I travel to slay specters for my cultivation. If the situation is beyond my ability, I will not throw my life away. This specter is unusual. My life-bound artifact may not suffice. The artifacts mastered by the weapon masters are divided into two types. One is an ordinary artifact. As long as it fits, it can be used with a simple seal. There is another kind of artifact, which is the natal artifact. This kind of artifact is closely related to the weapon master, and can even grow with the weapon master. But the weapon masters with the natal artifacts are more difficult to improve than ordinary weapon masters. Not only do they need to improve themselves, but also their natal artifacts. Zhou heard this and showed an ecstatic look. Senior, if you need anything, just find me, Zhou, and I will do my best to help you. Nightfall. Two figures moved through the darkness, one tall and young, the other stooped and aged. Qi Yuan clapped his hands, his expression calm as he spoke. Wang Kaishuan, who's this person? Chen Kangbao, hunching his back, replied from behind him, not sure, but according to Huang Yanshou, it's someone from the provincial capital. Over the past few days, Qi Yuan's strength had grown significantly. Revenge is a dish best served cold, Qi Yuan mused. Under cover of darkness, he and Chen Kangbao had infiltrated the Huang family estate and captured Huang Yanshou. From him, Qi Yuan learned that the one who had orchestrated his downfall was none other than Wang Kaishuan. This game really loves its nested traps, Qi Yuan muttered under his breath. He had already pieced together some plausible motives. First, as the son-in-law of the Shen family, Qi Yuan's wife was strikingly beautiful, a fact likely to provoke envy. Wang Kaishuan's jealousy over her beauty alone could have been enough to spur his actions. Second, Qi Yuan's parents, skilled artifact craftsmen, had left behind several valuable treasures. Such assets might easily have tempted Wang Kaishuan's greed. With these two motives combined, the plot against him made sense. Now that we've dealt with him, let's head to Anshan Inn, Qi Yuan said thoughtfully. When Qi Yuan had first returned to Ninghe County for ancestral rituals, the Shen family had sent a servant to accompany him. It was time to check in with this servant and ensure he delivered a letter back to the Shen family. Qi Yuan couldn't risk letting his wife learn the full extent of his circumstances, lest she divorce him in anger. Without his position as the Shen family's son-in-law, how could Qi Yuan complete his role-playing mission? He still needed to maintain the guise of the Shen family's son-in-law, even if it meant something as absurd as washing his mother-in-law's feet. Before being sent to the asylum, Qi Yuan and the servant had stayed at the Anshan Inn. Though the night was dark, it was still relatively early. "Master, should we set the place on fire?" Chen Kangbao suggested suddenly. "After all, we've killed someone. Burning it down would tie up loose ends." Qi Yuan shook his head firmly. "No needless killing, and no destroying property. That's a serious crime." Chen Kangbao, seemingly deep in thought, nodded solemnly. "Instead of that nonsense, you should focus on crafting a better plan for dealing with specters. We can't always rely on you holding them down while I strike. That won't work forever." Qi Yuan's words rang true. If they encountered a particularly strong specter, what would happen if Chen Kangbao couldn't hold it in place? Right now, Qi Yuan's abilities were still far from sufficient. Chen Kangbao seemed to consider this for a moment. "I may not be an expert on specters, but from my perspective, when one approaches, we could try smiling to show we mean no harm. Once it feels at ease, we can gently pat its head. Most specters seem to enjoy that sort of thing, and we could use the opportunity to strike it down." Qi Yuan interrupted dryly. "And what if it attacks us first?" "Ahem, well, I'm not a professional, so my idea might have some flaws," Chen Kangbao admitted, coughing awkwardly. Qi Yuan sighed. "You'll just keep holding them down for now. You're the cutting board, and I'm the knife. All we're missing is a chef." His role-playing mission weighed heavily on his mind. After all, successfully fulfilling his role would earn him substantial rewards, something he eagerly anticipated. "What chef? Are you planning to cook for this old servant?" Chen Kangbao joked, his thoughts never straying far from food. "We'll deal with that when we return to the city," Qi Yuan replied, already formulating plans. For now, the most pressing matter was improving his strength. Once his power grew, he could better strategize his role-playing endeavors. As things stood, Qi Yuan's current physique didn't exactly scream knife. Any attempts to role-play effectively were pointless. Before long, the two arrived at the Anshan Inn. The innkeeper, recognizing Qi Yuan, seemed momentarily startled. "Qi, young Master Qi." The Qi Yuan standing before him now looked completely different from the one he had met previously. Not only had Qi Yuan's appearance and physique changed, but his aura was entirely transformed. The innkeeper studied him closely before finally confirming his identity. Qi Yuan's brief stint in the asylum hadn't been widely publicized, and the innkeeper wasn't privy to the details. "Where's Lao Zhang? Why isn't he here?" Qi Yuan asked. Lao Zhang, the Shen family's servant sent to assist him, had accompanied him during his return to Ninghe County for ancestral rites. "Zhang Yi left," the innkeeper replied quickly. "Left? On the day young Master Huang invited you for an outing, Zhang Yi checked out that evening and left." Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. "And my belongings?" "Zhang Yi took all your things with him," the innkeeper explained nervously, afraid Qi Yuan might suspect the inn of theft. "Did he now?" Qi Yuan murmured, his tone indifferent. "Master, that old Zhang has betrayed you," Chen Kangbao exclaimed. "Master gets thrown into an asylum, and he doesn't even visit or investigate. He just runs off. If it were me, I'd have stormed that asylum and rescued Master myself." Chen Kangbao leaned in close, whispering conspiratorially as if to emphasize his loyalty. Qi Yuan gave a small nod before turning to the innkeeper. "Prepare 2 upper rooms for us. Right away." Meanwhile, back at the Huang family estate, Zhou Hu frowned deeply. Huang Yanshou was dead, but who could have done it? With Lin Qinghe having left for his new post, Zhou Hu was now acting head constable. The murder of Huang Yanshou was just one of several troubling events in Ninghe County, alongside the deaths at the asylum and the strange happenings at Hongyun village. "Constable Zhou, who's the culprit?" the elderly patriarch of the Huang family asked, his hair white with age and his expression grim. "Judging by the evidence, the killer is likely a weapon master," Zhou Hu replied. "Elder Huang, had your grandson recently provoked anyone?" The patriarch's expression stiffened momentarily before he quickly replied, "No. My grandson was a kind and virtuous soul. How could he offend anyone?" "Elder Huang, are you withholding anything from me?" Zhou Hu asked, his suspicions growing. Both the asylum incident and Huang Yanshou's death seemed connected to Qi Yuan. Could it be? "This case, we won't be pursuing it. My grandson died of a sudden illness," the elder declared calmly. Zhou Hu fell silent, his thoughts swirling. His mind wandered back to the judgment deity of the Central Lands. If only such fairness still existed, perhaps things would be different. Very well, I take my leave. Zhou Hu saluted and departed. Not long after, a grieving old woman entered the Huang family's hall. Shi Fan, my son is dead, and you're just letting the killer walk free. The patriarch, Huang Shi Fan, turned to her in anger, slapping her across the face. Wasn't it your fault? I warned you countless times not to let Yanshou associate with Wang Kaishuan, but you wouldn't listen. Do you think our Huang family can compete with the clans of weapon masters? The woman collapsed to the floor, stunned. My son. This matter ends here, Huang Shifan declared coldly. He resolved to offer reparations to the Shen family. As for Huang Yanshu's death, it would be presented as punishment at his own hand, child unfit, parent to blame. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Zhou Hu left the Huang family estate, his face still clouded with unease. Do you think the death of the Huang family's young master is related to that Qi Yuan? He asked the constable walking beside him, his tone contemplative. The deaths of the asylum director and Huang Yanshou could easily be connected. Perhaps it is, the constable replied. At that moment, a short, robust middle-aged constable hurried over. Sir, Qi Yuan is missing from the asylum. It seems he really is connected to this, Zhou Hu muttered, frowning, then shaking his head. Even if there was a connection, it was none of his business. I wonder, what level of strength does the person the Shen family sent to Ninghe County possess? Zhou Hu could only hope they had sent a weapon master of the Zan rank. But realistically, this seemed impossible. The Shen family, while a prestigious clan, could hardly afford to spare a Zan rank weapon master for such a minor matter in a backwater like Ninghe County. A Zan rank weapon master was a one-person army, sharp as a tiger, unstoppable like an elephant, and divine as a dragon. Such a master could face hundreds of heavily armored soldiers in formation, and break through them alone. Why would such a fearsome war machine ever be sent here? Qi Yuan simply wasn't worth it. As for D-rank weapon masters, they were even more terrifying. A single one could sway the outcome of small-scale wars. At the inn, Qi Yuan stretched lazily. Over the past few days, he and Chen Kangbao had scoured Ninghe County in search of specters to kill. Finally, he had leveled up to 30. I feel strange. It's as if I've reached the equivalent of the Foundation Establishment realm, but my combat power doesn't seem to match that of the Immortal World's Foundation Establishment cultivators. Could it be because this world's rules are different? Qi Yuan pondered the matter but soon dismissed his theory. I have no proper frame of reference, he mused. For instance, if he could punch with a force of 1 jin, what if, in this universe, a stone weighing 1 jin was heavier than an entire star in the immortal world? Or what if, despite appearing to be less than 2 meters tall, his size relative to this universe meant he was larger than a sun in another? Such possibilities weren't entirely far-fetched. In this world's power system, I'd probably qualify as a Huang rank weapon master now, Qi Yuan speculated. Ninghe County did have a few weapon masters, albeit weak ones. Qi Yuan had secretly observed them before. Based on their performance and without factoring in combat experience, levels 1 to 29 roughly corresponded to fan rank weapon masters. Levels 30 to 59, he guessed, aligned with Huang rank weapon masters. Each 30 levels seemed to represent a major tier, with 10 levels marking early, mid, and late stages within each tier. Who would have thought I'd awaken a major skill this time? In the Moonwatch continent, Qi Yuan had gained minor skills every 10 levels and a major skill every 30 levels. These included abilities like Overbearing Strength, Sky-Cleaving Blade Art, and Radiant Death. Here, none of the minor skills had awakened. However, upon reaching level 30, Overbearing Strength, one of his major skills, had returned. Additionally, Qi Yuan had awakened a new skill, Endless Transformations. As the name suggested, it was a shape-shifting ability. By activating it, Qi Yuan could transform into anything, just as Immortal World cultivators could. He could even become something as mundane as a blade of grass. While this skill might seem trivial in the Immortal World, where high-level cultivators could transform at will, it was extraordinary in this realm. Based on Qi Yuan's memories, even D-rank weapon masters in this world can only change their appearance or restructure their bones. But with endless transformations, I could become literally anything, given sufficient power. In this world, Zan rank weapon masters were elite forces of a faction. D-rank weapon masters were regional overlords. The Ning Kingdom was weak, controlling only 3 provinces. Each province had about 7 prefectures. Jining Prefecture was part of Zhang Province, which now had only 3 prefectures remaining. The others had been ceded to the Masheng Kingdom. With the Ning royal family's waning power, they hadn't produced a Tian rank weapon master in years, leaving them unable to suppress the powerful noble clans and sects. Any clan or sect boasting a D rank weapon master was a juggernaut in the Ning Kingdom, capable of challenging the royal family, albeit cautiously. In Jining Prefecture, one of the 9 noble families was the Shen family, which had a D rank weapon master. Endless transformations. Qi Yuan activated his skill. In an instant, the room's atmosphere shifted, and he transformed into a large kitchen knife. If any D-rank weapon master had seen this, they would have been shocked beyond belief, finding it utterly incomprehensible. Chen Kangbao, munching on a steamed bun, stared at the knife with a confused expression. "Master, why did you turn into a kitchen knife?" For him, the sight of Qi Yuan transforming was unsurprising. After all, his master was a divine being incarnate. "I'm role-playing as a kitchen knife," replied the knife, which had sprouted a mouth. The scene resembled a crude special effect from a low-budget video. "It seems I'm still too weak. I can only transform into things of a similar size." Qi Yuan sighed. Had he been stronger, he could have turned into a cell nucleus inside an enemy. At that point, they'd never be able to find him. Still, the ability to transform into a kitchen knife was a boon. It would make role-playing much easier. "I can transform into a knife, but could I also become Shenline?" The thought struck him suddenly. Qi Yuan had no idea what Shenline truly was, but with endless transformations, he could at least take its shape. He activated the skill once more. Suddenly, a profound and overwhelming aura filled the air. Qi Yuan's thoughts cleared as whispers and murmurs flooded his ears. It was as though tens of thousands of monks were chanting simultaneously. Though most of the voices were faint and incomprehensible, one stood out. It was the soft voice of a young boy. "People in Hongyun village keep dying. God, please protect me." Following the voice, Qi Yuan's gaze extended outward. In Hongyun village, a young boy named Li Xiaodan knelt before a crude deity statue in a dilapidated house. Suddenly, he shivered as he sensed the statue's eyes come alive, staring directly at him. The sensation was eerie and sent chills down his spine. "Am I imagining things? Or?" Li Xiaodan cautiously eyed the statue, filled with apprehension. Suddenly, the statue emitted a faint red light. A cold, emotionless voice spoke. "I am not a god. Do not worship me." "Ah!" Terrified, Li Xiaodan screamed and fled the house. In the distant central lands of the Luoka kingdom, chaos erupted in the royal court. "Shenline, didn't it shatter into countless fragments and get thrown into the yellow springs and blazing tomb? How can its aura resurface? Is the Judgment Society trying to revive it? Send someone to Ning Kingdom immediately. Luoka has no need for gods, only a king." Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the court, an emaciated old man knelt, tears streaming down his face. God's aura. Could it be? God lives again. His posture was devout, trembling with reverence. He was like the most loyal of believers. "God, it has been 100 years. The world has forgotten your name. Allow this old servant to offer his blood, to rekindle Shenline." That day, warriors from the royal court and ascetic weapon masters from the Judgment Society began their journey to the Ning Kingdom. Qi Yuan deactivated endless transformations, his eyes filled with curiosity. A statue, Hanyun village. He pieced together a few guesses about Shenline's identity. "Master," Chen Kangbao said reverently, "just now, it was as if you descended to this world like a god." "Are there specters in Hanyun village?" Qi Yuan asked, recalling the boy's prayer. "I'll investigate at once," Chen Kangbao replied. "No need. Whether there are or not, we'll head there tomorrow." Qi Yuan waved it off casually. Specters might terrify ordinary people, but Qi Yuan had no fear. The next morning, Qi Yuan was awakened by loud banging at his door. He yawned groggily. "Who is it?" The door burst open, revealing a tall woman with an icy expression and a sword case strapped to her back. Her long legs, powerful and striking, seemed capable of crushing someone to death. Her frosty demeanor filled the room as she entered. "Ji Shuang, it's you," Qi Yuan exclaimed, startled. "Did you come here to help your young master dress? Everyone is equal, there's no need for such formalities." Ji Shuang's arrival sent a chill down Qi Yuan's spine. She was the Shen family's eldest daughter's maid, but no ordinary servant, she was a weapon master. Back when Qi Yuan had married into the Shen family, his bride had been absent from the wedding ceremony, with Ji Shuang standing in her place. Ji Shuang's gaze was frosty, her expression colder than the steel of her sword. As she stared at Qi Yuan, there was both disdain and suspicion in her eyes. The man before her, casual, indifferent, and even teasing, felt like a completely different person from the cowardly, groveling groom she remembered. Master Qi, Miss Shen has heard about your escapades in Ninghe County. She's deeply disappointed, Ji Shuang said icily. She has instructed me to hear the truth from your own lips. Are you referring to that widow's incident? I didn't do it. Qi Yuan's tone was flat, his expression unreadable. Master Qi, you've let everyone down. Ji Shuang's icy stare intensified. Uncle said he saw you with his own eyes, forcing yourself on that widow. When he tried to stop you, you kicked him. The scar on his forehead is still there. On her way to Ninghe County, Ji Shuang had met Uncle Zhang and heard the entire account. The more she learned, the more contempt she felt for Qi Yuan. That thick-browed and honest-looking guy dared to frame me. Qi Yuan muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. He was about to let the matter slide when it hit him. He was supposed to be playing the role of the Shen family's live-in son-in-law. If he wanted to fulfill his mission, he couldn't appear indifferent. In an instant, his demeanor shifted. He dropped his head slightly and adopted a pitiful expression, his tone meek and pleading. Sister Ji Shuang, I've been wronged. Someone's framing me. As expected, the progress bar for his role-playing task nudged forward. He glanced at Ji Shuang's strong legs, briefly considering throwing himself at her feet to beg. But on second thought, he discarded the idea. After all, she had traveled all the way from the provincial city to Ninghe County, likely without much rest. Her feet must be sweaty and odorous. He didn't want to risk the smell ruining his appetite. Ji Shuang, however, seemed utterly unimpressed by Qi Yuan's theatrics. The glimmer of disdain in her eyes deepened as she snorted, why would Uncle Zhang lie about you? Master Qi, if you could just own up to your mistakes, perhaps Miss Shen would still think you had a shred of integrity. It was Wang Kaishuan, Qi Yuan suddenly interjected. His voice carried conviction, and for a moment, Ji Shuang's expression wavered. She frowned deeply. The name Wang Kaishuan gave her pause. This wasn't a name Qi Yuan would dare throw around lightly. If nothing else, it indicated that there might be more to this situation than met the eye. Master Qi, she said, her tone softening ever so slightly, you'll have to return with me to the provincial city. Miss Shen will look into this matter herself. Can't it wait a few days? Qi Yuan asked, testing her resolve. No, Ji Shuang replied sharply, her tone brooked no argument. The urgency in her voice left no room for negotiation. She intended to escort Qi Yuan back to the Shen family estate as soon as possible, then head to Yeshan Lake for her next mission. Qi Yuan hesitated. With his current level of strength, he still had tasks to complete in Ninghe County, particularly the trip to Hongyan village. Sister Ji Shuang, he tried again, this time inflecting his voice with exaggerated pleading, I just need a little time. Ji Shuang's reaction was immediate. A flash of disgust crossed her face as she replied coldly, no. Before Ji Shuang could react, Qi Yuan moved. Fine, he murmured, almost apologetically. Then, in a blur of motion, he struck. Ji Shuang's expression froze, her body collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. Standing over her unconscious form, Qi Yuan let out a resigned sigh. Now it's fine, isn't it? From the doorway, Chen Kengbao appeared, still chewing on a half-eaten steamed bun. His eyes flicked briefly to Ji Shuang's motionless body, but his expression remained calm, as though such scenes were a daily occurrence. Master, the matter of Hongyan village has been investigated. We can leave whenever you're ready, Chen Kengbao said casually, crumbs falling from his mouth. Good, Qi Yuan replied, nodding. Are you leaving her here, Master? Chen Kengbao asked, gesturing to Ji Shuang. No, she's unconscious and defenseless. If someone drags her off into the woods, it'll ruin her reputation, and mine along with it. She'll have to come with us. Carrying a woman around might make us look suspicious, don't you think? She's not a woman, she's my weapon, Qi Yuan replied with a smirk. Besides, I don't have a proper weapon yet, and her physique seems sturdy enough. With that, Qi Yuan activated his endless transformation skill. A moment later, Ji Shuang's body shimmered and morphed. In her place was now a massive spear. The weapon gleamed with a cold, silvery light, its sharp edge exuding a deadly aura. Chen Kengbao blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Master, you're carrying a human weapon. Of course, a top-notch spear like this. It'd be a waste to leave her behind, Qi Yuan said, gripping the spear lightly. As he hefted the weapon, he chuckled to himself. I'll have to be careful, though. Don't want to accidentally cross any lines. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. This spear. Chen Kangbao stared at the weapon in Qi Yuan's hand, his goatee trembling. The spear was long, cold, and exuded an ominous aura. Its tip gleamed with a biting chill, and the shaft was etched with intricate patterns. Sunlight streamed through the window, reflecting off the spear's surface and giving it an almost ethereal glow. The chill emanating from the weapon was so intense it seemed to seep into the room. Qi Yuan held the spear calmly, his expression indifferent. Too bad this spear doesn't have a trigger. A spear you can fire would be much better. He sighed as though genuinely disappointed. If he could transform Ji Shuang into a sniper rifle, perhaps a Barrett M82 or something similar, it would be far more practical. But without bullets, pulling the trigger would accomplish nothing. What could it do? Squirt water? The firepower would be laughable. A proper spear was the better choice. How's the situation in Red Cloud Village? Qi Yuan asked as he prepared to leave. Master, we can talk on the way, Chen Kangbao replied. All right. Bang. Qi Yuan smacked into the doorframe, the spear's length blocking his exit. Carrying the spear horizontally, it got stuck, slamming into the wall. He couldn't get through. Seeing this, Chen Kangbao quickly suggested, Master, maybe you should carry it upright. The door's too narrow, but it's tall enough. No need, I'll wrap it around my waist, Qi Yuan said. Chen Kangbao. Sure enough, Qi Yuan coiled the spear around his waist, giving him a bulging appearance. Before leaving, he used endless transformations to mask the shape, preventing unwanted attention. After all, Qi Yuan preferred to keep a low profile. However, some things couldn't be hidden. Just like the way an overly large bust inevitably draws attention, the sight of Qi Yuan with the massive, coiled weapon immediately caught the eyes of onlookers. What is he carrying around his waist? Strange. Could it be some kind of treasure? At the inn below, diners began murmuring among themselves, their curiosity piqued. Standing tall, Chen Kangbao puffed out his chest and declared, My master carries a long spear wrapped around his waist. A long spear? A middle-aged woman from the martial world gasped, her hands flying to cover her mouth. Her ears reddened as she stole glances at Qi Yuan, her eyes sparkling. So big. Unbelievable. Amid the astonished murmurs, Qi Yuan and Chen Kangbao left the inn. Recently, there've been a string of deaths in Red Cloud Village. The locals say it's the work of a specter, Chen Kangbao reported. Specter. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Back in the Immortal realm, such creatures rarely qualified as proper adversaries. But this was a game world. Standards were lower, and Qi Yuan didn't need to be so selective. Indeed, a specter. Chen Kangbao nodded earnestly. I bribed some clerks at the local office and got access to their records. Here's what I found. All the victims died at night. In every case, neighbors reported hearing a continuous sound of running water shortly before the deaths. Get to the point, Qi Yuan said impatiently. He wasn't one to judge a specter by its origins or backstory. While some might fuss over factors like gender, family background, or social class, Qi Yuan was an equal opportunist when it came to sending specters on their way. Even if a specter had a gambling father, a cancer-stricken mother, and a delinquent brother, as long as it fell into his hands, he would graciously expedite its journey to the afterlife. Quote. Its strength is unknown, Chen Kangbao admitted sheepishly. Tonight, no extra buns for you. Qi Yuan snapped. This so-called advisor of his was proving utterly incompetent. All he ever thought about was food, never doing any real work. Master, just one bun less. No. Chen Kangbao's face fell. Skipping one bun at dinner, wouldn't that mean going hungry? Master, can specters be eaten? Chen Kangbao asked hesitantly, already scheming how to secure his next meal. Everything in this world can be eaten, Qi Yuan declared sagely. The real question is whether it'll kill you afterward. Ah, I see. Chen Kangbao seemed enlightened but still worried. Then how do we eat it safely? Fry it, roast it under the sun. Qi Yuan mused aloud. If it's cooked at high temperatures, wouldn't that kill any poison? Of course, he was merely speculating. As he considered this, a peculiar idea struck him. He already had fire and light, like the sun. The spear symbolized a proper kitchen tool. A specter could serve as the dish. Perhaps he should open a restaurant. Wasn't food service the classic starting point for entrepreneurs in unfamiliar worlds? Meanwhile, the Taoist nun stood atop a hill overlooking the village. Her frosty expression betrayed her concern. Her pupils glowed faintly red as she surveyed the scene. The village lay quiet beneath the shade of towering silver fir trees. Smoke spiraled from chimneys into the overcast sky, which was shrouded in a dim, gray haze. But through her enhanced vision, the nun could see what the average person could not. All across Red Cloud Village, tiny black dots floated in the air. There were hundreds, no, thousands of them. The smallest were no larger than a mosquito. The largest were the size of an egg. "They're growing," she muttered grimly. "When they reach the size of a fist, the specter will claim its next victim." Her gaze shifted toward an old well in the heart of the village. A flicker of unease crossed her face. "That place, it's the source," she whispered. She could sense a powerful specter lurking there. Even from this distance, its malignant aura sent chills down her spine, as though countless unseen eyes were fixated on her. "Have you uncovered anything useful?" the nun asked sharply, turning to Johu. Johu nodded, but his expression was troubled. "It's a long story. Based on our records, that well has been tied to 3 deaths in the past 100 years. He launched into a detailed recounting, but midway through, the nun suddenly stiffened. "What is it, Senior?" Johu asked anxiously. "There are 2 unusual individuals entering the village," she said, her voice tense. "Are they allies, enemies, or just passers-by?" The nun shook her head. "I'm going to find out." She leapt from her vantage point and strode toward the village. At that moment, Chi Yuan was already inside Red Cloud Village. He walked down a muddy path, his gaze fixed on a dilapidated house ahead. Inside, he sensed 2 people, a boy and a young girl, no older than 6 or 7. Both looked malnourished, their skin darkened by sun and grime. Chi Yuan knocked on the door. Inside, Li Xiaodan froze. His hand hovered over the door latch as he whispered nervously, "Who is it?" "I've come to settle some karmic debts," Chi Yuan replied evenly. Li Xiaodan hesitated. Those words made no sense to him. "Can you tell me the origin of the statue in your home?" "Don't worry, I'm here to help," Chi Yuan added with a reassuring smile. After a long pause, Li Xiaodan opened the door slightly. Reluctantly, he explained, "It's called divine descent. It's a god from the kingdom of Luoxia." He recounted everything the Taoist nun had told him, holding nothing back. Chi Yuan listened in silence. An artifact, he mused, his tone unreadable. It seemed the role he was playing, divine descent, was more than a mere title. It was the name of a powerful divine weapon. If it's a divine weapon, then I should act as if I'm a god, Chi Yuan thought. Although his cultivation was only at the Purple Mansion stage, far from the power of a god, his disguise could make up for the gap. "Child," Chi Yuan said, his voice calm but commanding. "Do you recognize me?" Li Xiaodan hesitated, unsure what to say. "Then tell me, do I look like a man or a god?" "I think you look like a god," Li Xiaodan stammered, not daring to offend this stranger. For a fleeting moment, Chi Yuan's progress bar for playing divine descent inched forward. At last, his meticulous performance was paying off. "Do not fear, for I am a god who listens to the prayers of the world," Chi Yuan declared, exuding an aura of divine authority. Li Xiaodan blinked in confusion, his instincts screaming at him to stay quiet. With a soft sigh, Chi Yuan turned away. "Come," he ordered Chen Kangbao, leaving the boy behind. As they walked, Chen Kangbao muttered, "Master, mortals are so blind to true divinity." "That's because they lack the vision to see my angels and warriors," Chi Yuan replied, shaking his head. If this were any other situation, Chi Yuan wouldn't care about appearances. But to play divine descent, he needed to convince others of his godhood. "Well, if you lack drones, you build them yourself," Chi Yuan mused. "Let's find a swamp with plenty of mosquitoes," he announced. What better way to craft his angels than to use what nature provided? About half an hour later, the Taoist nun reached the edge of Red Cloud Village. Her cold, emotionless expression remained steady, though her mind was a whirl of calculations. "Who were those 2 men, and what did they want with you?" she asked Li Xiaodan directly. Li Xiaodan hesitated, his face pale. "One of them seemed off. He asked me about the statue in my home." "The statue?" The nun's brow furrowed. Even a lifeless statue of divine descent could attract interest, as it carried faint remnants of divine energy. "What else did he say?" she pressed. Li Xiaodan, nervous and unsure, recounted the conversation in detail. "He also asked me if I thought he was human or a god. And then he said something about fulfilling my wishes. He seemed crazy." The nun's frown deepened. Something about the man's behavior didn't align with any known weapon master protocol. Yesterday, Li Xiaodan added hesitantly, I think the statue spoke to me. The nun's gaze sharpened. It spoke. And what did it say? Li Xiaodan hesitated, his voice trembling. It said, I am not a god. The nun froze for a moment, her mind racing. If it were anyone else, she would dismiss it as a child's imagination. But this boy's fearful tone didn't seem fabricated. Impossible, she said finally. Gods are dead. Statues don't speak. What you heard was a figment of your imagination. Still, doubt lingered in her heart. Could this be some anomaly? Before she could press further, Li Xiaodan gasped, his eyes widening in terror. What's wrong? Li Xiaodan pointed toward the distant sky. Over there. The nun turned to look, her expression hardening. In the sky, the sound of whirring wings filled the air, and the villagers of Red Cloud Village began to panic. A figure floated through the air, seated as if on a divine chariot. The man was elegant and ethereal, his calm gaze exuding an aura of quiet majesty. Qi Yuan. Surrounding him was a swarm of strange objects, steel constructs that flapped their metallic wings like birds. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of them, their silver surfaces gleaming in the dim light as they carried him across the sky. Tengyan Jiwu, riding the clouds and summoning mist, the nun thought, her instinct screaming in alarm. Only a weapon master of the Zan rank or higher could achieve flight. But this. She squinted at the strange birds, carrying Qi Yuan. Not clouds, not mist. What are those? The villagers stared in stunned silence, some dropping to their knees in reverence. They had never seen such a sight in their lives. What is that? Those flying things, are they some kind of divine beast? Great heavens, could this be a god descending to the mortal realm? As the metallic swarm circled above, Qi Yuan's calm voice echoed across the entire village. I am the god who has come to cleanse this land of specters. You need not kneel before me. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The divine proclamation rolled through the air, majestic and captivating, carrying an inexplicable allure. The villagers of Red Cloud Village, trembling in awe, dared not rise. The buzzing steel constructs flying in the air shattered their comprehension of the world. Even ordinary weapon masters couldn't command such a spectacle. The ability to fly alone had already broken the boundaries of their understanding. Li Xiaodan, overwhelmed by the sight, knelt and prostrated himself. The Taoist nun, standing tall, her peach-shaped eyes tinged with suspicion, eventually looked at the man in the air and sneered, what a charade. She couldn't detect any trace of divinity emanating from him. How could someone without divine aura claim to be a god? In her mind, this man was a charlatan, skilled, perhaps, but still a fraud. The man's gaze fell on her, steady and wordless. Chen Kangbao stepped forward and declared, these are heavenly angels. The numerous flying constructs, resembling intelligent beings, hovered and danced through the air. Most of the villagers didn't dare to look directly at these angels, though a few brave ones sneaked cautious glances. What kind of technique is this? The Taoist nun muttered, clearly unconvinced. Without divine aura, how could this man be a god? Her skepticism deepened, unable to understand the scene before her. Heavenly powers are beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Chen Kangbao proclaimed, adopting the reverence of a devout follower as he stood by Qi Yuan's side. The Taoist nun squinted, her eyes flashing red as she tried to discern the truth about Qi Yuan and Chen Kangbao. Unfortunately, her skills in perception weren't advanced, nor did she have any specialized tools for this purpose, leaving her unable to uncover anything unusual. Seated loftily on his platform, of mosquito and bird-like constructs, created through endless transformation, Qi Yuan pondered his performance. This still isn't perfect, he mused. I should add some entrance music, or maybe a dramatic BGM. To increase his progress bar, in playing the role of a god, Qi Yuan knew he had to fully embody the part, complete with dazzling effects and grand illusions. Colorful lights, divine music, such theatrics would easily fool this world's inhabitants. After all, while this world's people possessed physical power and mystical abilities, they lacked true divine wonders. On top of that, the laws of this world were peculiar, even spell scrolls crafted here were little more than useless scraps of paper. This lack of understanding gave Qi Yuan the perfect opportunity to excel in his role as a god. The god has a heart of compassion. Unable to bear the suffering of mortals, he has descended to the world in his divine body to suppress the specters. Red Cloud Village has been plagued by specters, its people's prayers echoing day and night. Today, the god has descended, bringing clarity and peace to the world. As the buzzing constructs added a droning backdrop, Chen Kangbao's loud voice boomed, full of confidence. Li Xiaodan, face full of awe and fear, knelt lower to the ground, trembling with emotion. The other villagers, too, felt waves of gratitude fill their hearts. For days, the specter had terrorized Red Cloud Village, leaving death and darkness in its wake. Now, a god had descended to save them. How could they not be overjoyed? Is the god here to save us? Oh, Divine One, we offer our humble prayers. Their voices, trembling with reverence, echoed their gratitude. Yet as Qi Yuan listened more carefully, his superhuman hearing picked up on some rather chaotic inner thoughts. Can I make a wish to this god? I want to marry 3 wives. I hope to get a free visit to the brothel's top courtesan. I wish my parents good health and lifelong prosperity. They've made me a wish-granting machine, Qi Yuan thought, feeling somewhat amused. Though playing the role of a god required fulfilling the prayers of his believers, his role as the divine descent avatar limited him to answering the prayers of those with a divine idol. Anyone else? Out of luck. I didn't expect my purple mansion breakthrough ability to be so useful in this world, he thought. When Qi Yuan had reached the purple mansion stage, he gained a peculiar ability. Any words he spoke could randomly reach the ears of specific people. Additionally, any voices he overheard could produce strange effects when he responded. For example, back in the Kanglan realm, he had once overheard a shut-in cultivator longing for a loyal and affectionate partner. When Qi Yuan casually replied, "Granted," a peculiar toy suddenly appeared beside the cultivator. Now, with this ability in a game-like world, its utility was unparalleled. You want to slay the specter plaguing Red Cloud Village? The Taoist nun asked, startled. While she couldn't see through Qi Yuan's theatrics, defeating the specter was no trivial matter. One misstep could lead to death or even hasten the village's destruction. Specters commit evil deeds, and the prayers of believers have reached the heavens. Thus, the divine has descended to eradicate the specter. Chen Kangbao continued as Qi Yuan's self-proclaimed herald. The Taoist nun approached Qi Yuan, her gaze scrutinizing him. Nearby, Zhou Hu finally arrived, his expression a mix of doubt and astonishment as he took in the scene. Having never met Qi Yuan, and with Qi Yuan's face partially obscured by glowing light, Zhou Hu failed to connect him to the infamous former live-in son-in-law. I don't know what your intentions are, the Taoist nun said sternly, but the specter in Red Cloud Village is no ordinary foe. It has touched upon the domain of the divine soul. Without a Zan tier weapon master, there's no way to counter it. She explained the tiers of power. Mortal tier weapon masters were still within human limitations. Yellow tier masters were considered transcendent. Zan tier masters, however, had refined their divine souls, making them nigh invulnerable to specters. Red Cloud Village's specter, while technically yellow tier, had gained some access to the divine soul realm. Its soul attacks were devastating, ordinary weapon masters wouldn't stand a chance. Qi Yuan smirked at the warning. Defeating a mere specter requires so much deliberation. What a disgrace. A god must act like me, with style. The Taoist nun rolled her eyes. Godly beings might be mysterious and grand, but what kind of god brags about their own elegance? Divine powers don't need weapons. The god has his divine spear. Chen Kangbao declared, his voice booming. Then, he shouted into the heavens. Specter of Red Cloud Village. Come forth and meet your end. The Taoist nun's expression darkened instantly. Are you insane? Her fears were realized as a faint red mist began rising from the village. From the ancient well came a haunting wail, interspersed with soft, eerie sobs and labored breathing. The well overflowed with water as an ethereal figure emerged, a woman with cascading black hair, her pale face twisted into an expression of seductive malice. Her tattered robes barely clung to her body, revealing whip marks crisscrossing her flesh. Her bloodied back radiated both cruelty and allure. The Taoist nun shivered at the oppressive aura. Her thoughts raced. This specter must have been the victim of heinous acts, a life snuffed out in violence, her body discarded in the well. Meanwhile, Chen Kangbao's eyes lit up. Master, grant me your blessing. I must hold this specter close, tight and proper. Qi Yuan ignored Chen Kangbao's antics, gripping his spear. Bold fiend, I can tell at a glance, you're no human. He charged forward, spear in hand, stepping onto his flying constructs for support. The Taoist nun shouted a warning. Be careful, her attacks target the soul. The specter's laughter filled the air as the world seemed to twist and warp, her soul attacks plunging all who dared to fight her into an endless nightmare. But Qi Yuan strode forward, unfazed. Is this all? he taunted, breaking through her illusion. The specter faltered, confusion flashing in her ghostly eyes. Her greatest weapon had failed. Why is he immune to her attacks? The Taoist nun whispered, stunned. From the well came the sound of rushing water, followed by more ghostly figures. One after another, pale women with flowing black hair and whip-marked bodies climbed out, their hollow eyes burning with hatred. 87 in total. The Taoist nun's face went pale. This isn't just a specter. This is a breeding ground for evil spirits. Qi Yuan's response. A wide grin. What luck, so many white moonlights in one place. With a wave of his hand, crimson armor enveloped his body, his figure towering over the battlefield. Today, I will show you what it means to be a god. Clad in divine crimson armor, Qi Yuan unleashed devastation. His spear pierced through specter after specter, each strike precise and lethal. The villagers knelt in awe, chanting their praises. Praise the god, praise the divine. Even the Taoist nun was dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? After a relentless quarter-hour of combat, only one specter remained. Qi Yuan approached, his voice cold. In your next life, remember to serve as my white moonlight. With a single thrust, the final specter fell. Turning away, Qi Yuan left behind only one last remark. Next time, bring all your sisters. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. 87 female specters had been slain. The figure clad in blood-red armor sat loftily in midair, his expression cold and unyielding. With a spear in his hand, he looked every bit like a god descended to earth. The horrifying, chilling specters had stood no chance against him. The villagers and laborers witnessing this scene were all prostrate on the ground, crying out in reverence. Divine being, this is truly a god. The woman dressed as a Taoist priestess stood in stunned silence, her mind shaken by the display. What kind of technique was this, to make such an impossible feat seem effortless? 87 specters, each at the high stage of the yellow tier, had been defeated. Their combined soul attacks, capable of instilling fear in even a top-ranked D-tier weapon master, would have easily overwhelmed a Zon-tier powerhouse. Even the most skilled dominators of a region would have met their demise under such an onslaught. Yet, against this blood-red armored figure, their soul attacks had no effect at all. Could he truly be a god? What's more, his combat techniques were flawless, executed with an elegance as fluid as flowing water. Although his strength and speed seemed inferior to the specters, he effortlessly outmaneuvered and overwhelmed all 87 of them. The perfection of his technique was almost surreal. The priestess, who had once witnessed the combat prowess of a TN-tier weapon master, couldn't recall having seen anything as impeccable as this. A D-tier weapon master might be capable of fending off 3,000 heavily armored soldiers, relying on their unparalleled physique and the sharpness of their weapon. But this man, this blood-armored figure, seemed as though he alone could slaughter 3,000 soldiers armed to the teeth with just his technique, emerging completely unscathed. Who are you? The priestess asked, her voice trembling. Her teeth clashed faintly as her words stammered out. I am divine descent, came the cold and authoritative reply, resounding from the heavens as if the voice of a god. Divine descent. The priestess was momentarily dumbfounded as she looked at Qi Yuan. Was this the divine descent she was familiar with? Wasn't divine descent a legendary weapon, a so-called divine armament? Chen Kengbao, with a look of fervent adoration, gazed at the blood-armored figure and began chanting. Divine descent, revered by all realms. The celestial maiden serves at his side. 5 thunder gods heed his call. 6 Ding and 6 Jia guard his form. The 8 trigrams and 9 palaces form his divine array. ... Golden rays shoot from his eyes, dispelling evil and injustice. The light in his hands banishes the darkness. ... Where divine descent treads, eternal light follows. All living things bask in divine grace. Hearing his chant, the kneeling villagers immediately echoed in unison. In a world without light, divine descent is our beacon. In a world without light, divine descent is our beacon. The voices rolled like thunder, carrying fervor and reverence, a tidal wave of devotion sweeping the crowd. Even the priestess, caught in the intensity of the moment, felt herself almost drawn into the chant. When she finally snapped out of it, she realized that the divine figure had vanished without a trace. A few miles away, a loud thud resounded as a figure fell from the sky. Qi Yuan hit the ground with a graceless crash, his face pale and his composure entirely gone. Gone was the imposing divine aura. Thank goodness I escaped in time. Those mosquito-grade drones are garbage. Had he stayed longer, his disguise would surely have fallen apart, leaving him humiliated in front of the crowd. Though he hadn't been injured in his battle with the specters, the strain on his stamina and spirit had been enormous. Not to mention, the improvised drones, made from transformed mosquitoes, were falling apart, unable to sustain his weight any longer. Any further delay, and he'd have been forced to perform a godly belly flop for the entire crowd to witness. "Master, how did I do with that chant earlier?" Chen Kangbao asked eagerly, his tone brimming with pride. "Not bad," Qi Yuan praised. "From now on, you're not just my strategist, you're also my loudspeaker." The chant Chen Kangbao had recited earlier was, in fact, cobbled together from phrases Qi Yuan had invented on the spot. The good news, it was entirely original. The bad news, it was stitched together like a patchwork quilt. For Qi Yuan, playing the role of divine descent wasn't just about putting on a show, he needed catchy slogans to bolster the act. Not only did it add grandeur, but it also made it easier for his legend to spread far and wide. "The only downside," Qi Yuan muttered, "is the quality of these drones. I need to get my hands on better ones next time." At present, Qi Yuan still lacked the ability to fly on his own. A god who couldn't fly? That wouldn't do, it lacked the grandeur expected of a deity. Thus, the need for drones. He was even considering incorporating lightning effects for a more divine aesthetic. And maybe a projector, he mused. If I can't manifest a celestial projection, I'll just create one with technology. That'll blow them away. As always, Qi Yuan took time to reflect on his performance. 87 yellow tier specters slain. I'm finally level 57 now, jumped up over 20 levels. Based on his current calculations, this put him at the high stage of the yellow tier as a weapon master. He was just one step away from reaching the Zon tier. Reaching the Zon tier in this world would qualify him to act as a county captain, overseeing an entire region's defenses. Still, leveling up isn't the biggest takeaway, Qi Yuan muttered to himself. The most significant gain is, my divine descent roleplay meter. It had risen to 12%. And with it, a new boon unlocked. As divine descent, manifest the avatar of divinity, answering the summons of believers to purify all evil. A flood of information surged into Qi Yuan's mind. As divine descent was a skill, or perhaps more accurately, a divine ability. When believers knelt in prayer or offered devout petitions, Qi Yuan could sense their call and send forth an avatar to perform miracles. This avatar would possess a fraction of the powers of the divine descent artifact. However, the ability had its limitations. The farther the distance, the weaker the manifestation's power. More importantly, the skill required someone else to summon him, he couldn't activate it independently. This is too passive, Qi Yuan thought with mild frustration. Turning to Chen Kangbao, he asked, "Old man, are you one of my believers?" "Of course," Chen Kangbao replied enthusiastically, nodding like a devoted disciple. "Good, summon me right now, I want to test something." Chen Kangbao obediently closed his eyes, adopting a pious expression. "Divine being, open your eyes and look upon your humble servant." He prayed fervently. The prayer echoed both in the air and within Qi Yuan's mind. Qi Yuan saw three options appear before him. Answer the call as divine descent. Engage in dialogue using his psychic ability. Ignore or block the prayer. Perfect, I can summon myself, Qi Yuan thought with satisfaction. Instead of choosing the first option, Qi Yuan selected the second. He was too tired to manifest anything and opted for a simpler approach. "Very well, I will grant your wish," Qi Yuan said, using his psychic voice. After reaching the Purple Mansion stage, Qi Yuan had gained the ability to hear and respond to certain thoughts. This power, as it turned out, was perfect for his role as divine descent. Moments later, Chen Kangbao opened his eyes, astonishment written all over his face. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Before him lay a peculiar container, steaming hot. "A divine miracle," Chen Kangbao exclaimed in awe. The object before him was a cylindrical container. Unfamiliar with such materials, he guessed it might be made of paper. Lifting the lid, he discovered steaming food inside. "It's noodles," he murmured, his tone both curious and delighted. "Instant noodles," Qi Yuan corrected. Indeed, what Chen Kangbao had received was a cup of instant noodles from Earth. "Wait, no seasoning packets?" Qi Yuan muttered in mild disbelief. "What's the point of noodles without the flavoring?" Aches. Her entire body ached. It felt as though every inch of her body had been thoroughly battered. Ji Shuang slowly opened her eyes, her face showing a deep weariness. Her jet black hair was loosely secured with an ebony hairpin, her eyebrows furrowed, carrying an unmelting frost. Her long, slender legs were pressed tightly together like icy pillars. Cold, she exuded an icy chill. Anyone who looked at her would feel as though they were staring into the depths of an eternal glacier. As her memories surfaced, Ji Shuang's face turned pale with shock. Trembling, she began inspecting her body, slipping her hands inside her clothing to confirm something horrifying. After a few moments, she clenched her teeth, her expression freezing over. She was still a virgin. Could it be, the young master was impotent? He'd clearly spent so much time handling her, but in the end, he hadn't followed through. Her clothes were intact, with no sign they'd even been removed. She raised her head and immediately spotted the familiar figure slumped inside the carriage, asleep. Her gaze lingered on Qi Yuan's face, complex emotions flashing across her eyes. "What did you do to me?" Ji Shuang asked coldly, her voice tinged with frost. Turned on the air conditioning. Why is it so cold?" Qi Yuan stretched lazily, meeting her icy gaze. "What did I do? Nothing much. You were too noisy, so I knocked you out and turned you into a spear that I wrapped around my waist." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ji Shuang was briefly stunned. She was a high-ranking yellow-tier weapon master. How could this weak, powerless young master have knocked her unconscious? And what was this about turning her into a spear? Pure absurdity. Had he been possessed by a specter? Was that why he was rambling incoherently? She frowned deeply, even more confused about how she had ended up unconscious in the first place. At that moment, a triumphant voice rang out from outside the carriage. "Young master, I've completed your task. The events at Hongyuan village have been compiled into a story." Since returning from Hongyuan village, Qi Yuan had been pondering how to solidify his divine descent persona. If he wanted to increase the roleplay progress, he first needed to enhance the reputation of divine descent. Thus, he had turned the events of Hongyuan village into a story. He instructed Chen Kangbao to spread the tale by distributing it to storytellers in taverns, even paying them to ensure it was told far and wide. On Earth, this would have been equivalent to self-publishing a novel at his own expense. Ji Shuang's sharp gaze landed on Chen Kangbao as he approached, her expression growing vigilant. "You, who are you?" Her instincts told her that this seemingly frail old man was anything but ordinary. The calloused state of his hands and the way he carried himself betrayed a martial background. "I'm the strategist the young master hired from the madhouse," Chen Kangbao declared with pride. Ji Shuang's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, and then understanding. Her gaze turned to Qi Yuan, a teasing glint in her eyes. "So, young master, your skills have improved. You've managed to fool someone from the madhouse into becoming your servant, and even had him knock me unconscious." Naturally, she assumed that Chen Kangbao had been the one to knock her out. After all, Qi Yuan had always been a frail scholar, incapable of such feats. Faced with her accusations, Qi Yuan didn't flinch. "Foolishness. He's my believer," he said lazily. "I'm the most loyal servant of the young master," Chen Kangbao eagerly added. Ji Shuang studied the pair with growing suspicion. Could it be that her young master had truly gone mad? His demeanor and behavior were a complete departure from the weak, cowering man she once knew. Despite her doubts, Ji Shuang softened her tone slightly as she addressed him. "Young master, return to the county seat without fear. Regarding the matters in Ninghe County, my lady will personally question old Zhang." Her words carried dual meaning. If Qi Yuan were guilty, her lady would exact punishment. If he were innocent, she would ensure his name was cleared. If the young master had truly been wronged and had even lost his sanity in the process, Ji Shuang felt a twinge of pity for him. Still, she preferred a harmless, half-mad Qi Yuan over the troublemaker he'd once been. At least this version wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble for her lady. "That old Zhang, I'll have words with him myself," Qi Yuan grumbled, assuming his troubled son-in-law persona. "Trying to frame me, he must have a death wish." Ji Shuang took in his indignant act, her pity turning into certainty. The young master was undoubtedly insane. He'd always been meek and submissive back in the household, never daring to raise his voice. Thinking back to how she'd woken up, Ji Shuang hesitated before asking. "Young master, what exactly did you do to me? Why does my whole body ache?" Her body felt as though it had been through an endless battle. "You really don't remember?" Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. "I already told you." Ji Shuang fell silent. Clearly, he was insane. Moments later, Qi Yuan looked at Ji Shuang, his expression suddenly turning serious. "I've got a question for you," he said. "Please, speak," Ji Shuang replied, her tone icy but polite. "I've heard that my wife is a Zon-tier weapon master. How strong is she? How fast? What are her standout skills?" At these words, a chill emanated from Ji Shuang, her icy aura intensifying. "Who told you to ask such questions?" she demanded frostily. Her lady wasn't just a renowned beauty listed on the 100 fragrance rankings, but also a direct disciple of the heavenly sect. In Ning Kingdom, sects and noble clans wielded enormous power, even the royal family deferred to them. The heavenly sect and the ancient thunder sect were the two most powerful sects in Ning Kingdom. These two titans had been locked in conflict for years, vying for dominance and the title of state religion. In a few months, the two sects would face off in a grand competition between their disciples. Ji Shuang naturally assumed someone was using Qi Yuan to probe her lady's abilities. "No one told me to ask," Qi Yuan replied earnestly, fixing her with his most sincere look. "Consider this, Liu Biyu is unmatched on horseback, Dian Wei reigns supreme on foot, and Ma Chao excels in riding skills. Now imagine Liu Biyu riding Ma Chao, with Ma Chao riding Dian Wei. Wouldn't that be unstoppable?" Qi Yuan clapped his hands together, his expression glowing with excitement. "I'm missing a mount. My plan is to follow the example of the ancients. During combat, I'll ride your lady." He sounded completely serious. Using mosquitoes or birds transformed into drones was far from ideal. Qi Yuan had come up with a new idea. Instead of relying on transformed creatures, why not use a powerful weapon master? For instance, his wife, renowned as a Zon-tier weapon master, might not be able to fly, but her speed and strength far exceeded that of any insect. With his endless transformation, he could modify her appearance into that of a drone, concealing her legs to create the illusion of hovering. Once she advanced to D tier, she could even take him soaring through the skies. Qi Yuan marveled at his own brilliance. "So," he said, "how strong is your lady?" "You are serious?" Ji Shuang's face darkened, her tone seething with cold anger. "Absolutely," Qi Yuan replied earnestly. "You're despicable," Ji Shuang hissed, her icy demeanor cracking with fury. She resolved to write to her lady immediately. Not only had the young master lost his mind, but he'd also become shameless. Wanting to ride her lady. Even someone as inexperienced as Ji Shuang understood the implications of riding. Was he planning to jump on and spout nonsense about galloping? "Ah, I see, you care about your lady and don't want me to ride her," Qi Yuan mused, stroking his chin. "Shame, if your strength and speed were better, I'd just ride you instead. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. What nonsense are you spouting?" Ji Shuang gritted her pearly teeth, a strong urge rising within her to send Qi Yuan straight to the madhouse. "Brother-in-law, mind your position." "My position? Aren't I the live-in son-in-law?" Qi Yuan pondered aloud. "Can't a son-in-law ride you?" "HMPH, the young master is a heavenly god descended to earth. To be ridden by him would be your honor." Chen Kangbao chimed in with a serious expression. "Hey, don't talk nonsense," Qi Yuan retorted lazily. "She's not that impressive. I don't feel like riding her." The two bantered back and forth as if in sync, leaving Ji Shuang fuming. Her slender brows knitted tightly in frustration. From a bird's eye view, the borders of Jining Prefecture resembled a pair of tongs, stretched narrow and long. Function Commandery was situated near the left claw. If Jining Prefecture were a province, then Function Commandery would undoubtedly be its capital city. Also known as Tu City, Function Commandery was under the dominance of the powerful Tu family, the preeminent noble clan of the region. The Tu family's influence was unmatched, with their third son having even married the daughter of the southern king. At this moment, young Master Tu San was leaning lazily against the balustrade of his estate, a jade ornament hanging from his waist, his luxurious robe adorned with intricate cloud patterns. "Kaishuan, I heard you recently traveled to Ninghe County. Did anything interesting happen there?" Tu San asked casually, holding a wine cup in hand. "No," replied Wang Kaishuan, a man with narrow eyes and a sharp, almost cruel visage. "I merely visited an old friend." Tu San smirked faintly. "Still hung up on the eldest daughter of the Shen family, are you?" "Who wouldn't be? Shen Xiaoji is a peerless beauty," Wang Kaishuan answered, his eyes glinting with greed. "Ah, but your methods are too crude, my dear friend. The young lady of the Shen family is intelligent and perceptive. If she returns from Yeshan Lake, she will surely uncover the truth, Tu San remarked, swirling his wine. By the time she returns, that useless son-in-law of theirs will already be dead. Wang Kaishuan said gleefully. Tu San chuckled softly, privately considering how utterly brainless Wang Kaishuan was. Winning the favor of a woman like Shen Shaoji required far more subtlety and cunning. Besides, even someone of Tu San's own standing dared not provoke her lightly, let alone a small fry like Wang Kaishuan. If not for certain circumstances, Tu San Gongzi would not even bother associating with Wang Kaishuan. By the way, Tu San began, gazing deeply into Wang Kaishuan's eyes, I've heard of an extraordinary incident that recently took place in Ninghe County. Oh, Wang Kaishuan appeared indifferent. What happened? In Hongyun village, a powerful specter emerged, capable of unleashing devastating spiritual attacks. Not even Zon-tier weapon masters could stand against it. Well, that village is doomed, Wang Kaishuan said dismissively, showing no concern for the plight of its inhabitants. No, quite the contrary. At the height of the crisis, a mysterious old man and a young man appeared in the village and exterminated the specters. Really? Wang Kaishuan yawned, feigning disinterest. Kaishuan, Tu San pressed, you've been to Ninghe County recently. Did you encounter these two extraordinary individuals? There was a flicker of apprehension in his eyes as he asked the question. The information Tu San had gathered was astonishing. A young man wielding a spear had slain all 87 yellow-tier specters of Hongyun village single-handedly. Furthermore, the young man had brazenly declared himself to be a god descended from the heavens. Hongyun village is not just any place, Tu San continued. It is a known breeding ground for specters under the control of the Thorned Blood sect. To think, 87 yellow-tier specters, all annihilated. What? Wang Kaishuan's expression finally shifted. Such a feat was utterly monstrous. Anyone capable of achieving it would undoubtedly rank among the heavenly prodigies of Ning Kingdom. Shen Shaoji, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, was herself one of the top 10 prodigies on the heavenly talent rankings of Ning Kingdom. Anyone who made it onto that list was destined to reach Earth tier, becoming a sovereign figure in their own right. It was precisely because of this disparity that Wang Kaishuan harbored such bitterness toward Qi Yuan, unable to accept how someone as useless as him could have married Shen Shaoji. What distinguishing features did they have? Wang Kaishuan asked. The young man wielded an unusual weapon, a spear that was both exceptionally long and abnormally thick, Tu San replied. Wang Kaishuan shook his head. I didn't see anyone like that in Ninghe County. It's a backwater place. This man declared himself a god descended to earth. I'm curious to learn where he came from, Tu San murmured, his gaze deep and contemplative. As Tu San and Wang Kaishuan conversed, Wang Kaishuan suddenly froze, his expression twisting in disbelief. What is it? Tu San asked. That son-in-law, Qi Yuan, why isn't he dead? Wang Kaishuan sputtered. From his vantage point overlooking Function Commandery, Wang Kaishuan spotted a familiar figure standing outside the Shen family estate. It was unmistakably Qi Yuan. His face contorted between fury and panic. Young Master Tu San, would you join me at the Shen family estate? I must. I'm afraid not, Tu San replied curtly. I have other matters to attend to. He regarded Wang Kaishuan with thinly veiled contempt. The man didn't even realize his own insignificance. The Wang family protected him too well, and he didn't know his own weight. Tu San is now most concerned about the man who claims to be a god from heaven. He killed so many specters of the Thorned Blood sect. If he had close contact, the weapon he got from the Thorned Blood sect could feel the other party's bloody aura and discover the other party's identity. As for the son-in-law Qi Yuan, he wanted to meet and ask about the mysterious weapon master who claimed to be a god from heaven, but not now. After all, if something like this happened in Ninghe County, the Shen family would definitely put Qi Yuan under house arrest. Back at the Shen family estate, Ji Shuang confronted Qi Yuan with an icy glare. Once we confront old Zhang, the truth behind what happened in Ninghe County will come to light. I'd like to see who orchestrated this conspiracy against me, Qi Yuan replied, stretching leisurely. At that moment, Chen Kengbao gazed at the Shen family's grand estate, his eyes gleaming. Young master, following you is like living the life of an emperor. 10 steamed buns a meal. Pity my wife isn't 80 or 90 years old, Qi Yuan remarked offhandedly. Ji Shuang's expression hardened, though she said nothing. She had grown accustomed to the absurdities of these two. Suddenly, a loud voice bellowed from inside the estate. How dare you humiliate my sister and put a green hat on her? You're asking for death. A thin, handsome young man stormed out, carrying an enormous wooden beam. His face was flushed with rage. "Stop, young master, don't hurt yourself," servants and maids shouted, chasing after him. The young man was none other than Shenling Fang, Qi Yuan's brother-in-law. "Calm down," Qi Yuan said with a serene expression. "You dare deny it? I heard you've been lusting after a widow." Shenling Fang shouted furiously. Ji Shuang couldn't help but hold her forehead. What Qi Yuan did in Ninghe County hurt the face of the Shen family, but only a part of the Shen family knew about it. As a result, Shenling Fang yelled and exposed it directly. Although those servants and maids tried to stop Shenling Fang, they had already wanted to eat melons in their hearts. What, the son-in-law, cheated on the eldest lady? How dare the son-in-law? That's the eldest lady, a beauty unparalleled in the country. Master, be careful with your words. Ji Shuang sighed. The young lady is so smart, why is her brother so stupid? After today, I'm afraid that the Shen family will know that the son-in-law Qi Yuan cheated on the young lady. If the Shen family knew, Fengshan Commandery will also know. Be careful with your words, I'll beat him to death. Shenling Fang rushed towards Qi Yuan with the giant wooden beam in his arms. Bang! Ah, master, be careful. Well, he didn't hit Qi Yuan, but he fell down and tripped himself, and the giant tree pressed him down. The servants and maids all looked nervous, and hurriedly helped Shenling Fang move the giant tree that was pressing on him. Shenling Fang stood up, panting, and looked at Qi Yuan angrily. "I want." Before the situation could escalate further, a commanding voice rang out. "That's enough." A graceful woman appeared, her presence immediately silencing everyone. She was the matriarch of the Shen family, Shenling Fang's mother. Though in her 30s, she was strikingly beautiful, her curvaceous figure exuding a mature charm. Qi Yuan's gaze lingered on her, and a thought struck him. Should I offer to prepare her bath tonight? Madam, I've brought the young master back. He insists that what happened in Ninghe County was a setup. If we summon old Zhang for questioning, the truth will come to light. Ji Shuang respectfully reported to the matriarch. Old Zhang is dead, the Shen matriarch stated calmly. What, dead? Ji Shuang's expression shifted dramatically. Without old Zhang, there would be no witness to clear Qi Yuan's name. I found his corpse this morning. Upon examination, it was determined he's been dead for half a month, the matriarch added. Half a month? The revelation hit Ji Shuang like a bolt of lightning. Half a month ago, neither Qi Yuan nor old Zhang had traveled to Ninghe County. If old Zhang had died that far back, then the person who accompanied Qi Yuan must have been someone else entirely. The implications sent a chill through her. It was as if unseen hands had orchestrated every step, wrapping them all in a web of deceit. This wasn't a conspiracy aimed solely at Qi Yuan. No, this seemed to be targeting someone far more important, her mistress, Shen Shaoji. Had she misjudged Qi Yuan all along? Even if old Zhang is dead, Shenling Fang shouted indignantly, and we can't prove it, I still won't let this green hat business slide. Nobody paid him any mind. The matriarch turned to Qi Yuan, her expression cool but not hostile. Qi Yuan, it seems what happened in Ninghe County was indeed a misunderstanding. Stay here in the Shen estate for the time being. Avoid going out too much. The person responsible for this plot, I will personally find them. Ji Shuang hesitated, wanting to speak further but thought better of it. Shenling Fang, meanwhile, appeared confused. His mind simply wasn't equipped to handle the intricacies of the situation. Mother-in-law, Qi Yuan called out, his tone unexpectedly casual. The matriarch arched an elegant brow at the unusual way he addressed her. What is it? Are you taking a bath tonight? He asked, his expression entirely serious. Quote, I mean bathing, Qi Yuan clarified as if concerned she didn't understand his question. Quote, as the family's son-in-law, it's my duty to contribute. Helping my mother-in-law with her bathwater is a task I cannot shirk, Qi Yuan continued, his tone earnest. So, when you're ready, just let me know. I'll personally prepare the water for you. His words caused the gathered servants and maids to exchange wide-eyed glances. Shock and disbelief were written across their faces. Was he, seriously offering to prepare his mother-in-law's bathwater? Could this be some hidden scandal? The matriarch's almond-shaped eyes narrowed as if suppressing an urge to lash out. Without a word, she turned sharply and swept out of the courtyard, her expression a mask of cold fury. Ji Shuang hurried after her, worried about the consequences of Qi Yuan's absurdity. Madam, the young master, he was sent to a madhouse while in Ninghe County. He may have suffered some soul damage, which could explain his current behavior. I hope you can forgive him. Ji Shuang pleaded. The matriarch sighed, rubbing her temple. These are troubled times. After a moment, Ji Shuang hesitated before adding, the young master also said he suspects Wang Kaishuan may be behind this. Hearing this, the matriarch's eyes grew cold, a faint trace of killing intent flickering within them. That fool is likely a pawn, used by others without even realizing it, she replied dismissively. But if the Wang family does not hand him over, tell them I will personally pay them a visit. The Wang family was a prominent household, but compared to the Shen family, they were leagues apart in power. Ji Shuang could sense the matriarch's simmering anger. She understood one thing clearly: when the matriarch was this resolute, blood would soon be spilled. To dare lay a hand on someone of the Shen family is to court death, the matriarch stated coldly. Back in the courtyard, Qi Yuan remained seated, seemingly unbothered by the matriarch's exit. Chen Kangbao munched on a steamed bun beside him, his eyes gleaming with an idea. Young master, what about taking that lady as your mount? Don't be ridiculous, Qi Yuan scoffed. She's my mother-in-law. That's family. If I were caught riding her, I'd be accused of taboo relationships. Chen Kangbao tilted his head, his wrinkled face scrunched in thought. But if you make your wife your mount, wouldn't that also count as family? Aren't you worried about accusations then? Qi Yuan gave him a long, steady look before shaking his head in disbelief. No wonder nobody recruited you, idiot. If he hadn't caught himself, he might have been persuaded to agree. Brother-in-law, the voice came from behind. Shen Lingfeng approached hesitantly, looking somewhat sheepish. I came to apologize. I misunderstood you. You didn't put a green hat on my sister. The young man's words were blunt, as always. Perhaps the heavens had taken away his wit, only to bestow double the intellect on his elder sister. Shen Lingfeng was all fiery impulsiveness, while Shen Xiaoji was an unparalleled genius. Misunderstandings happen. Let's put it behind us, Qi Yuan replied lazily. For all his bluster earlier, Shen Lingfeng seemed more like a puppy than a threat now. I used to think you were a weak and useless man, brother-in-law, Shen Lingfeng admitted. Sure, you're handsome, but that's all you had going for you. But today, when I charged at you in anger, you didn't even flinch. I respect that. I still have so much to learn from you, Shen Lingfeng added sincerely. What do you want to learn? Qi Yuan asked, curious. Shen Lingfeng scratched his head awkwardly. Well, brother-in-law, you're so young and already married. Meanwhile, I don't even have a girlfriend, Qi Yuan interrupted. Shen Lingfeng nodded, his face flushed. Yes, I want to learn how to woo a woman. Qi Yuan's lips curved into a sly smile. When it came to matters of the heart, he had plenty of experience. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Brother-in-law, teach me. Shen Lingfeng's eyes lit up with excitement. I've been pursuing Miss Li, but she always treats me coldly. Qi Yuan coughed, putting on an air of mystique. Before crafting a plan, you need to analyze both her strengths and weaknesses, as well as your own. Start by evaluating Miss Li and then yourself. Miss Li is stunningly beautiful, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that are particularly captivating. She drapes a sheer veil over her shoulders, revealing just enough to be alluring. As for me, I'm just a guy, and Miss Li thinks I'm too scrawny. Got it, Qi Yuan nodded, understanding the dynamic between the two. He paused to reflect, memories of his past relationship with Jin Li coming to mind. To crack this situation, what you need is an online romance. An online romance? Shen Lingfeng blinked, the term unfamiliar but intriguing. Of course, only his brother-in-law could come up with such profound terminology. When dating online, the other person can't see you. Their perception of you depends entirely on their imagination. In this context, as long as you craft an image of yourself as someone emotionally intelligent, warm, and humorous, she'll idealize you as tall, handsome, and charismatic. But seeing as you look like a clueless boy who doesn't even own a Nokia phone, we'll need to go old school, letters. Qi Yuan spoke earnestly, drawing from his own experience. Compared to face-to-face encounters, online dating had a much lower barrier to entry. In person, a bad first impression could ruin everything before it even began. Online, the other party's impression of you was left entirely to their imagination. When it came to imagination, no one could outdo the fantasies people built for themselves. Even a real-life ideal often couldn't measure up to the idealized version. Shen Lingfeng's eyes widened. That makes sense. Throughout history, many romantic stories have begun through letters. However, a frown soon crept onto his face. But, how do I shape myself into someone Miss Lee would admire? That's easy. You just need to include some emotionally intelligent phrases and a few clever, romantic lines. That will surely win her over, Chi Yuan replied confidently. After all, hadn't one of the world's richest heirs built a reputation off smooth-talking pickup lines? Here, let me teach you a few witty one-liners. Darling, I went to get an IV today. Do you know what kind? A dose of missing you. What does that mean? Shen Lingfeng tilted his head, confused. Ah, right, IVs don't exist in this world. Let's try another. Do you know why I eat fish heads? Because I want to leave the rest of my life for you. Your dimples may not hold wine, but they've intoxicated me like a dog in heat. I bought a bag of salt today. Guess what kind? The kind that doesn't need words to say, I love you. Do you have a body odor problem? Because you're as enchanting as a fox spirit. Chi Yuan delivered the lines one after another. Of course, he filtered out the more crass ones, such as, I farted loudly today, but it wasn't as loud as my thoughts of you. Those were only for relationships that had long since moved past formalities. Brilliant. Who would have thought words could be used like this? Brother-in-law, you're incredible. Why didn't I think of this before? The connection between dimples and wine, genius. Shen Lingfeng was elated, as if he'd just discovered the secret to the universe. Even Chen Kangbao gave a thumbs up. Master, your words are unparalleled. Chi Yuan basked in the praise, feeling a sense of triumph. In movies, when a protagonist spouted poems from another world, they often earned the admiration of onlookers. Now, he too was enjoying such glory. But, Chi Yuan continued, writing letters is just the first step in an online romance. The second step is casting a wide net. That's the true essence of online dating. Please explain, brother-in-law. Shen Lingfeng listened intently, as if hearing divine wisdom. Writing to a single woman is called unrequited love. Writing to two women is called double love. Writing to every eligible young woman in the city, that's net love. So, do you want to stick to Miss Lee or experience a net romance with all the city's beauties? Chi Yuan asked with a mischievous grin. Shen Lingfeng's expression twisted in hesitation, his inner conflict evident. Take your time, no rush, Chi Yuan reassured him. Brother-in-law, could I just write to fewer people? My hand would fall off if I wrote to the whole city. Shen Lingfeng said, his face pale at the thought of writing thousands of letters a day. That's fine, write to as many as you can. Did you memorize those lines I just taught you? Make sure to include them in your letters. Understood, I'll start writing right away. Shen Lingfeng, full of determination, dashed off to begin. Sigh, I do good deeds every day without asking for anything in return. I'm so selfless. When his sister returns and sees the changes in her brother, she'll surely be moved, Chi Yuan said with a satisfied sigh. Another day, another good deed. Master, I have a concern, Chen Kangbao interjected, his expression serious. As a strategist, he felt obligated to raise issues. Your romantic lines are certainly clever and heartfelt, but people's preferences vary. What if someone doesn't like them? Well, in net dating, there are bound to be some who slip through the net. If they don't like it, let them leave. With so many recipients, there's bound to be someone who appreciates it, Chi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Casting a wide net and reeling in the catch remained an eternal truth. After all, there might just be someone out there with taste as refined as his own, who adored such lines. To put it simply, why do scammers use such obvious and flawed scripts? Because their goal isn't to fool the cautious, it's to find those who won't notice the flaws. Identifying the right target is what truly matters. Chen Kangbao's eyes widened in awe, as if Chi Yuan's wisdom was too profound to comprehend. The Shen family hall was brightly lit. Seated at the head of the room was Shen Wanshan, the family patriarch. His expression was grave, and his luxurious silk robe bore intricate patterns. A soft sword hung at his waist, a treasured earth-grade weapon. Shen Wanshan was not only the head of the Shen family but also one of their rare earth-tier weapon masters, a powerful figure capable of taking on thousands of soldiers single-handedly. I've just returned from Mount Yi Lake. The situation there is grim. Shen Wanshan's voice resonated through the room, heavy with the weight of his report. Luotong Shuizhen's influence has grown unchecked, merging with the waters of Mount Yi Lake to form a near-invincible presence. Mount Yi Lake was Jiangzhou's largest lake, spanning over 100 miles. A terrifying water-based ghost, Luotong Shuizhen, the Water Lord of Luotong, had emerged, wreaking havoc. Even the combined might of Zon-tier weapon masters and some of the strongest Earth-ranked forces have proven ineffective. Even Wei Kun, the Melancholy Fist, ranked among the top 20 of the Earth tier, has been unable to deal with him. Gasps filled the hall at the mention of Wei Kun's name. Ning Kingdom has an Earth list, which records the Earth-level weapon masters of Ning Kingdom. The Earth-level weapon masters are the overlords, and the top 30 on the Earth list are also called Grand Masters. Each one is a weapon master who has reached the limit of the Earth level. Wei Kun was a legend, an Earth-tier master revered as a Grand Master. Such figures were near the pinnacle of human capability. If even he could not handle the situation, it underscored the dire threat posed by Luotong Shuijun. Luotong Shuijun has fully fused with Mount Yi Lake. This grants him the ability to control the lake's waters at will, submerging entire counties if he so desires. Not only are thousands of fishermen losing their livelihoods, but should he unleash a deluge, even Jiangning province could suffer widespread devastation. The situation at Mount Yi Lake had become a crisis, not just for the local area but for the entire region. Even the heavens seem unwilling to intervene, Shen Wanshan continued. To further complicate matters, Wei Long Zan Yuan, the artifact capable of controlling such threats, remains damaged and unusable. The room descended into an uneasy silence. It's a pity that the Wei Long Zan Yuan was damaged and no weapon master could be found to repair it. The Wei Long Zan Yuan is a near-heavenly weapon. Even the top Earth-level artifact masters find it difficult to repair it. I'm afraid it will require a heaven-level artifact master. Ning Kingdom doesn't even have a heaven-level weapon master, let alone a heaven-level artifact master. Difficult, difficult, difficult. The Shen family is a wealthy family, relying on the heavenly sect behind them, so naturally they don't want the heavenly sect to have any problems. This time, the family council gathered most of the weapon masters and artifacts masters of the Shen family. They all looked worried about the Water Lord. Wei Long Zan Yuan, an artifact on the verge of heavenly grade, had once been the pride of Jiangzhou. However, its internal mechanisms had suffered extensive damage during a prior conflict. Without it, the region was left vulnerable. The Heavenly Sect has called for an Artifact Master Convention at Mount Yi Lake to discuss strategies for repairing Wei Long Zan Yuan. The greatest craftsmen in Jiangzhou, and even some from neighboring regions, will be in attendance. Shen Wanshan turned his gaze toward the family's leading artifact masters. All artifact masters within the Shen family, regardless of rank, must attend. Even those with unconventional ideas or untested talent might provide a breakthrough. Master Wanshan, what if this convention draws the wrath of Luotong Shuijun? Asked Chen Shanwei, a Zon-tier artifact master employed by the Shen family. In Ninghe County, the county magistrate has to treat him with courtesy. The number of artifact masters is much less than that of weapon masters. As one of the top 3 families in Jining Prefecture, the Shen family has 7 Earth-level weapon masters but only 1 Earth-level artifact master. Despite his skill, Chen Shanwei was visibly uneasy. Artifact masters were far rarer than combat weapon users and were not suited to battle. Gathering so many artifact experts in one place would be a tempting target for the ghostly Water Lord. Your concerns are valid, Shen Wanshan said, nodding. But the Heavenly Sect has guaranteed the safety of all participants. Even Master Huo Lai, one of the most skilled artifact craftsmen in Ning Kingdom, will attend. If he's confident in his safety, why shouldn't we be? Huo Lai was a legendary figure among artifact masters, known for creating several near-heavenly grade artifacts. His involvement provided a sense of assurance. We must have faith in the Heavenly Sect's preparations, Shen Wanshan added. Our family's interests align with theirs. If we fail to control Luotong Shuijun, the consequences will be catastrophic. Despite his reassurances, the anxiety in the room was palpable. Let's hope someone at the convention finds a way to repair Wei Long Zan Yuan, murmured an elder. Without it, what hope do we have against a calamity like Luotong Shuijun? As the family deliberated their participation in the convention, an unexpected figure burst into the room. Mother-in-law, is it time for your bath? Qi Yuan strode into the hall, carrying a steaming basin of water. The hot steam curled in the air, making his arrival both absurd and oddly theatrical. All eyes turned toward him, their expressions a mixture of disbelief, confusion, and horror. Qi Yuan remained unbothered, his gaze focused solely on his mother-in-law. What are you doing? Shenling Shou, his mother-in-law, demanded, her voice icy yet tinged with embarrassment. Bringing you bathwater, of course. Qi Yuan replied matter-of-factly, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. He turned to the assembly. As a live-in son-in-law, I've endured many hardships. Being looked down upon, receiving cold stares, even the servants won't acknowledge me. But I persist, for the sake of my family. I brew soup for my wife and bring bathwater for my mother-in-law. This is what it means to be a dutiful son-in-law. Now then, mother-in-law, are you ready for your bath? Shall I help you carry this to your room? The room fell deathly silent. The gathered Shen family members were stunned, their expressions ranging from shock to sheer disbelief. Shen Lingsho's face turned crimson with embarrassment, a mix of anger and humiliation. Qi Yuan, leave, she hissed. Not bathing tonight? Qi Yuan asked innocently. Not bathing, Shen Lingsho snapped, her voice rising. All right then, Qi Yuan said with a shrug. But if you change your mind, just call for me, I'll bring the water right away. He left the room as abruptly as he'd entered, leaving behind a hall full of stunned faces. As the door closed, Shen Wanshan finally broke the silence. Has he lost his mind? He asked, his voice heavy with resignation. Shen Lingsho let out a long sigh. He must have endured too much ridicule since marrying into the family. Now, even in his madness, he still thinks about fulfilling his duties. Her voice faltered slightly. Perhaps, we've been too harsh on him. Shen Wanshan rubbed his temples, his face a mixture of exasperation and pity. Send word to the servants. If any have mistreated him, punish them accordingly. Understood, master. I heard that something big happened in Ninghe County. Shen Wanshan asked. The Thorned Blood sect appeared, and 87 specters attacked Hongyun village. As a result, they were all killed by a strong man holding a thick spear. It turned out to be the Thorned Blood sect. When the Thorned Blood sect was mentioned, everyone present was afraid. This force is a cult, mysterious and powerful. It is not only active in Ning Kingdom, but also in other forces. Madame Shen told Shen Wanshan the information she got one by one. Calling himself a god, the soul attack of the specters is ineffective against him. The specters cultivated by the Thorned Blood sect are good at soul attack. Even if it is yellow level, 87 gathered together, I have to spend some effort to deal with it. Where did this genius come from? Shen Wanshan mentioned it, and then he didn't care anymore. Just a genius. If it were normal times, he would still want the Shen family to investigate the identity of that person and make friends with him according to the situation. But now, with the crisis of Mount Yi Lake ahead, he has no mood to care about these trivial matters. For him, it is more important to find a powerful artifact master now. If Brother Qi is still alive, with his talent, he may have a way to repair Wei Long Zhan Yuan now. Thinking of this, he felt melancholy. Chen Shanwei, during this period of time, go and teach Qi Yuan to see if he has the talent of an artifact master. He doesn't want Qi Yuan to be crazy and confused. He also doesn't want the inheritance of the Qi family to be broken. Chen Shanwei was confused. Let me teach a madman to learn to refine weapons. How to teach this? He felt very bitter. It's better to let him teach a mute to sing. Despite Qi Yuan's recent eccentricities, Shen Lingsho couldn't help but feel conflicted. Once a troublemaker and a layabout, he now displayed an almost tragic sense of devotion, albeit in the most bizarre ways. Better that he's like this than how he was before, she murmured. At least now, he's not causing as much trouble. Still, her heart ached for her daughter. Poor Shuaner, marrying a man like him. Outside the meeting hall, Qi Yuan hummed to himself, satisfied with his performance. Carrying bathwater for my mother-in-law has really boosted my roleplay progress, he mused. It seems Qi Yuan truly wanted to curry favor this way. He began pondering other ways to embody his role as a live-in son-in-law. Perhaps letting her trample me underfoot. Washing her socks. No, that's a bit too much. He chuckled, shaking his head. Being a live-in son-in-law is exhausting. Upgrading, fighting specters, that's the real goal. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The dawn light bathed Qi Yuan lazily. Chen Kangbao was munching on a steamed bun, his words muffled as he chewed. Inside the Shen household, in the martial arts training ground, groups of young men and women gathered in 3s and 5s, whispering among themselves. I wonder if I have the talent of an artifact master. If I get selected to go to Mount Yi Lake, and I come up with a brilliant plan to repair the mighty Wei Long Xuanyuan, how glorious that would be. I heard that last night, that son-in-law tried to bathe the madam. Honestly, I'd want to do that too. Some of these were voiced thoughts, others were inner musings, but none escaped Qi Yuan's ears. When Qi Yuan appeared, the whispers on the training ground shifted, with more and more inner thoughts revolving around bathwater. However, not a single person dared to say anything out loud. It concerned the madam's dignity. Qi Yuan stretched lazily, his mind tangled with complicated thoughts. This progress of playing the son-in-law is too slow. Not only have I not gotten to pour the bathwater for my mother-in-law, but these people also have such refined self-control, no one has even come out to insult me. How am I supposed to play this role? According to Qi Yuan's thinking, playing the role of a son-in-law requires being bullied. Without that, how can I progress? Nevertheless, Qi Yuan's appearance indeed caught the attention of many. Shen Baiting stared at Qi Yuan with a changing expression, his thoughts racing. How could someone as stunning as Ling Zan marry such a useless man? Why didn't he just die in Ninghe County? Yesterday, he made such a scene in the Shen household, and yet the family head didn't punish him. Unbelievable. Too bad he's still the family head's son-in-law, so I can't offend him outright. I'll have to find some idiot to provoke him and cause trouble. Seeing him live so comfortably makes me jealous. Shen Baihu is a good candidate, but last time I hinted at it, he just said he doesn't bully trash. Shen Baiting's thoughts grew darker. He had long despised Qi Yuan. In fact, he had always treated his sister, Shen Lingxuan, like a goddess, harboring a strong possessiveness toward her. At this moment, hearing Shen Baiting's thoughts, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. He had found someone who could bully the son-in-law. Old man, fetch me a wooden board, he whispered to Chen Kangbao. Chen Kangbao, hearing Qi Yuan's instructions, quickly swallowed the last of his steamed bun and jogged away. Under many gazes, Qi Yuan approached the small group around Shen Baiting. Shen Baiting frowned slightly, Shen Baihu looked surprised. The others were all puzzled. Greetings, Brother Qi. Regardless of their true thoughts, they all addressed Qi Yuan as Brother Qi, with cordial smiles. Such was the power of a son-in-law status. Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Some people really are from prominent families, they're too good at pretending. Especially Shen Baiting. He was inwardly dying to see Qi Yuan gone, yet his face carried a genuinely kind smile. I'm just a son-in-law. I never thought you'd all be so kind to me, Qi Yuan said, feigning a pure-hearted expression. Brother Qi, you must be joking. You're Lingxuan's husband. If we don't treat you well, who else would we? Shen Baiting replied, smiling warmly. Sigh, Qi Yuan sighed. Does Brother Qi have something weighing on your mind? Shen Baiting asked attentively. I'm just lamenting how full of scheming these big families are. You clearly wish I were dead, yet you greet me with a smile. Qi Yuan stared directly at the young man in front of him. Shen Baiting's smile froze for a moment before he quickly adopted a look of grievance. Brother Qi, are you falsely accusing me? I don't know what I've done to offend you to make you hate me so much. Please, tell me, and I'll change immediately. When it came to playing the innocent, Shen Baiting far outclassed Qi Yuan. Even as a man, his expression evoked sympathy. Many others even glared at Qi Yuan, feeling he was bullying Shen Baiting. How dare this mere son-in-law act so boldly? Shen Baiting was known for scheming from the shadows, leaving most people helpless against him. Qi Yuan maintained a calm expression. If you didn't wish for my death, why would you provoke Shen Baihu and try to incite him against me? These words made Shen Baiting's expression shift dramatically. Shen Baihu's thick brows furrowed as something dawned on him, and he looked suspiciously at Shen Baiting. You're spouting nonsense. When have I ever provoked? Shen Baiting stammered, his panic evident. The things he'd said to stir up trouble between Shen Baihu and Qi Yuan were only known to Shen Baihu. That thick-browed, honest-looking man couldn't have told Qi Yuan, could he? Did I underestimate his scheming abilities? Sigh, Baihu, I misjudged you, Shen Baiting lamented dramatically. When Lingxuan married Qi Yuan, I had some complaints and made a careless remark while drunk. I never thought you'd repeat those words to Brother Qi. He quickly tried to distance himself from the situation. Naturally, he sought the other's support. After all, many in the Shen family had grievances about Qi Yuan marrying Shen Lingxuan. Of course, Shen Baiting's grievance was the deepest. As a collateral relative, he considered himself exceptional. Collateral relatives could marry into the main line. Just as he was beginning to enter the Shen family's inner circle, he met Shen Lingxuan and developed a strong desire to possess her. Convinced that time would bring her around, he planned to win her over, gain more resources, and eventually control the Shen family. But then Qi Yuan appeared, ruining his plans. Hearing Shen Baiting's words, Shen Baihu's expression shifted multiple times. At this moment, other Shen family members began speaking up for Shen Baiting. Brother Qi, Brother Baiting was just drunk and misspoke. Please don't take it seriously. Many of the younger Shen family members harbored grievances toward Qi Yuan's marriage. They assumed Shen Baiting shared their sentiments but was betrayed by Shen Baihu. 3 or 4 younger members stepped forward to plead for Shen Baiting. Shen Baiting hunched slightly, secretly pleased. HMPH, Shen Baihu, with your little schemes, how can you compete with me? He assumed Shen Baihu had tattled on him out of spite, prompting Qi Yuan to come cause trouble. At this moment, Chen Kengbao rushed over. Young master, here's the signboard. He handed over a wooden plank. The plank had a rope attached, and Qi Yuan hung it around his neck. Flipping the board over, 2 large lines of characters appeared. I'm just a son-in-law, easy to bully. Shen Baiting, if you want to bully me, just do it openly, don't hide your feelings. Qi Yuan pointed at the words on the board, looking at Shen Baiting. The surrounding crowd was stunned, baffled by this display. Has this son-in-law gone mad? His behavior is just too absurd. Indeed, Qi Yuan's actions left everyone scratching their heads. Shen Baiting's face alternated between shades of pale and dark. He hadn't expected Qi Yuan to confront him directly with a wooden sign. Chen Kengbao blinked in confusion. Wait, I don't remember writing anything on the signboard. Shen Baiting, I'm easy to bully, so go ahead and do it. Qi Yuan said, his face filled with anticipation. Qi Yuan's role-playing as the son-in-law had stagnated at 29%. He felt that progressing further might yield a reward, something he eagerly anticipated. If Shen Baiting bullied him, the progress might just surpass 29%. Shen Baiting took a deep breath. If Brother Qi has any grievances with me, I admit my faults and beg for your forgiveness. He bowed solemnly, apologizing to Qi Yuan. The crowd looked at Shen Baiting with sympathy. Sigh, are you even a man? If you want to bully me, just say so. Stop pretending to be a hypocrite, it must be exhausting. Qi Yuan said. Shen Baiting maintained a look of grievance. Brother Qi, you misunderstand me too deeply. The crowd's expressions toward Qi Yuan turned colder, their faces tinged with a hint of blame. This outsider dares to act so smug here. At that moment, a hurried voice called out, Brother-in-law, I found old Zong's place. The voice carried a note of excitement. Shen Lingfeng ran over, grabbing Qi Yuan's arm. His arrival momentarily paused the tension in the air. Hearing this, Qi Yuan turned to Shen Baiting. Baiting, wait for me to return, and you can bully me then. I have something urgent to attend to. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Shen Lingfeng looked confused. Nothing, let's go find old Zhang. Qi Yuan pulled Shen Lingfeng along as they left. After all, there was something fishy about old Zong's death, and Qi Yuan needed to investigate who was truly behind it. It was one of the tasks Qi Yuan had to accomplish as part of playing the son-in-law. Shen Baiting watched Shen Lingfeng and Qi Yuan leave, his face grim. How did they suddenly get so close? Is Qi Yuan really playing the fool, or is this all an act? HMPH, righteousness is on my side. I'll just be cautious for a while. How can he compete with me? Shen Baiting mused darkly. Given the current situation, he saw himself as the victim. Even if the matter reached the elders, he had the advantage. He wasn't afraid of Qi Yuan. Brother-in-law, I know you're investigating old Zong's death, so I found you a helper. He's in old Zong's house right now, examining the body, Shen Lingfeng said earnestly, like a child seeking praise. You've been very thoughtful, Qi Yuan said. Of course, I have to put in the effort when helping my brother-in-law. Shen Lingfeng replied, then added in a whisper, Brother-in-law, I've already received 17 replies today. His tone was proud, almost boastful. He had sent out over 100 letters, and now he had received 17 replies. But Miss Li and Miss Lin haven't written back. Sigh, Shen Lingfeng sighed regretfully. That just means they're not fated for you. Don't waste your time on them, Qi Yuan advised. Alright, I'll listen to you. Shen Lingfeng nodded. Before long, the two arrived at old Zong's residence outside the Shen household. It was a remote, small, dark, and damp place. The room smelled faintly of decay and carried a scent resembling that of a dead snake. A coffin lay inside, its lid was ajar, and a man dressed as a constable was examining old Zong's body with a frown. Lin Qinghe, what have you found out? Who killed old Zhang? Shen Lingfeng asked loudly as he entered. Lin Qinghe snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Qi Yuan and Shenling Fang, his gaze lingering on Qi Yuan with some surprise. But he answered truthfully, the victim has been dead too long, and there are too few clues left. However, there is a small, clean incision on his throat. I suspect it was made by a skilled swordsman, one strike to the throat. Lin Qinghe's expression was filled with helplessness. Old Zhang had been dead for too long, and there was too little evidence left in the room. Even if legendary detectives came, solving this case would be difficult. Who killed him to frame my brother-in-law? Shenling Fang pressed. Lin Qinghe shook his head. I need more time to investigate and uncover more clues. Let me take a look, Qi Yuan said, stepping toward the coffin. Lin Qinghe looked surprised but said nothing. Brother-in-law, do you know how to solve cases? Shenling Fang asked from the side. Actually, I'm particularly good at solving cases, Qi Yuan replied seriously. If I became a constable, there would be almost no case I couldn't crack. If not for being in a world of cultivation, his superpowers would have made him an exceptional detective or police officer. Lin Qinghe felt exasperated upon hearing this. He had recognized the young man in front of him as Qi Yuan from Ninghe County. He hadn't expected this man to escape the asylum and return to the Shen family. But considering the Shen family's power, it made sense. Lin Qinghe also knew Qi Yuan's reputation as a plain, somewhat useless individual. How could he possibly solve a case? Now, spouting such boastful words only made Lin Qinghe want to laugh. Brother Qi, do you know why old Zong's lower rib is missing? Lin Qinghe asked casually, as if testing him. Does that matter? Qi Yuan glanced at Lin Qinghe. That's unrelated to his death. If you're focusing on things like that, it shows your skills are lacking. Lin Qinghe froze for a moment, unsure whether to laugh or cry. This son-in-law Qi Yuan, does he not realize I'm testing him? If he can't even discern this minor detail, how can he claim to solve every case? Qi Yuan ignored Lin Qinghe and focused his gaze on old Zong's decayed corpse. His eyes fell on the fatal wound at the throat. Suddenly, a message flashed in Qi Yuan's mind. This sword mark was made by Fang Shisen of the Radiant Society. Brother-in-law, did you find any clues? Shenling Fang asked, too nervous to come closer. Lin Qinghe stared at Qi Yuan, his heart filled with doubt. This man only glanced at the corpse, barely inspecting it. How could he possibly find any clues? No clues, but I've identified the killer, Qi Yuan declared. Lin Qinghe blinked in surprise and instinctively asked, who's the murderer? Does Brother Qi know them? The murderer is Fang Shisen of the Radiance Society. Do you know him? Qi Yuan asked in return. The Radiance Society, Fang Shisen, Lin Qinghe repeated, stunned. He had never heard of either name. Is Qi Yuan just making this up? I've never heard of them, Shenling Fang admitted. Looks like neither of you know them, Qi Yuan said calmly. Let's go home. Since we know who the killer is, we just need to find them. Shenling Fang's face lit up with admiration. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Just one look at the body, and you identified the killer. Lin Qinghe, on the other hand, was left speechless. He wanted to refute Shenling Fang, but he knew there was no point arguing with him. Seriously, how could anyone identify the murderer with just a glance? He doesn't even know the culprit personally. Did the victim's bones have their name carved on them or something? Brother Lin, please issue a warrant for Fang Shisen of the Radiance Society. Shenling Fang requested before leaving, not forgetting to entrust the task to Lin Qinghe. All right, Lin Qinghe said after a brief hesitation. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Lin Qinghe watched the retreating figures of Qi Yuan and Shenling Fang, his expression tinged with helplessness. Someone, issue a warrant for the capture of the murderer, Fang Shisen of the Radiance Society. Jining Prefecture had a yamen, but in this region, the authority of the heavenly sect carried more weight than the imperial court's orders. In fact, becoming the governor of Fengshan County required the approval of the heavenly sect. The Shen family, being a wealthy and influential family in Fengshan County, had even more sway, especially with Shenling Xuan being a direct disciple of the heavenly sect. Out of respect for Shenling Fang, Lin Qinghe had to comply. Yes, Captain, the other constables responded, As night fell, Shen Baiting's eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. Today's performance wasn't bad. A bit more effort, and once I get to Mount Yi Lake, my status within the Shen family will skyrocket. That day, the Shen family had gathered many young members from both the main and collateral lines to identify those with potential as artifact masters. From these, candidates would be chosen to attend the Artifact Masters Conference at Mount Yi Lake. But my talent, it's still inferior to Baihu and the others. I'll have to rely on some underhanded tricks. Shen Baiting began considering bribes. He had decent talent, but he wasn't among the top tier. Especially compared to Shen Baihu, the gap was significant. I used to feel guilty about bribing to take Shen Baihu's spot, but, since he told that son-in-law what I said, I can act with a clear conscience. Shen Baiting muttered to himself, as if justifying his underhanded actions. And as for that son-in-law, Shen Baiting's eyes burned with hatred. The man's relentless provocations had infuriated him. Does he really think I won't dare to bully him? If it were late at night, with no one around, I'd make sure he knows I'm not so easily trifled with. Shen Baiting whispered to himself in his room. He felt confident that he could teach Qi Yuan a lesson while still appearing as the victim afterward. What's this? You've finally come around and are planning to bully me. At that moment, the door to his room was abruptly pushed open. A figure half-stepped inside, his face beaming with joy. When Shen Baiting saw who it was, his eyes widened in disbelief. Qi Yuan, why are you here? Shen Baiting's expression twisted as his emotions fluctuated wildly. How had Qi Yuan, like a rat, suddenly appeared here? I'm here, waiting for you to bully me. Qi Yuan's face was smug. I heard you say you wanted to bully me, so here I am. To complete his role-playing task, Qi Yuan was going all out. You misheard. I didn't say anything like that. Shen Baiting quickly defended himself. He was utterly speechless. Even whispering to myself late at night gets eavesdropped on. I heard you. You were muttering to yourself. Let me give you some advice. Talking to yourself is a bad habit. I usually just think things to myself, Qi Yuan replied, adding a casual note. Though honestly, even thinking to yourself isn't safe when I can hear your inner voice. Shen Baiting glanced at Qi Yuan, then scanned the area outside. Seeing no one else around, his eyes flickered. Did you come here alone? Yes, I came alone. Didn't you just say that in a quiet, secluded place, you'd bully me? Qi Yuan asked eagerly. He hadn't managed to pour his mother-in-law's bathwater, but now he had a chance to be bullied, an unexpected turn of fortune. Shen Baiting's face twitched. He was at a loss for words, but seeing that no one was around, he grew bolder. Are you really insane, or just pretending? Shen Baiting's gaze turned icy. I'm not insane, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. Shen Baiting studied Qi Yuan carefully and became almost certain that something was wrong with his mind. Otherwise, why would he come to my courtyard in the middle of the night, asking me to bully him? And more importantly, he came alone. Wasn't he afraid of dying? Do you truly want me to bully you? Shen Baiting asked in a low voice. Yes. Hearing this, Shen Baiting felt that Qi Yuan's brain must have a screw loose. His jealousy deepened. How can such a useless person have married Shenling Xuan, a woman of such unparalleled beauty? Come, let's talk outside, Shen Baiting said, steeling his resolve. He lived in a secluded courtyard, far from the main household. Whatever was said here wouldn't be overheard. Soon, Qi Yuan followed Shen Baiting to the yard. The courtyard was large, even boasting a small pond. The pond was dotted with green lotus leaves, tender lotus pods, and covered in a dense layer of duckweed, a decent feed for pigs. Standing by the pond, Shen Baiting's thoughts churned. With a look of pity, he said, Qi Yuan, you shouldn't have provoked me. I didn't provoke you. Before you lost your mind, you couldn't even outplay me. Now that you're mad, Shen Baiting's eyes gleamed with contempt. He had already devised a way to teach Qi Yuan a lesson while maintaining the appearance of a victim. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and pinched Qi Yuan hard at the waist. Aren't you begging me to bully you? This pinch carried a hidden force, an esoteric energy taught to him by a master. It was so subtle that even an Earth-level weapon master wouldn't detect the damage. Shen Baiting held nothing back. This force not only inflicted sharp pain but also lingered, secretly damaging the body. Once, back when Shen Baiting was still in the collateral branch, he had harbored deep jealousy toward an exceptionally talented cousin. That cousin had been kind to him, sharing resources from the main branch. Fueled by jealousy, Shen Baiting had used this hidden force during a sparring match, planting it in his cousin's body. Over 2 years, his cousin's health had deteriorated to the point where he could no longer cultivate and had even lost the use of one leg. The cousin had never suspected Shen baiting and had even given him his remaining resources, hoping Shen baiting could lead the collateral line to prominence. And now, is that enough? Shen baiting asked smugly as he pinched Qi Yuan hard. Then he deliberately stumbled backward, falling into the pond. He had already crafted a story. The son-in-law, Qi Yuan, had come to him late at night to cause trouble. Not daring to resist, Shen baiting had endured Qi Yuan's abuse, only to be pushed into the pond. All he needed now was to shout and attract others. The perfect victim narrative, but as he sank into the pond, ready to cry out, he found, to his horror, that no sound came from his mouth. By the pond, the handsome man standing with his hands on his hips looked at him with an unimpressed expression. Your bullying is pathetic. That pinch, completely weak. The son-in-law Qi Yuan spoke casually, as though nothing had happened. I didn't expect that in addition to being a green tea schemer, you're also part of the Radiance Society. Tell me, are all Radiance Society members experts at palace intrigue? Qi Yuan's eyes had revealed the energy Shen baiting used as belonging to the Radiance Society, a special light and dark force. In the pond, Shen baiting's eyes widened in disbelief. You're pretending to be crazy, he tried to say, but his voice was barely a whisper. Do I look crazy? Have you ever seen such a handsome madman? Qi Yuan stretched lazily. Who are you? Shen baiting croaked, his voice hoarse and weak, as though his throat had been cut. He wanted to beg for mercy, to invoke the name of the Radiance Society. But Qi Yuan gave him no chance to speak. Well, tonight wasn't a total loss. At least, you really did bully me. Qi Yuan glanced at the struggling Shen baiting in the pond, his expression calm. Do you think that just because everyone supports you, you're in the right? Sorry, but here, strength rules. A Qi refining cultivator accusing a purple mansion cultivator. That's suicide. And don't forget, I'm playing a madman. Killing people doesn't count as a crime. Qi Yuan's figure vanished. He had come silently and left just as quietly, unnoticed by anyone. In the pond, Shen baiting struggled, but it was futile. He couldn't even create a splash. Eventually, he sank to the bottom. 30% progress. I've obtained the heart of craftsmanship. When Qi Yuan's progress as the son-in-law reached 30%, he acquired one of Qi Yuan's abilities, the heart of craftsmanship. The heart of craftsmanship was a rare talent. Anyone with it could increase their success rate in crafting artifacts by 5%. Though it sounded small, it was incredibly significant. In this world, the success rate for crafting artifacts wasn't high. Even Earth-level artifact masters had less than a 50% success rate for crafting Zon-grade artifacts. An extra 5% was a massive advantage. So, I now qualify to learn artifact crafting. Qi Yuan pondered, maybe I can craft drones. If I could turn Shenling Xuan into a drone, I could ride her into battle. Everyone would think I'm a god. Qi Yuan's thoughts wandered wildly. After being bullied that night, Qi Yuan rewarded himself with an extra steamed bun from Chen Kangbao. Chen Kangbao grumbled about it endlessly. However, Qi Yuan didn't go out again that night, nor did he attempt to pour his mother-in-law's bathwater. Now that his progress had reached 30%, he decided to take things slowly. Tasks involving his mother-in-law required precision and care. The next morning, not long after Qi Yuan got up, an uninvited guest arrived at his courtyard. Brother-in-law, come quick. Father and mother have found you a teacher. Shenling Feng burst in energetically, followed by a middle-aged man with a rigid appearance. His hair was neatly combed, his clothes impeccably tidy, and even his mustache was perfectly symmetrical. He looked like a man obsessed with symmetry. A teacher. Qi Yuan and Chen Kangbao emerged, curiosity evident in Qi Yuan's eyes. This is Chen Shanwei, a Zon-grade artifact master of the Shen family. Shenling Feng introduced. Father wants you to learn some things so you don't bring shame to his name. Oh, all right. Qi Yuan hesitated but didn't refuse. Since he was playing the role of the son-in-law, perhaps learning artifact crafting could boost his progress. Plus, Qi Yuan was curious about this mysterious discipline. Chen Shanwei glanced at Qi Yuan with a neutral expression. However, when his gaze fell on Chen Kangbao's disheveled appearance, his brows furrowed. Unable to resist, he reached out to adjust the steamed bun in Chen Kangbao's mouth. You should eat evenly from both sides. What's the point of biting just the left? Chen Kangbao froze. Shenling Feng leaned toward Qi Yuan and whispered, Brother-in-law, Master Chen, he's very rigid and likes everything to be symmetrical. Ah, obsessive-compulsive disorder. Qi Yuan understood immediately. His mind filled with mischievous thoughts, and he couldn't help but ask, Master Chen, do you urinate evenly? Does it flow symmetrically too? Back on Earth, Qi Yuan had heard many anecdotes about OCD. Now that he had a chance, he couldn't resist asking. Chen Shanwei's mustache twitched, and his lips quivered. Master Chen, don't twitch. Your mustache is uneven. Chen Shanwei hurriedly adjusted his mustache, glaring at Qi Yuan with a pained expression. Of all the artifact masters in the Shen family, why did they make me teach this lunatic? This is torture. 15 minutes later, Chen Shanwei brought out a pile of strange tools. Sitting on a pearwood chair, he adopted a solemn expression. In ancient times, when chaos first parted, our ancestors emerged from the mountains, crafting stone tools and iron implements, establishing a brilliant civilization. To learn the way of artifact crafting, one must first understand its origins. Typically, Chen Shanwei wouldn't delve into such details when teaching others. But since he was teaching a madman, he opted for a more mythical version of the origin story. Ordinary stone tools and iron implements, how did they transition from mundane to extraordinary? Qi Yuan asked. Stone tools were common on Earth. But in this world, artifacts carried transcendent properties. Chen Shanwei nodded and continued, then came the specters, invading our world. How could our ancestors fight specters with mere iron? At that moment, the law of artifacts descended from beyond the heavens, entering our world. From then on, we relied on magical artifacts to battle specters. Artifact masters harnessed the essence of mountains and rivers, the light of the sun and moon, forging supreme artifacts that could alter the heavens, move mountains, and fill seas. As he spoke, Chen Shanwei's face filled with emotion. According to the secrets of origins, before the advent of magical artifacts, our world was nearly overrun by specters, on the brink of becoming their paradise. Qi Yuan listened intently, absorbing the game-like lore. The origins of artifacts were tied to beings from beyond the heavens. Do we still have contact with beings from beyond the heavens? Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. Chen Shanwei shook his head. That's beyond the knowledge of a lowly Zon-grade artifact master like me. If one day you reach the level of a heaven-grade weapon master and step into the greater realm beyond the Blue Mountain Realm, perhaps you'll learn the truth. This world was known as the Blue Mountain Realm, located within the Chaos Star Domain, a minor realm. Above minor realms lay major realms. It's too early to discuss this with you. If you become an artifact master, I'd count as a great teacher. Chen Shanwei sighed, finding solace in his humor. Let's continue with the history of artifact masters. Indeed, he planned to start with history lessons. After all, teaching a madman artifact crafting could lead to unexpected accidents. Master Chen, does crafting artifacts require special flames? Qi Yuan asked. In television shows, alchemy often involved mystical flames. Would the same apply to artifact crafting? Chen Shanwei gave Qi Yuan a surprised look. Artifact crafting requires inner flame. The stronger one's willpower and innate domain, the more potent their inner flame. That's enough for today's lesson. Here's an introductory manual on artifact crafting. Read it carefully, and I'll teach you more tomorrow. Chen Shanwei handed Qi Yuan a manual titled Basics of Artifact Crafting before leaving in a hurry. Inside the room, Qi Yuan flipped through the manual. This, Qi Yuan muttered in surprise. This seems to share the same origins as the Heavenly Clan's artifact crafting methods. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Back in the Heaven and Earth mystical land, Qi Yuan had studied forging techniques and learned quite a bit. The Heavenly Clan, where the tattered robe originated, had once been invaded by the Black Heaven. The world teetered on the edge of collapse before finally succumbing to destruction. The Heavenly Clan had pursued the forging of radiant treasures, hoping to use them against the Black Heaven. However, they ultimately failed. Before it ended, the tattered robe gifted Qi Yuan a relic called the Embryo of Radiance. Is this the same world? Could it simply be two ends of the same timeline? Or, did they merely share the same forging methods? After all, forging techniques weren't necessarily unique to the Heavenly Clan's world. In this realm, crafting techniques were said to have been passed down from beyond the heavens. This counts as good news, Qi Yuan murmured. Does this mean I'm a celestial sovereign returning to the mortal world? Or perhaps a great cultivator reborn 500 years earlier, equipped with top-tier forging techniques? During his time in the Heaven and Earth mystical land, Qi Yuan had memorized many forging methods. However, lacking materials, he had never practiced them. Now, Holding the basics of artifact crafting manual, he studied it intently. To craft an artifact, one must first awaken the heart flame. For Qi Yuan, learning the art of crafting wasn't particularly difficult. He had studied extensively in the heaven and earth mystical land. While the crafting methods in this realm had some differences, the underlying principles were similar. Qi Yuan quickly grasped the concepts. The art of artifact crafting lies in the heart flame. A blazing flame illuminates the furnace, melting all materials. The heart flame arises from the heart, flows through the dantian, and manifests through intent. Rise. With Qi Yuan's command, a faint flicker of fire ignited in his heart, growing steadily in his dantian. As he extended his hand, the flame surged and burned brightly in midair. This isn't celestial fire, it's an intriguing kind of flame, Qi Yuan remarked, watching the white flame with curiosity. Back in the immortal realm, he could summon fire with a single incantation. But the essence of this flame was different, as were its underlying principles. There are countless paths in the world: cultivation in the immortal realm, martial cultivation in Gongxing, and then this. Old man, fetch me some materials and tell them I'm preparing to craft an artifact, Qi Yuan instructed. Now that his heart flame had awakened, Qi Yuan was ready to begin crafting. I'll need withered mystic bamboo, iron water, and other materials. Qi Yuan listed his requirements to Chen Kangbao. Using the techniques he had learned in the heaven and earth mystical land, these materials could be used to craft a flying-type artifact. If Shenling Xuan won't let me ride her, I'll ride a flying artifact instead. However, Qi Yuan wasn't sure if the Shen family had all these materials. If they didn't, he'd have to modify the forging methods to use substitute materials. Understood. Chen Kangbao swallowed his steamed bun and went out to gather the materials. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan continued to hone his heart flame. An artifact master's strength was closely tied to the potency of their heart flame. A weak heart flame wouldn't last long, barely enough to cook an egg, let alone forge artifacts. Before Chen Kangbao returned, an unexpected visitor arrived at the courtyard. Brother-in-law, the enforcement hall sent someone to ask you a few questions. Just answer casually. Don't worry, Shenling Feng said as he entered with a thin middle-aged man. The man had a stern expression and was a yellow-grade weapon master. The man glanced at Qi Yuan and said softly, routine procedure. Ask away, Qi Yuan replied, already guessing the reason for the visit. It was likely related to the discovery of Shen Baiting's body. If word got out, it could be quite unfavorable for Qi Yuan at this moment. The thin man pulled out a notebook and a pen. When you were in Ninghe County, did you encounter a specter and have your soul taken? He asked, his eyes glimmering faintly as if examining the completeness of Qi Yuan's soul. I did encounter a specter, but my soul wasn't taken. I'm perfectly normal, Qi Yuan answered. The thin man wrote a few lines in his notebook. Soul confirmed intact. No evidence of soul capture in Ninghe County. No communication issues, mental state normal. After finishing, the man continued, yesterday morning, you and Shen Baiting reportedly had a conflict. There wasn't any conflict, I'm a son-in-law, and he wanted to bully me. So I let him, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. What, that guy wanted to bully you? Shenling Feng exclaimed in anger. How did you know Shen Baiting intended to bully you? The thin man pressed. Well, I have a superpower that lets me hear people's inner thoughts. I heard Shen Baiting cursing me in his mind, so I knew he wanted to bully me. I'm just a son-in-law, it's normal to be bullied, isn't it? So I went to him and asked him to go ahead and bully me, Qi Yuan explained sincerely, his eyes wide with honesty. The thin man paused. Why does everything this guy says sound simple yet utterly baffling? What superpower? And why would being a son-in-law mean you should willingly seek out bullying? He hesitated, then crossed out, mental state normal, in his notes and revised it. Thoughts disordered with strong delusions. Likely not soul captured but severely traumatized by specter encounter. Last night, Shen Baiting was found dead in his pond. It's suspected someone pushed him in. Did you do it? The thin man asked, though he was already inclined to believe Qi Yuan wasn't involved. No, I didn't push him, Qi Yuan answered. Indeed, he hadn't pushed Shen Baiting. Shen Baiting had pinched him and, like a scheming green tea character, had flung himself into the pond, intending to frame Qi Yuan. The thin man jotted down a few more notes in his notebook. That's all. Sorry for the disturbance. With that, the man left directly. Shen Baiting's death was shrouded in mystery. Even a clan Earth-grade weapon master had found no clues. Such an enigmatic case clearly had nothing to do with a son-in-law like Qi Yuan. If it hadn't been for Shen Beiting's public dispute with Qi Yuan the day before, they wouldn't even have bothered questioning him. Brother-in-law, if anyone dares bully you again, just come to me. Shen Lingfeng said, patting his chest with loyalty. Qi Yuan smiled. I wouldn't mind being bullied. By the way, could you ask your mother when she plans to bathe? Make sure to let me know. Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng looked troubled. Brother-in-law, that's one favor I can't help with. He wasn't entirely clueless, he knew which requests were reasonable and which were not. How about this? Help me just this once, and I'll teach you some new romantic lines to help you woo girls. Qi Yuan offered generously. Shen Lingfeng's eyes lit up. I'll go ask my mom right now. Wait for my good news. With that, he bolted out of the courtyard. As the sun set and night fell, Qi Yuan found himself alone in the yard. Chen Kangbao returned with a pile of crafting materials, but Shen Lingfeng never came back with news. Seems like the people in the Shen household don't bathe much. Sigh. Qi Yuan sighed deeply. Time to start crafting. In the Shen family's main hall, Shen Wanshan sat in the head seat, his expression grave. How is he? He asked. Chen Shanwei, standing respectfully to the side, lowered his head and replied, the son-in-law seems quite interested in artifact crafting. He recounted the day's events to the family head. Does he have talent for it? Shen Wanshan asked, his tone laced with complexity. I hope he doesn't break the Qi family's legacy. Well, the path of the artifact master is intricate. It depends not just on talent but also on whether the son-in-law is willing to commit to learning. Talent alone isn't enough, Chen Shanwei answered tactfully. What he really wanted to say was, the son-in-law is mad. What's the point of me teaching him? Over the past few days, he had only taught Qi Yuan the history of artifact crafting. He hadn't taught him anything substantial. After all, if a madman awakened his heart flame and started crafting without guidance, he might end up melting himself along with the materials. Shen Wanshan saw Chen Shanwei's hesitation and promised, thank you for your efforts. If Qi Yuan manages to craft a yellow-grade artifact, I'll increase your salary by 30%. Could it be 20%? 30 feels asymmetrical. It's unsettling, Chen Shanwei suggested, clearly uncomfortable with the number. Shen Wanshan's expression twitched. 40%. Hearing this, Chen Shanwei finally felt satisfied. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, family head, the son-in-law's father was said to be an artifact master. May I know his name? I wonder if I've heard of him. Chen Shanwei was curious about Qi Yuan's father. Qi Yuan's ability to marry into the Shen family and wed Shen Lingshuan likely stemmed from his father's reputation. Though Qi Yuan's father was dead, his legacy seemed to carry significant weight, possibly as a revered Earth-grade artifact master. Yet Chen Shanwei couldn't recall any Earth-grade artifact master surnamed Qi. At the question, Shen Wanshan's expression changed slightly, as though recalling an old memory. His name was erased. I can't remember it. Chen Shanwei's face darkened as well. To have someone's name erased. Such methods. This implied a depth of intrigue he dared not probe further. Master, what is this? In the courtyard, Chen Kangbao stared at Qi Yuan's creation, his expression strange. This is a drone, Qi Yuan replied proudly. Why does it look a bit like a fly? Chen Kangbao muttered. Ahem, I can't make a big drone yet, so I started with a small one. After receiving the materials, Qi Yuan had thrown himself into a chaotic frenzy of forging, and had actually succeeded in crafting a flying artifact. However, as it was his first attempt, the result was, well, more of a decorative item. The tiny drone's power was equivalent to the strength of 10 mosquitoes. A clear waste. By Chen Kangbao's estimate, the materials used to make this drone could have bought thousands of meat-filled buns. No matter, I'll improve, Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. To role-play as a god, crafting drones isn't enough. I'll also need grenades, speakers, flashlights, projectors, cameras, lightsabers. With these gadgets, I'll surely achieve peak divine theatrics. Of course, his crafted items would have an otherworldly twist. After all, this world had different rules than Earth. You couldn't just replicate Earth's technology and expect it to work. This was where Qi Yuan's ability to see hidden information would come in handy. We're short on funds for materials. Once I craft some useless artifacts, I can sell them on the black market. For example, a lightsaber. I think it's pretty cool. Some people would love it. It's flashy and stylish, Qi Yuan suggested. Artifact crafting materials were costly. With his current resources, Qi Yuan couldn't afford enough materials. He was also reluctant to rely solely on the Shen family for resources. Taking small amounts was fine, but larger, more valuable quantities wouldn't be tolerated by the Shen family. More importantly, if the Shen family discovered he was crafting artifacts to stage divine theatrics, wouldn't his secret be exposed? His drones, flashlights, and other props had to remain hidden. Once exposed, the mystery and grandeur of a god would vanish, leaving him as nothing more than a clown pretending to be divine. Master, hurry up and craft artifacts so we can sell them and buy more buns. Chen Kangbao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why do I feel like I've become your employee? Qi Yuan muttered to himself. Still, remembering how Chen Kangbao had helped him fend off specters, he let it slide. Materials are too scarce. Sigh, I wonder, if I melted myself down, could I forge a weapon? Qi Yuan mused. The next day, Chen Shanwei resumed teaching Qi Yuan, just as he had the previous day. The lessons remained simple, essentially a history class. After all, he felt it was unwise to teach advanced crafting techniques to someone slightly unhinged. First, Qi Yuan might not understand. Second, he might set himself on fire. As days passed, nearly 2 weeks had gone by. Chen Shanwei adjusted his collar in the mirror before leaving his courtyard. Just outside, he ran into his rival, Wu Zhen. Old Chen, guess what? I recently took on a student who awakened his heart flame in just half a month. I just returned from the artifact hall after fetching him some materials for practice. Not for crafting yet, just to familiarize himself with melting materials. Wu Zhen spoke with obvious pride. Awakening the heart flame in half a month was impressive for an artifact apprentice. Such talent often led to becoming a Zon-grade artifact master. Not bad, Chen Shanwei replied nonchalantly. I also saw Qi Yuan at the artifact hall. I heard he's learning crafting from you. He must have awakened his heart flame by now, right? I noticed he was taking out a lot of materials, Wu Zhen said with a sly tone. Artifact apprentices couldn't craft right away. After awakening the heart flame, they mostly practiced melting materials. Wu Zhen doubted Qi Yuan had awakened his heart flame. He had seen Qi Yuan requesting materials from the artifact hall on his first day of learning. To him, this clearly pointed to Qi Yuan selling the materials for profit. Chen Shanwei's expression flickered but quickly regained composure. He's the Shen family's son-in-law. Taking a few materials is normal. Even so, he was puzzled. Over the past 10 days, he had only taught Qi Yuan about the history of artifact crafting. Qi Yuan had listened attentively without any complaints. Why was he suddenly taking materials? Was he planning to start crafting? Chen Shanwei decided he'd better check on Qi Yuan. If Qi Yuan attempted crafting without guidance, it could go wrong, he might even burn himself. At the same time, Chen Shanwei felt a twinge of guilt. He shouldn't have focused so much on history lessons. It was time to officially start Qi Yuan's training. Old Chen, I envy you for taking the Shen family's son-in-law as your student. When you're riding high, don't forget about me, Wu Zhen teased with mock jealousy. The two had no deep animosity, just a long-standing habit of poking fun at each other. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Chen Shanwei forced a smile, his expression not matching his words. You're celebrating too soon. Who's to say I won't take on a disciple in the future who awakens their heart flame within 10 days? He had no hope for Qi Yuan. Expecting results from a madman was as futile as expecting a clever specter. Forget the future, why not focus on teaching your current student first? If you can't teach your first student properly, how will you manage a second one? Wu Zhen laughed as he spoke, then turned and left. Chen Shanwei watched Wu Zhen leave, his face darkening. He looked up at the sky, frowning. Why is there only one sun? It's so unpleasant to look at. If there were another one, it'd be easier on the eyes, he muttered before heading toward Qi Yuan's courtyard. The vast Shen estate was more of a sprawling manor than a traditional residence. With the presence of extraordinary powers, labor in this world was significantly more advanced, making the architecture grander and more imposing. Passing through elegant courtyards, Chen Shanwei arrived at Qi Yuan's area. Young master, today I'm here to teach you how to forge artifacts. Perhaps due to Wu Zhen's mocking earlier, Chen Shanwei decided to stop storytelling and officially begin teaching Qi Yuan artifact crafting. Master Chen, why not stick to storytelling? I'm more interested in your tales, Qi Yuan said bluntly. Sigh. Chen Shanwei sighed heavily. As expected, a madman doesn't really want to craft artifacts, he just wants to hear stories. I'll have to humor him like a child. With this thought, Chen Shanwei felt his future was bleak. He couldn't imagine how long it would take to teach Qi Yuan. Thinking about Wu Zhen's sarcastic remarks and the promises made by the family head, Chen Shanwei couldn't help but ask, I heard you went to the artifact hall to fetch some materials. Indeed, about that, Master Chen, I'd like to ask for your advice. Oh, feel free to ask. Do you know if there's a place in Function County where I can sell artifacts? Like a marketplace or a stall? Qi Yuan asked. He had crafted some artifacts, but they were unconventional and incompatible with Ning Kingdom's mainstream styles. Most shops that purchased artifacts accepted only standardized designs. Chen Shanwei was momentarily stunned. In the west of the city, there's a ghost market that opens at Shu hour, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. every evening. The ghost market is a chaotic mix of people from all walks of life. You'll find various artifacts for sale there, even some forbidden items. If you're looking to buy or sell artifacts, the ghost market is a good place to go. However, it's not very safe. If you decide to go, take a weapon master with you for protection. Thank you, Master Chen. Please continue the lesson, Qi Yuan said. Chen Shanwei nodded and resumed his lecture, though his tone remained lackluster. Qi Yuan, on the other hand, listened attentively and with great interest. About half an hour later, Chen Shanwei concluded the lesson. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And remember, awakening the heart flame requires peak mental and physical condition. If I'm not present, don't attempt it on your own, you might burn yourself, Chen Shanwei warned. Don't worry, Master Chen. I'm not foolish. Besides, I have decent talent for artifact crafting, Qi Yuan said confidently, patting his chest. He almost blurted out the famous phrase, no one understands artifact crafting better than I do. I've already awakened my heart flame, Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. I've even crafted a few artifacts and plan to sell them at the ghost market. You've awakened your heart flame. Chen Shanwei's eyes widened. Wait, you've crafted artifacts. He was stunned, unable to process what he was hearing. Heart flame awakened, artifacts crafted, each revelation was more shocking than the last. Master Chen, take a look at this, Qi Yuan said, extending his hand. With a whoosh, a wisp of white flame ignited and burned brightly in midair. This is the heart flame, Chen Shanwei exclaimed, his mind racing. When did you awaken it? The first day you gave me the basics of artifact crafting manual, I practiced with it that night and awakened my heart flame, Qi Yuan replied truthfully. That night, Chen Shanwei swallowed hard, a madman wouldn't lie. Which meant Qi Yuan had awakened his heart flame in a single day. And it was thanks to the basics of artifact crafting manual. It was as if a child had learned basic multiplication tables and then gone on to ace advanced calculus, a feat that defied logic. Moreover, Qi Yuan's heart flame was white, an unusual color. Typically, heart flames were orange or red. Only artifact masters with rare talents displayed unique flame colors. Qi Yuan's white heart flame exuded both intense heat and a chilling aura, a combination that was anything but ordinary. You were born for artifact crafting. Chen Shanwei couldn't help but exclaim. Awakening the heart flame so quickly was a sign of extraordinary talent, a natural artifact master. With proper guidance, Qi Yuan could potentially become an Earth-level artifact master, or even aspire to reach the heaven level. Show me the artifacts you've crafted, Chen Shanwei said, regaining his composure. He resolved to shape this raw talent carefully, offering suggestions to refine Qi Yuan's work. Master Chen, take a look. Qi Yuan held out an oddly shaped artifact. Chen Shanwei studied it closely, growing increasingly confused. What is this? The artifact's design was peculiar, part weapon, part wooden rod. And yet, it didn't emit any aura that indicated its grade. But then again, it was Qi Yuan's first attempt. Expecting a graded artifact would have been unrealistic. This is a selfie stick, Qi Yuan explained matter-of-factly. On his first day crafting, Qi Yuan had created several artifacts. The drone, which he intended to use for his divine theatrics, couldn't be shown to Chen Shanwei. If Chen Shanwei saw the drone, how could Qi Yuan continue pretending to be a deity? After all, if people learned their God was just a son-in-law, where would his divine majesty go? There's a saying, mystery begets reverence, exposure begets mockery. The drone's mystery lay in this world's ignorance of its mechanics, making Qi Yuan appear godlike. The selfie stick, on the other hand, was made from leftover materials. Thinking about how Canary often liked taking selfies, Qi Yuan had crafted it as a gift. What's this artifact's purpose? Chen Shanwei asked awkwardly. As a Zan-grade artifact master, Chen Shanwei could usually discern the purpose of an ungraded artifact at a glance. Materials, forging techniques, spirit infusion, all of it would normally be clear to him. But he had no idea how this artifact was crafted. It's for taking selfies. I plan to give it to my wife, Qi Yuan said. To the young mistress, Chen Shanwei tactfully avoided further questions. Do you know other forging techniques? He couldn't help but ask. Yes, quite a few, Qi Yuan replied. During his time in the Heaven and Earth mystical land, Qi Yuan had learned many techniques from the Heavenly Clan, including spirit infusion and inscription methods. These skills allowed him to craft artifacts and enhance their functionality. I see. Chen Shanwei didn't press further, recalling the family head's comment about Qi Yuan's father being a mysterious artifact master. It seemed Qi Yuan's knowledge stemmed from his father's legacy. He offered a warning. Young master, keep your crafting methods a secret, especially the techniques you use. For artifact masters, forging techniques are their lifeblood and highly valuable. Understood, Qi Yuan agreed after some thought. 2 hours later, Chen Shanwei left the courtyard with a tense expression. In the main hall, Shen Wanshan sat in the head seat. Hearing Chen Shanwei's report, his expression shifted. It seems he has great talent for artifact crafting. Sigh. Shen Wanshan sighed, leaving it unclear whether he was pleased or regretful. His talent is extraordinary. Within 20 years, he could undoubtedly become an Earth-level artifact master. Chen Shanwei said confidently, his eyes gleaming. He himself had little hope of becoming an Earth-level artifact master. But if he nurtured one, even Wu Zhen would have to show him respect. Does he possess forging methods you can't identify? Shen Wanshan asked hesitantly. Yes, this must remain a secret. Teach him new forging methods and claim you taught him everything he knows, Shen Wanshan instructed solemnly. Understood. Chen Shanwei nodded immediately. Seeing Shen Wanshan pouring tea, Chen Shanwei tactfully excused himself. Sigh, after Brother Qi's passing, many eyes are on Qi Yuan. But for what? His forging methods, or something else? Shen Wanshan murmured, his face clouded with worry. The Shen family was powerful, one of the most prominent noble clans in Ning Kingdom. Yet Shen Wanshan had found no clues about the secret forces monitoring Qi Yuan. The matter seemed unfathomably deep. Now that Qi Yuan had displayed exceptional talent for crafting, Shen Wanshan couldn't decide whether to feel relieved or concerned. At 7 p.m. that evening, darkness enveloped Fengshan County. Most commoners had already returned home, leaving the streets empty. Lacking entertainment, many poor families resorted to procreation as their primary pastime. Unlike the darkness throughout most of Fengshan, the ghost market in the west of the city was ablaze with lights and bustling with people. At one small stall, an old man and a young man were setting up shop. The old man looked scruffy, a steamed bun in his mouth. The young man was strikingly handsome, dressed in black, and exuded an extraordinary aura. The pair was none other than Qi Yuan and Chen Kangbao. Using a shape-shifting technique to alter their appearances, they entered the ghost market to sell artifacts and earn some silver. Clearance sale. Artifacts at bargain prices. Last 2 days, don't miss out. An audio device at the stall continuously played the pre-recorded announcement, attracting attention. The device clashed with the ghost market's ancient atmosphere, naturally drawing many curious onlookers. Young man, your artifact is quite interesting. What grade is it? It even repeats itself, a neighboring vendor, an old man, asked enviously while eyeing the audio device. If he had such a device, he wouldn't have to shout anymore. It's ungraded. Want to buy it? Just 99 taels of silver, Qi Yuan replied. Cough, cough, the vendor laughed awkwardly. 99 taels of silver for an ungraded artifact. That was daylight robbery. In Ning Kingdom, 1 tael of silver could buy approximately 1 stone of rice, roughly 500 pounds 226 kilogram. 99 taels could buy a graded artifact. Who would spend that much on a talking device? Young man, your artifacts aren't certified or standardized, and your prices are steep. It'll be hard to sell them, the vendor remarked. Although Qi Yuan's audio device attracted attention, most people were put off by the price. Especially since Qi Yuan's artifacts weren't certified and looked unconventional. What if he was a scammer? Buying artifacts was no trivial matter. Spending so much silver required caution. Don't worry, I have modern marketing strategies. Didn't you see my device announcing a clearance sale? Someone's bound to buy, Qi Yuan said confidently. Such marketing tactics were common on Earth. Stores often advertised, last 2 days clearance sales, only to display the same sign a month later. The vendor chuckled but didn't argue further. Elsewhere in the ghost market, young Master Tu-san, wearing a mask, walked alongside another nobleman with a sword at his waist. The nobleman's regal demeanor was unmistakable. Tu-san, this ghost market in Function County is quite impressive, though the artifacts for sale seem rather ordinary, the nobleman remarked. I doubt you'll find anything useful here. Weapon masters typically carried a primary weapon or a natal artifact. In addition, they often acquired other artifacts to bolster their strength. The nobleman had invited young Master Tu-san to join him in hunting specters, a task akin to venturing into a dungeon. Tu-san hoped to purchase artifacts for the mission. I'm just trying my luck. Who knows, I might stumble upon a treasure, Tu-san replied with a smile. It's unfortunate that none of the top 20 artifact masters on the Earth list hail from Jining Prefecture, the nobleman lamented. Tu-san merely smiled, seemingly amused by the nobleman's lofty concerns. At that moment, a voice caught Tu-san's attention. The nobleman also turned toward the source of the sound, his expression calm. I visited that stall about 15 minutes ago. Quite intriguing. The prices are high, though the quality of the artifacts remains uncertain. Oh, Tu-san's interest was piqued. Let's take a look. Their artifacts aren't certified or standardized, and the prices are double the norm. Be cautious, it might be a scam, the nobleman warned. Understood. Tu-san headed toward the stall. By now, a crowd had gathered around Qi Yuan's stall. Voices of doubt and curiosity filled the air. An ungraded artifact for 100 taels. Do you take me for a fool? This is probably a scam. I've never seen artifacts like these before. Why do these artifacts feel so useless? Most of the crowd was skeptical or simply there for the spectacle. Tu-san squeezed through the crowd, his gaze falling on the stall. Suddenly, his eyelid twitched, and his heart raced. His artifact, Thornblood, reacted. The artifact's response pointed directly to the handsome young vendor, Qi Yuan. Tu-san's heart sank as he met Qi Yuan's gaze. Hey there, handsome, want to buy an artifact? Qi Yuan asked. The casual address felt strange, causing Tu-san's nerves to tighten. His artifact's reaction, coupled with the blood-red mist it emitted, indicated that this man had killed at least dozens of thorned blood specters. Could this man be from the Red Cloud Bandits? The thought unsettled him. If this vendor served thorned blood, he might report Tu-san's presence to higher-ups. But Tu-san wasn't a bandit, he was an undercover agent. This man is a powerhouse. If the vendor had truly slain 87 thorned blood specters, his prowess was akin to that of a divine force. That meant the artifacts he sold might be exceptional. Suppressing his fear, Tu-san spoke with newfound respect. I'd like to purchase an offensive artifact. Does the stall owner have any recommendations? Offensive artifacts, Qi Yuan mused. He didn't have many of those. How about this? He said, handing Tu-san an artifact resembling a flashlight. This is a light sword. Its design is inspired by, I can't recall which show. Its greatest strengths are its cool and stylish appearance, Qi Yuan explained. Such an ugly thing, and you call it stylish? The nobleman scoffed, his disdain evident. Dressed flamboyantly, the nobleman was clearly a fan of theatrics and was unimpressed by the flashlight-like artifact. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.